All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'll put my face cam on in just a few moments. I had little audio problems. Let me know if I fixed it correctly. I think I did. Here comes the official feed audio.
Drive to pad 39A. Now, once at the pad, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure in order to
And
board the
yeah, I'm
spacecraft in a
hearing that.
process we call crew
I just had to
ingress.
restart
During
my
ingress, the
broadcaster
SpaceX team
software,
will run a
and then
series
it
of
worked. It
checks
was
to ensure the
internal
suits, seats,
in the
and the vehicle
software
interactions
just
are
didn't
all
pass
functioning
audio
properly.
And after all the
through
vehicle run
itself.
checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's hatch with Bob
So
and Doug safe inside. About 40 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is that long suspended walkway that the astronauts are going to use to board Dragon, it's going to retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system.
Once the arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, that's when propellant loading on the Falcon 9 rocket will begin. About 5 minutes before liftoff, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count. This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the vehicle.
And at T0, again, a little over 4 hours from now, if all goes well and the weather cooperates, Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off from pad 39A, carrying astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Dragon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage, enter its activation phase, and begin using its own onboard propulsion system to carry Bob and Doug to their destination, which is the International Space Station. And as I mentioned previously, Bob and Doug are just finishing up their lunch, and we are currently awaiting their arrival to the suit-up room.
And while we await that, you will notice over the course of this broadcast that we do not have crowds gathered here at Kennedy Space Center. And that, of course, is one of the impacts of our protocols to protect each other and our teams. We would normally have tens of thousands of guests here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to view the launch. But even though we couldn't host a lot of guests here, you can still join us through every step of this historic mission from wherever you are. We have a team dedicated to those of you following along on social media, and NASA's Tahira Allen is in Washington right now leading that effort. Hi, Tahira.
Hey, Marie, and hey, everyone out there. My name is Tahira Allen, and if you are one of the 4.9 million people tuning in on Wednesday, we are so glad to see you here again. If you weren't able to witness the pre-launch activities on Wednesday, you are in luck because I'm here to bring you all the excitement happening on social media around the nation. This is a big day for both NASA and SpaceX, and we are ready for you to be a part of it. We had a lot of people engaged on Wednesday, so we want to see if we can top that energy today. We will be sharing your photos and thoughts live on air during today's broadcast, so don't hold back and show us how you're getting ready for liftoff. You can join the conversation by using the hashtag LaunchAmerica on NASA's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. I'll be monitoring that hashtag LaunchAmerica all day to highlight your social media posts throughout the show. You'll also be able to engage in social media polls during today's broadcast. And so even if you tuned in before, these are brand new polls, so just head on over to NASA's Twitter to cast those votes. So I know most of you are tuning in from home today, but that doesn't mean you can't get involved in the action. Check out NASA's Instagram and Facebook to find our Launch America augmented reality filters. They place you right at Kennedy Space Center, and you can actually see the Falcon 9 rocket lift off in a pair of sunglasses. If you haven't already, be sure to check out our first ever global NASA social. So head on over to NASA's Facebook to join the group. We've got all new social badges, a nice fresh photo here, some Q&As with some very special guests, and also behind-the-scenes tours of Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And not to mention, just an awesome community of people excited to witness this moment. So, just right here in training, getting ready for that Launch America. So if you're just tuning in, to get us started, we have a poll for you on Twitter right now. We want to know what NASA logo you are sporting for today's launch. The iconic meatball or the iconic worm? Head on over to NASA's Twitter to cast those votes. And with that, let's head back to Lauren at Kennedy Space Center. Lauren?
Thanks, Tahira. I don't want to sway the vote, but You know, I'm all about that worm.
Meatball.
The debate rages on.
Aside from our debate, the purpose or the main purpose of today's demonstration mission is to put Crew Dragon through the final operational tests to officially certify the vehicle for human spaceflight. The SpaceX and NASA teams have put years of work in development, testing, and training to get us here today. And now we are just around the corner from seeing Falcon 9, Crew Dragon, and Bob and Doug lift off for the first time, and doing it from that same historic launch pad that first sent humans to the moon more than 50 years ago.
Now, it's really good that we're inside today because I'm still ready to run across there and try to hitch a ride to space on that Crew Dragon. It's a beautiful vehicle what SpaceX and NASA have done together to create this incredible rocket. It makes me want to just run out that door right now and get out there.
Well, you're not allowed to leave today, but Leland, I don't know if you've seen some of the comments on social media. You've been nominated by a lot of followers to fly one of the future missions of Crew Dragon. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
So we are just about 3 miles from Launch Complex 39A. Leland, don't get any ideas. I know that's not that far. That's where liftoff will happen in a little over 4 hours. And so we want to check in now with the team at SpaceX Hawthorne, where NASA's Dan Hewitt and SpaceX's Jesse Anderson are keeping an ear on operations. Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, Marie. Thanks so much. First off, hashtag Team Worm. But hello from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. My name's Dan Hewitt. We're here for round 2 for this historic launch.
And Dan, we're so glad to have you back here today. Hopefully the weather is working in our favor today. It looks really sunny and nice out there, so fingers crossed. My name is Jesse Anderson, and I'm a lead manufacturing engineer here at SpaceX, and we are so honored to be NASA's partner in returning humans to space from the shores of Kennedy Space Center. 10 years ago, we sent the Dragon that's displayed right behind us on its first orbital demonstration flight, and I speak for all of us here at SpaceX when I say we could not be more excited to finally be sending humans to the International Space Station.
And just as a refresher, today's mission is known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. This is going to be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people to the space station. Demo 2 is an end-to-end flight test from launch to docking all the way to splashdown in the Atlantic at the end of their mission. And this is the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station. Right now, SpaceX and NASA have teams working together around the country. On the SpaceX side, they have teams at the Cape performing final launch day checkouts as we speak, just to make sure Dragon is healthy and good to go.
At the moment of liftoff, we will transfer authority over Dragon from our firing room in Florida to Mission Control here in Hawthorne. Mission Control will have insight and command of Dragon systems for the entirety of this upcoming mission. And since Dragon is a highly autonomous vehicle, our teams in Mission Control will be continuously monitoring the health and performance of the spacecraft through the entire duration of its journey. That's from liftoff all the way until Dragon splashes back down on Earth.
While there are a number of people on headset here in Mission Control right behind us, the mission director is the one in charge. It's also where the SpaceX Core, which stands for Crew Operations Responsible Engineer, who's essentially the voice talking to astronauts throughout their flight, will reside.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. SpaceX has successfully completed 22 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, and that includes 21 trips to the International Space Station. And to get us where we are today, not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, but we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
One of the most important safety features on Crew Dragon is the launch escape system. It's a huge advancement in the safety of human spaceflight, and SpaceX was able to demonstrate the system in 2 important tests. The first one coming back in 2015 with the pad abort test, which we're watching some video back from right now. And then a little bit more recently, last January of this year, the in-flight abort test. Dragon's launch escape system is outfitted with 8 Super Draco engines that are integrated directly into the spacecraft body. This enables Dragon to separate from Falcon 9 and carry astronauts to safety in case of an emergency on the launch pad or all the way up to orbit.
And in addition to the launch escape system, SpaceX has completed over 80 parachute tests, which includes nearly 30 tests of just the upgraded Mark III parachutes that's flying on today's vehicle. And that's to ensure a safe landing back on Earth, even in the unlikely event that one of those 4 main parachutes fails.
And we can't forget the significance of our first demonstration mission just last year. which itself was an end-to-end flight test to and from the International Space Station, just no actual humans on board. But now, though, let's go to the one and only SpaceX's principal integration engineer, John Insprucker, for our first status update. John?
Oh, you're so kind, Dan. Good morning from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. As Dan said, I'm John Insprucker, and I'll be bringing you status updates throughout today's countdown. We're currently just inside T-minus 4 hours, 9 minutes. Today, as mentioned, is our second launch attempt. The first attempt was scrubbed on the 27th. In that attempt, the team proceeded deep into the countdown, but when 3 weather rules concerning lightning and cloud cover were no-go, and there was no chance of improving, the SpaceX launch director stopped the countdown at just inside T-minus 17 minutes, and the launch was scrubbed. Now, following the scrub, we drained back the propellants from Falcon 9, and the crew left the capsule and returned to crew quarters. Now, since the scrub, Falcon 9 has remained vertical on the pad, as you can see there on the monitor. It's remained powered up. The launch crew currently reports no significant issues on the Falcon 9. Minimal activity has occurred on Dragon over the same period. The most significant task was topping off oxygen and nitrox in the environmental control system. Now, we just finished up a weather briefing to the crew a few minutes ago. Conditions at Kennedy Space Center for launch, 50% chance of violating conditions, which is also 50% chance of good conditions. The basic concerns are precipitation, cumulus thick clouds, anvil clouds, all related to the threat of lightning. We're also watching the weather downrange in case there is an abort and Dragon has to splash down off the coast. Further, several hundred kilometers away, we are watching a series of weather patterns that look like they're going to be good, so we are continuing into the count right now. Coming up at T-minus 4 hours, the SpaceX launch director will perform a poll. That'll verify the conditions are safe there at the pad to open it back up to just the support crew. That support team will enter the area and begin preparations for arrival of the astronauts at the White Room at about T-minus 3 hours. Following that poll, the launch director will provide a countdown status briefing. We might be able to hear that depending upon what's going on the nets. But right now, as the clock continues counting down, we're going to check in with Gary Jordan. He is with the flight control team at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Mission Control, Houston. How are the teams looking there, Gary?
Thank you, John, and welcome everyone to Mission Control Houston. This room you see behind me is one of 3 flight control rooms at the Johnson Space Center, also known as Flight Control Room 1. This is where teams monitor and direct all of the operations on the International Space Station. It remains staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And today the team is especially focused on monitoring today's launch operations and making final preparations for Bob and Doug to dock with the station tomorrow morning. Today, I'm joined remotely by NASA astronaut Rex Walheim, who was on that last flight from American shores 9 years ago, STS-135, with Doug Hurley. Rex flew on 2 shuttle missions before that and is now the Deputy Director of Safety and Mission Assurance here at the Johnson Space Center. Rex, thank you for joining me.
My pleasure, Gary. Nice to be here.
Now, Rex, we're closing in on the suit-up process for Bob and Doug down at the Cape. What were some of the thoughts going through your head as part of the crew suiting up for a shuttle flight for the very last time?
It's a really exciting time. You've kind of practiced it many times before, but this is for real. But again, you never know for sure whether it's going to be for real. So for STS-135, we only had a 30% chance of launching on our actual launch day. So you're thinking, it's probably not going to happen. But we got to be ready for game day. And so you get suited up. And you walk out those storied corridors where Neil Armstrong walked out before he went to the moon, and get on the Astrovan in our case and head out to the launch pad.
Rex, as I recall, the weather was not so favorable for STS-135 in the beginning of the day, but started looking a little bit better towards launch time, and you were able to get off the pad, though you had to scrub for weather on 110 and a few times on 122. It seems to be a normal thing for human spaceflight.
Yes, it is. It's like I say, you never know what your launch day is, so you have to be prepared anyways, no matter whether the vehicle may have issues that they're working at the last minute or the weather may not cooperate. So you get ready and do the countdown. And on STS-135, it didn't look very good. Like I said, we had only a 30% chance of go. And so we got out there anyways, and we got strapped in, and we weren't sure whether there was going to be go or not. And our commander looked outside and said, well, I got good news and I got bad news. The bad news, it's raining, but the good news is it looks like it's clearing to the west. And sure enough, they brought the count back down to T-9, where they checked the weather, and they decided it was go. And so, hey, we're going. This is going to be great. Then they brought the countdown all the way down to 31 seconds, and the clock stopped. We didn't get any alarms or anything, and we're kind of looking around, what's going on? And we heard over the intercom that the launch was halted due to a malfunction. And we're like, what kind of malfunction? And sure enough, we figured, okay, well, now we're not going to launch for sure. It's just 31 seconds from launch. We've only got like a minute hold time, and so your mood starts going down, and figured, well, doesn't look like it was going to be it. But turned out the team at the Kennedy Space Center knew what the problem was. They wanted to make sure that the gaseous oxygen hood, the arm, had moved out of the way so the shuttle could launch. They took a camera, verified it was, and then they picked up the count. And when they pick up the count from 31 seconds, we think, holy cow, now we really are going. And so it doesn't give you a whole lot of time to collect your thoughts, but all of a sudden, T-6 seconds, the engines start up, and at T-0, you feel that big jolt, and hey, it is today, and you get ready to do the mission.
Well, here's to hoping for the best today. NASA astronaut Rex Walheim, thank you for joining us. Let's go back to the Kennedy Space Center to watch the suit up in action as we continue to count down to launch. Leland.
Hey, thanks, Gary. Hey, Rex, it was so great to fly with you on STS-122, and I remember you turning to me saying, hey, Leland, it's going to be great, you're going to do great, and you made me feel so good about launching into space, and I just really appreciate your support and your kindness, and that was a great mission, and I really appreciate you, man.
Hey, it was great fun, Leland, but you're a pretty big guy, and so you didn't exactly leave a lot of space sitting next to you on launch for your buddy here. I kind of had to, kind of scrunch myself to the side. I remember that one sim we had where we put our spacesuits on and got into the simulator, got all strapped in. And you being a former NFL player, having played professional football, like I say, there wasn't a whole lot of room for me, so I kind of squeezed my way the best I could. But I remember saying to our commander, Steve Frick, I said, hey, Steve, next time we fly with a professional athlete, why don't we pick a jockey? So it was a little bit, crowded there, but it was a wonderful flight, and it was absolute pleasure to fly with you, Leland.
Likewise. And when you came home on 135, I was with your family. I remember it was a night landing, and I said, hey, Fergie's back. And your son, I'll never forget this, he said, hi, Dad. And it's all about the families. And you did such a great job on that mission, flying with Doug on that last shuttle mission. So thank you, Rex, for everything you've done. We're going to go live in crew quarters in a minute and see Bob and Doug suiting up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Rex. And my takeaway from what Rex had to say is, you're telling me there's a chance.
I know
there's a chance. There's a pretty good chance, actually, 50% in fact. And the astronaut crew quarters is where astronauts live in seclusion before missions to space, and it's where Bob and Doug have been living for the past 10 days. Now, the suit-up room inside of the crew quarters is something of a national landmark in and of itself. This room was first used as a suit-up room for Apollo 7 back in October 1968. And for every crew mission since then, when launching from U.S. soil, serving 400 different astronauts on a total of 150 missions. This is the room where Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins suited up over 50 years ago, where astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen suited up for the first shuttle flight, STS-1, back in 1981. And for every shuttle flight over the next 30 years, think of that. Every flight to the moon, every flight of Skylab and Apollo Soyuz, and every single space shuttle flight started in that room. And Leland, I know many of us have experienced some form of quarantine over the last several months, but I would imagine that 2 weeks in quarantine in preparation for a space flight is unlike any other time in your life. What were some traditions that took place?
Oh, we would get together and sit down and sometimes tell jokes and try to make the mood a little bit lighter. We would review our notes and things, but we would bring our families in and have a crew meal together with our families, and that was really touching. And it's just card games, different things to get ready for that iconic mission to space.
Absolutely. In many ways, everything prior to this moment was preparation, and everything after this is the mission. And prior to Wednesday's first attempt that we told you about, the suit-up room was last used for the final shuttle flight, STS-135, in 2011. And I want to mention one more detail about that mission. We want to show you a picture of the crew from the last American spaceflight launching from U.S. soil. In the picture, if we can bring it up, you'll see Doug Hurley. There it is, Doug Hurley. He was the pilot for STS-135. Today he is the commander of DM2, the spacecraft commander. Also suiting up for that mission was Chris Ferguson, Sandy Magnus, and Rex Walheim, who we just heard from a few minutes ago. And we are standing by to go into the suit up room. We just passed the T-minus 4 hour mark, so suit up is just beginning now, and there is our first look in the room. There is astronaut Doug Hurley getting into his spacesuit, and he's being helped by one of the suit technicians there. So this is our first look in the room. Again, Doug Hurley, he has flown into space 2 times before. He was the pilot on STS-127 and 135. And there's a wider shot. You can see astronaut Bob Behnken also in view now. Bob is to the right of your screen, and he also flew on 2 shuttle missions. Bob is a native of St. Ann, Missouri. So if you're watching from Missouri, especially St. Ann, wave hi, there's Bob. And Doug is from Appalachian, New York. He was born in Endicott, considers Appalachian his hometown. I know a lot of people there because I'm from there too, so if you're watching from upstate New York, shout out to you there too. This is so cool to see. Leland, this must bring back memories for you.
It does, but it's a little different than when I was suiting up, because there were Apollo era lazy boys that were sitting in and leaning back in, and now they're in these really incredible sleek suits, as well as these the seats that are actually the same seats that are in the Crew Dragon vehicle, and that's pretty amazing.
Yes, these seats are basically ground support equipment seats. They're pretty much the same as the ones in the vehicle, as Leland said. So what they're doing right now is strapping the crew into the seats to prepare for the 2 big checkouts that they're doing right now. They're going to do a comms check, a bidirectional comms check, where they're going to check that the microphones that are inside of the helmets that the crew are wearing, that the suit techs can communicate with them bidirectionally. And they'll also do a leak test, which is a pressure test where they'll pressurize the spacesuit. So the suits are much more than just futuristic looking outfits. They do look like they come from a sci-fi movie. But they, as we described, they're designed to connect directly into Dragon seats to provide communications, cooling, and the ability to pressurize if necessary. A moment ago, you may have seen one of the suit technicians attaching a big white umbilical to the leg of the suit. That is the way in which the communications and the airflow, all of that is happening through that umbilical, which is connected to the seat. So right now, as you can see, the team is getting the crew all buttoned up in their 5-point harnesses and getting ready for those checkouts.
And there's that worm again, Leland, right front and center. How does that make you feel on a spacesuit?
It makes me feel just great, Marie and Lauren. We have a lot of heritage and tradition with the meatball, but I'm able to be a little bit more flexible now that Lauren has beat this worm thing into me. No, but they're getting ready. They're focused. They've had breakfast. They've had chances to talk to friends and family, and it's getting real again. And that 50-50 chance, I'm saying positive on 50% chance of going. Seeing the suit techs around them with these futuristic-looking flight suits versus the white suits that we've had in the past. It's a transitioning from that old legacy to this new era in space travel. And I think working with NASA and SpaceX, working together as one team, it's just like what we do in space, work together as an international team to get things done.
Absolutely. And this group really gets to know each other well, too. There's a wave from Doug and a thumbs up. That's so cool to see. I mean, the people in that room get to know Bob and Doug really well because they've rehearsed this so many times, especially the suit techs. The suits are, custom made for each of the astronauts. So I feel like I couldn't even count the number of times they've had like suit fit checks and leak checks and just making sure every detail with the fit and the function is just perfect before they get ready to launch.
And interestingly enough, these suit techs are also the designers of the spacesuit. They've been working with the crew for years as we've been building these suits, their training suits, all of the training events in Hawthorne, where the crew is inside of the Buck, the capsule simulator. This is the team that's been working with them for years. The team that dressed Ripley, which is the ATD, the dummy that flew in Demo 1.
So mannequin, right?
Mannequin, Smarty.
The
There's
Smarty.
lots of names for Ripley.
But the point being, they've been with these suits from cradle to grave and have been working so closely with Bob and Doug.
Pressures and making sure everything looks good prior to arming the launch escape system, but not tracking a constraint at the moment. So overall, Dragon's healthy and ready for crew ingress.
Okay, thank you for the the update, MD, and this concludes the countdown briefing.
So you just heard in that briefing there, they're continuing to move forward towards launch. And as we have a view of Doug Hurley there adjusting his visor, again, he is the spacecraft commander for DM2. And while he continues the suit up process, we want to give you a closer look at the veteran Marine Corps fighter pilot and spaceflight pioneer.
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
You feel ready? Feel pumped?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX DM2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final space shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. When the engines shut off and you go from, in the case of the shuttle, you go from 3 Gs to 0 Gs instantaneously and things start floating. And I remember distinctly just thinking, what just happened? To see a rocket launch in person is, it's a pretty emotional event. I remember the first time I saw a shuttle launch and it was amazing. And then when I saw a shuttle launch with my wife on it, that is quite the emotional experience. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the DM2 mission to the International Space Station. We are doing the first crewed flight for NASA and for SpaceX. So this is the test flight to prove end-to-end from launch to docking to ISS operations and then entry, descent, and landing. This will be the first time the Dragon had a crew on board, and so there's a myriad of objectives we want to achieve for this mission. SpaceX has been responsible for design and essentially making this vehicle what it is. What the astronauts bring to the table is the crew vehicle interface. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work. To be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station, talking together, working through the challenges that simulators typically throw at you. It was really neat being part of it. It's just been an incredible undertaking to see where we've come just in the last 5 years that Bob and I have been a part of this, and to be, shortly flying to the International Space Station with the Crew Dragon. It overwhelms you to think about how many people have, in some way, shape, or form, touched this program and this vehicle to get us to this point. And we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many other people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, through his entire life, to get to where we are right now. As a test pilot, this would be the dream to fly a new vehicle. So it makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his hard work and his dreams come true for that.
It's been a long road in a lot of ways for not only us, but certainly for all the folks that work in the commercial crew program, as well as SpaceX in our case, just working to get to this point. It's been a huge amount of sacrifice and time away from home, but the fruits of our labor are coming to fruition.
We are now getting closer to when we expect to see the crew complete their suit checks and walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building.
And before they do, here's an introduction to the Joint Operations Commander for Demo 2, who you see to the left of your screen there, former Air Force flight test engineer Bob Behnken.
When you go through the launch day preparations, there's a lot of moments that kind of stand out to you. One is the kind of the celebratory piece of it, which is that you're walking out of the suit up room and getting in the vehicle that's going to take you to the launch pad. When you close the hatch, that's really when Doug and I are in the vehicle, and it's our vehicle, and we're really in control of the mission at that point.
Test pilots, their task proved that man could fly into orbit around the Earth and return live and well to talk about it.
There's always a balance of managing risk as you go forward to execute a test point and figuring out a way to collect the data. We hear a sound. Okay, is that sound an expected sound? Or we see a light, is that light an expected light? What's the source of it? Does it sync up with something else that's going on or not? So trying to dissect all of that in real time in your head is, a lot of things happen like that on launching of a vehicle.
From St. Anne, Missouri, he is an Air Force colonel and flight test engineer. He flew aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour twice. Introducing NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000. Went through the training program, primarily focused on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now. It's been really interesting, I think, for both my wife and I to have gone through the process of seeing each other launch in space. I've seen her take that risk and had it be in front of her, and I've done that to her. And there's just something different about watching a rocket launch when there are people on board. You feel a little bit differently about the pit of your stomach, and I can only tell you it's multiplied significantly when it's somebody that you know, and then somebody, of course, that's a family member. It's even multiplied more.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this. Now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. When is the last time humans launched on a new vehicle? Certainly on the American side, it's been several decades. Now we're in a time when we've got multiple vehicles under development. It's a great time from a space exploration time frame just to see all that happening, and it's because of this nurturing of the environment, being able to pull in a wider group of people who can contribute towards human spaceflight. It's a super cool time. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
And here is a live look again inside the suit-up room in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. We can see now NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. He's talking to the crew. You won't hear any audio in here, and actually we had some questions about this Wednesday because people were like, why can't I hear what they're saying? That's by design. It's not a mistake. We are really lucky to be able to show you this video live as they're suiting up, but you don't hear the audio because that's a little bit, you know, we try to give the crew a little bit of privacy, and so being able to talk freely and share really what's on their minds without having to worry about who's listening is part of the reason you don't hear audio in there. But that's Jim Bridenstine there talking to the crew, and it looks like Associate Administrator Jim Morehard is also in the room standing to the right of your screen.
And these are great moments to get a last chance to talk to the senior leadership of NASA as they're about to go off and launch into the cosmos. And I think when you look at how Bob and Doug complement each other, and how these SpaceX suits, you know, they really complement the astronauts too, because they're more form-fitted, they're custom-made, and this is a moment where they're getting ready to, you know, do the real deal. And Lauren, I think, you know, the integration of the suit and the vehicle and these seats is just really, really impressive. How y'all at SpaceX did that.
Yeah, the primary purpose of the spacesuit, it's a pressure suit. Now, the Dragon capsule is already pressurized, so even in the vacuum of space, the crew is safe when inside of Dragon, but in the unlikely event of an anomaly that causes the capsule to depressurize, we can actually flow oxygen or nitrox into the suit, and that will keep the astronauts pressurized in flight. So that's its main purpose. So it's that form and function, and some style there as well.
And for the kids out there that have 3D printers or have 3D printed, the actual helmets were made by 3D printing. So you could be a spacesuit designer yourself because you already have the skill set, and or fly in space one day if you wanted to.
And I'm curious about what kind of conversation might be going on with them. Looks like it's lighthearted. You can see Doug laughing there. I know that Mr. Bridenstine has said, you know, Bob and Doug, if you want to back out, it's not too late. I would imagine he may have said that again. I know they're ready to go. They're as eager as can be. And it looks like they may have another visitor coming in. Oh no, it looks like the administrator's just being passed something there, but
you know, and it's really important. I mean, we've trained for so long. We've gone through the malfunction processes. Now he's doing a selfie.
Of course, you got to do the selfie. I didn't see them do this on Wednesday, so they were probably kicking themselves when they walked out. Why didn't we do a selfie in there?
I wonder if he has that Instagram filter to put the glasses on. Do you think he has it on?
Well, you can tweet at him and find out.
Yeah, I might have to do that. No, this is a great lighthearted moment. It helps gets the guys in a good mindset to you know, go off in space in a very calm and cool and collected way. I think he's now taking pictures of some of the crew techs, the suit techs, which is fantastic. It's all about bringing the family and the team together, you know, making everyone feel comfortable on flight day and helping us get to space safely, as we always try to do.
And obviously this is a very serious mission. I mean, we don't want to make too much light of it, but Leland, you mentioned Wednesday, and I thought that was a really good point, why it's important to be able to joke around and keep things light as you're getting ready to go to the launch pad.
Yeah, you know, when I went up on 122 with Rex and we just talked to Rex, you know, we were, you know, in the caravan going over to the launch pad, we were kind of making some jokes, but even as we were suiting up, we would look over each other, we would get up and high five, and we'd say, hey, you're ready? Let's go, let's do this, you know, and it's just, you've already trained, you know how to do this, you've done it many, many times, and so I think it's that lightheartedness is good, but you know, right when you get in the vehicle, the 3, 2, 1 liftoff, that's when you're ready to go.
And they're the visitors making their way out of the room, and as we mentioned, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, I mean, they are two of the finest at what they do, and it's really starting to sink in that the mission is on as you see them in their spacesuits.
And seeing them in these suits has always been so inspiring to me from the first time that I saw them at Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters during training. It's kind of like a sci-fi film, but unlike a movie prop, which primarily just needs to look cool, our team designed the suit to maximize
Check, check. Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
To optimize the fit for the crew member.
Check this
We
out.
definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit.
Check, check, check.
And the outer
There
layer of
I
the
am.
suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat.
All right, so I'm just going to keep playing the main feed while I just fix my audio. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
It also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had to design the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreens, but the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit. So all of those things had to come together within the glove. It'll be obviously really amazing to see Bob and Doug in their flight suits, and I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware, it's not just a suit, it's a very personal thing. It's Bob's suit and it's Doug's suit. And so seeing the two of them in their suits, using it in flight will be just a really amazing thing.
And you're looking live at Launch Complex 39A. That is Crew Dragon in the center of your screen, sitting atop a two-stage Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket that will produce 1.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. We are keeping our fingers crossed that the weather cooperates. It's a 50-50 chance. It looks beautiful right now, but there may be some thunderstorms rolling in later, so we're keeping a close eye on the weather. In the meantime, we're going to head west to Hawthorne for an operational update. Dan?
Hey, Marie. We are here in Hawthorne still. The astronauts have a crew training facility that's equipped with both a cockpit simulator and a full-scale Dragon mock-up to conduct simulations both for nominal and off-nominal situations.
And recently, the SpaceX team shared the exact same ISS simulator that the astronauts train on with the public, so you can try your hand at docking the ISS. If you head over to iss-sim.spacex.com, you can try your hand at docking with the space station. And I've tried it once before. It was really difficult. It looks way more, it's more difficult than it actually is, I think.
Yeah, flying in space is really deceiving. Just when you think you're going really slow and everything's okay, the next thing you know, you're careening into the space station. So it's way harder. You have to go way slower than you think. It might take a couple of tries, but it's doable.
Yeah, but you guys should try it and check it out and see if you can do it. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for a quick update on Dragon and Falcon 9. John?
Well, we're coming up on T-minus 3 hours and 35 minutes. All continues to go well for today's launch. Now on the launch pad, Falcon 9 is powered on. Engine and stage checkouts were performed last night. All of those looked good. Now we're currently pressurizing gas storage vessels on both the first and second stage. And as I like to report, the good news is there's nothing significant to talk about on the rocket right now. Now on top of Falcon 9 is the Dragon spacecraft. That's being prepared for the crew. The Dragon propellant system was pressurized to final flight pressure about an hour ago. We had the support team arrive in the White Room just inside T-minus 4 hours, and we're waiting right now for the crew to walk out of the ONC building, and they should arrive at the pad by about T-minus 3 hours. For the Dragon spacecraft, all systems are also currently go. The Air Force range reports no issues at this time. The range will be maintaining both air and sea space clearance around the launch pad. They also help support things like putting the roadblocks up to prevent access to the hazard areas at both the launch site at 39A and around the Cape. Now, the big question, of course, is the weather. And as I said before, we all talk about it, but it's the one thing we can't do anything about. Weather is 50% probability of good conditions. We are going to be watching for the clouds, lightning, thunderstorms. The sea breeze is not as strong today, and that's going to not help push all of that back over Central Florida. But right now, things are looking good with both Falcon 9 and Dragon as we count down to liftoff. Now, we want to see where you're following today's launch from, so we're going to jump over to Tahira at our social desk.
Thanks, John. So glad to hear that things are at least looking good right now for this launch. Really hope it stays that way. So we just took a look at numbers of viewerships across our social media platforms, and there are now 500,000 of you tuning in for today's broadcast. Welcome, guys. We are so excited to have you. We also have the top cities right now tuning in, and that's Columbia, South Carolina, Houston, Texas, Los Angeles, New York, and Orlando. So it seems like the East Coast is really pulling today's viewership, but hey, last time on Wednesday, California came in and really stole the whole show away. Let's take a look at what's being shared online right now. So right now we have this future astronaut, and I don't know who he had to call, but it looks like he is in this SpaceX suit and his Tesla getting ready for round 2. Absolutely love it. Let's take a second look. Okay, right now we have a French bulldog. It looks like taking Bob's place for launch right now. This is so funny. We'd love to see it, guys. And so for those of you tuning in, be sure to use that hashtag LaunchAmerica on social media and show us how you're getting ready for liftoff. So earlier in the show, we polled users to see which NASA logo you're sporting for today's launch, and the results are in. So it looks like about 62% of you are wearing the meatball today, and that leaves the worm falling a little bit behind. But hey, now that the worm is back, maybe y'all will be sporting it more often. And so with that, let's head back to Marie at NASA Kennedy. Marie?
Thanks, Tahira. We have some really spirited reactions here. We're looking live at the ONC walkout doors, but I just have to tell you, Leland threw up his arms in the air in victory when he saw more people sporting the meatball, and Lauren looks like someone just kidnapped her dog.
I am shook.
Go worm, go worm, go away worm.
Oh, wow. You know, you can't predict, you know, how everyone else feels. That's the beauty of diversity of opinions, you know.
And other traditions like the meatball and the worm, or a card game that we play called Possum's Fargo. And you have to play enough hands to where the commander loses a hand before we can walk out. So that's probably going on right now, and they're getting ready to have Doug lose his hand.
Yes.
And then we can get in the elevator and come out and get in the spaceship.
Yep, so we're giving them that moment in private. And Leland, I wanted to ask you too, because I know, I mean, we had a scrub really late in the count yesterday. We got just under T-minus 17 minutes, and we were all like, oh, it was like a collective groan across the country, everybody watching. And I know you've been through a delay once yourself on one of your shuttle flights. And I wonder, you know, what does it take to kind of refocus yourself on day 2? I mean, do you go through all the exact same preparations? Do you do anything a little different? Is there a little bit of superstition involved?
No, not really. I mean, we try to keep everything the same way because we've practiced this way, and now we're in the real day. We're playing this way. So if you stay the same, kind of the same form and function that you've done before, nothing else hopefully will happen that's out of character to your mission. So I think we just try to stay the same way.
Yeah, that's good insight. And I know, you know, Bob and Doug, we heard them on the comms after that as they were detanking Falcon 9, and we're waiting for them to get out of Crew Dragon, and they were just cool, calm, collected, thanking the teams for doing a good job. Nobody's getting launch fever, and you know, they're going to do the same thing today. No matter how many people are watching, they're going to make the same call as they would if nobody was paying any attention.
Right, and I was talking to CJ Sturkow before I launched on my first mission, and he said that he made a mistake and flipped the wrong switch on Ascent, and he glommed on that and was about to make another mistake. But he said that he had to just focus and get back to, you know, grace under pressure so that he would make a third mistake, which could have been, you know, catastrophic. So that's what we always try to do, is to try to do everything the same way, be very deliberate, but be very graceful, not really try to overthink something, but try to stay safe.
Absolutely.
And calm.
Yeah, that's so key, and I know that's top of mind for all the SpaceX and NASA teams working on this today. And again, we're just standing by. We expect the crew is going to be leaving the suit-up room in just a couple of minutes, so we're giving them those last few minutes in private at the ONC building. And again, we're looking at the pad here. One of the other things that struck me, you know, we watched the videos about Bob and Doug, and when I went home on Wednesday, you know, because people saw, a lot of people who were watching and then, or maybe are watching again today, saw the videos about them, learned a little bit about their military background. My husband's a Marine, so he's like super pumped about Doug. You know, Doug tweeted Semper Fi, and so I know like all the Marines out there are like just super pumped about seeing this, and the airmen that are watching Bob, seeing them represent the Air Force. I mean, it's just such a cool moment for our military community, and as a military spouse, I definitely feel some of that pride.
So this is a microphone check.
Coming from the restaurant.
1, 2, check, check.
He was very excited about Doug as a Marine, and he's a Marine, and so Semper Fi was definitely something he said, Godspeed Semper Fi, go Crew Dragon. So it's our military people that are helping us with this launch, with the recovery, with all these other things. Is very important to the success of the mission.
Absolutely. And we want to turn our attention back to the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. If we could, we want to take you to a picture of the doors. There they are. Those are the doors at the back of the crew quarters building, and it's an area where family, friends, and members of the media can share one final moment with the crew before launch. Now, the walk through those doors has signaled the beginning of the march towards launch for every American mission to space since 1968. This
So
is
if you
the
all can
moment
hear
that
me
is
in chat,
immortalized on film and
please
video
let me
for
know right
400
now.
different astronauts from Apollo all the way through Space
I
Shuttle,
can't monitor
serving
this myself.
150 total missions, and soon, if the weather cooperates, mission number 151 with the first 2 commercial crew astronauts. These doors carry with them a legacy of purpose and action, and today they will announce to all of us the start of this, NASA's SpaceX Demo 2 mission.
And you saw just a little bit of my walkout from STS-129, my last mission. And I remember having my friends and family out there. There was my chemistry teacher that was in the crowd. She got me turned on to science and helped me actually become an astronaut. And I just remember her being in the crowd saying, "Go Leland!" And it was just such a memorable moment for me. It kind of got more rocket fuel in my veins, getting me ready for my mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just looking at a live picture outside of the building where we could see some of the folks gathered. We could see Doug and Bob's immediate families. There's a small contingent of media there. I mean, normally that place would be just kind of jam-packed with as many people as we could fit in there to capture that moment. We of course had to scale that back a little bit to maintain social distancing, but there's still a very excited group of people standing outside the building right now waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, it's so cool to see their families there.
All right, so this is another microphone check. Check testing 1, 2. Please let me know if this doing it this way is working. If you can hear me now.
Incredibly emotional moment. I have no doubt it will also be emotional again. But yeah, that I can only imagine what's going through their heads, you know, in that moment when they're just waving goodbye for the last time before flying. I mean, Leland, like, were you nervous? Were you?
You know, at that moment we were, you know, we had been a little jovial in the suit up walkout, but I think at that moment we're thinking about our families, leaving our families, but then at the same time we're going to do this incredible thing for helping advance our civilization. We are working as a team, all the other teams now with SpaceX and NASA and people all around the world really, you know, in recovery and all these things, helping us get to space so we can advance our civilization. And I think those moments are really heartfelt for us, that a team of people have helped us get to this point.
Absolutely. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it.
Yeah, we see that, and we see all those signatures of people that have helped us through training, through fit check, through all of these moments and getting ready for this mission. And it feels like they're going along with us on the ride.
Absolutely. And as we wait for the crew to come downstairs to the first floor, we will pause to honor today's efforts with our national anthem. Kelly Clarkson just blew us away with a fantastic rendition Wednesday. Here she is again.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Sorry about that, everybody. I had a couple little issues with the old software here. You know, I'm a hardware guy. That's a joke, by the way. So yeah. So we're here. So this is awesome. So let me just address some things really quickly. We have oh yeah, that's awesome. Oh, I just lost it. There we go. Basanta. Get me back on the screen. Basanta was staying up until the scrub on Wednesday at 2 a.m. Indian time. Hyped for today. Who needs sleep when you got such a launch to watch? I guess tonight it will be midnight for you because it's 2:30, 4:30. Yeah, 2 hours earlier scheduled. But glad you're here. Glad you're hyped. I am hyped. Danny from Japan. What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Are you here? You said see you in 4 hours. You're gonna tune back in at 2:30. I just figured I'd start streaming. Well, first of all, with all the audio problems I just had, I'm glad I didn't have those right when the launch was about to start. But yeah, I just figured I'd start streaming and get the hype train going and start talking about the different issues, talking about spaceflight. I want to talk about Blue Origin a little bit. Not a lot of people know about Blue Origin. I'm going to be showing some, so I'll probably keep the two right side cameras, and I'll just show some footage up here. Right now, up here, what I have for you is actual mission control. And fun fact, what's up, Ryan? What's up, Radin? And Mugabo, thank you for helping me, Mugabo. Thank you so much for helping me with the audio. So cool fact, right above me, that's mission control. So this is Launchpad 39A. Launchpad 39A is the historic one where, and I'll pull up a picture later of. I just have these cool like split screens of Apollo, Space Shuttle, and Crew Dragon, commercial crew. So SpaceX leased this pad starting in 2014. This launch pad. So one of the biggest differences is that the tower has to be different because it's a different spacecraft. And here they come. They're coming out. Bob and Doug. This is interesting enough to full screen, I think. And so yeah, the launch pad is awesome. The fact that it's the historic one where people went to this pad to go to the moon, and they had Corvettes in their picture. The moon picture is really cool. I'll pull that up in a minute too. And these guys have the Tesla Model X with the butterfly doors, and of course the SpaceX spacesuits. And we actually get some audio here. I guess I can move myself over a little bit, right? How's
now they
this?
are getting into the Tesla Model X that's going to take them to the launch pad, being strapped into their seats.
Their suit techs are attaching their umbilicals, so integrated into the Teslas. These are not just any Tesla you can just buy off the web or in a Tesla dealership.
They have
been outfitted
umbilicals in the
with
car?
cooling units, and that white umbilical, similar to what you saw in the the suit room, that umbilical is being connected to the suit to provide cooling air to the astronauts while they're
cool
on the
'em up.
way to the pad.
Keeping it cool.
And those Falcon wing doors are closing.
That is cool.
Super sleek.
The
a rapid departure.
the
from
umbilical
Astro
connects on the
van.
right thigh.
Yes, I would say so.
And then on the left thigh is where they put
And
the iPad
their flight
while
surgeon
they're in the capsule.
is in the front seat in the passenger side, taking the journey along with them.
As I mentioned last time, we always think about the technology and the rockets, but this is what it's all about. The families coming together, supporting the families, us working together as a team to ensure they get up there safely.
Oh, I
and
guess
back
that's
home
their
safely
family. I was
for
going to
their
say.
families.
They were supposed to be, I heard they were quarantining pretty heavily, or the heaviest, because
I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but
COVID
I
would
did
just
catch
be a
Bob telling his son
disaster if it was on
to be
this,
good for mom,
ISS.
make her life easy.
That's where they're going. They're going to the International Space Station.
As a parent, I appreciate that.
See that
So here they go. They're rolling out on their way to the pad. There's all these jokes about the cars being in I forget the name of the modes, but there's chill mode or valet mode where you can't drive it fast.
Now, as we watch the convoy begin their journey to Pad 39A, to our SpaceX and
summon
NASA
mode when
family
you
who over
like
the years made this
when you
mission
summon
reality
your
and have
Tesla,
worked
it
this
just
launch
like
campaign
goes
up
to you
this
really
point.
slowly, but you can
We
just
have
like
you
walk
here
in
in our
front of it
thoughts.
with your phone because it
And
just
we
goes to
wish
where you are
every
with your
one
phone.
of you could be here to
Because
see
that's how
this
slow
up
they're going to go.
close. But we want you to be part of this journey regardless of where you call home and regardless of where you're watching from today. And so for the next few minutes, we are going to follow the convoy, but highlight those whose words and hands and thoughts built all that we see here today. We hope all of you watching can feel the pride each of these NASA and SpaceX team members has for this drive out to the pad.
Another boat.
This is Laura Segura from the Commercial Crew Program. We're so excited about this historical day. Congratulations on being a part of
Get
the
rid of
very
this audio.
first
I know what you mean by exactly by another boat. I have the mission control audio. So this is mission control. I have separate audio from them, so we won't be interrupted too much while I'm answering your questions in the chat. So yesterday there was a prototype space vessel that was blown up, if that's what you're referring to as a boat. Oh wow, those trees in the feed look like at first glance I was like, are those clouds of explosion? But no. But I've just been looking at too many explosions in the past 24 hours. But yeah, so yesterday there was a pretty serious explosion. Nobody got hurt, as far as we know. We're pretty sure, 100% sure by now, that nobody got hurt. SpaceX does multiple things at the same time. You know, they got a lot of employees. They're an awesome company, and they are considered an essential company. So they weren't shut down at all with the pandemic, and they continued to test their Starship prototype. And they had a little boo-boo yesterday. They had a little accidente. If you're not aware, it was a rocket. It was like sort of a rocket. It's basically a fuel tank, no nose cone. They were testing the engine. So they do this thing called a static fire, where they keep the bottom of the spacecraft, or it's just the tube full of basically essential. I mean, there's other stuff involved, obviously, but tube full of propellant and rocket engine on the bottom. They bolt it to the ground so that it can't take off, and they fire the engine just to test the engine. And there was like a plumbing issue, and the whole thing blew up. And it was after a successful fire of the engine, so it wasn't the rocket. I don't know. We don't know exactly like what's to blame, but we did. You know, you can tell from the footage that they were trying to. They were in the stage of defueling. You know, they were taking the fuel. This mic. They were taking the fuel out of the rocket when some plumbing got ruptured, and you can just see methane spewing out of the Starship. It's called Starship Serial Number 4. I keep saying, like, tiptoeing around saying spacecraft because now it's definitely not going to space because it's in pieces. It really got blown up. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, we have a 50% chance of good weather for the launch, which is the same as when we were at this point on Wednesday. So let's go 50-50. 50-50 is not bad. I'll take 50-50. Not gonna say, oh, it's gonna not happen. You know, I don't like to be pessimistic about stuff. So yeah, there's the motorcade. That's cool. So as I said, above me is Mission Control. Right behind me is a little graphic showing the actual trajectory of the Falcon 9, which, as you should know, will have the Crew Dragon, the Dragon space capsule, on top of it. And it's actually really cool that, so, let's see if I can use my finger here. So that's the launch at Florida, right? And the red part is the engine burns, and there's a little part of green there where they turn off the engine, or I guess they throttle down. I'm assuming that's max Q. You'll hear them call out max Q when this launch actually happens. Max Q is when, and they say Q stands for dynamic pressure, maximum aerodynamic pressure. Sorry, and so as the rocket keeps accelerating through the thicker parts of the atmosphere, aerodynamic pressure gets stronger and stronger. And max Q is when it gets to its maximum. And the reason why it gets to its maximum around a point like that is because as you keep going up, you get into thinner parts of the atmosphere, and you keep accelerating, but the atmosphere gets thicker, so gets thinner, so it doesn't matter as much. Or it doesn't make your spacecraft. It doesn't try to break your spacecraft and your rocket. So then when there's the divergence right here, these two lines, that green line on the bottom that has the little red, that's the booster. So the bottom part of the rocket is just a first stage booster that most companies would just chuck. They just throw it away, land it. They don't land it. They crash it in the ocean. I guess you consider it a hard landing. And we are going to throw away a piece of this rocket. The second stage burns up in the atmosphere, and that's this red part here. That's the second stage turning on its engine. And second stage only has one engine, and it's vacuum optimized, so it has a bigger engine bell, and it is the right size and shape, and it's basically the same engine, but with a bell that's the right size and shape for not having any atmosphere around it. And then, of course, the hot gas that comes out of a rocket engine expands more in a vacuum, essentially. So it's a vacuum-optimized engine. So that's why they saved that one for up there in that part of the flight. And the first stage booster has 9 engines on it that are sea level engines. So they're better for actual liftoff. And they provide a lot of thrust, and it's awesome that they have 9. It's called the Falcon 9 rocket for that reason. 9 Merlin engines. They're called Merlin. So there's the vacuum Merlin and the sea level Merlins. It's awesome that they have 9 because one failed recently, actually. So this is a rocket, the Falcon 9, that's had like 85 or so launches. They started launching it a few years ago. SpaceX is a fairly new company. 2011, they were founded, I guess. I want to say founded in 2011. And, space flight is all about reliability, especially with humans. Without humans, it's all about reliability. And now it's like triple check everything after we've already triple checked it just for regular space flight. So, yeah. 1 second. So spaceflight is all about reliability. They got the 9 engines. One engine failed recently, and didn't blow up or anything, but it just stopped working. And the spacecraft, the rocket, the Falcon 9, was still able to complete the mission with the rest of the engines that were still working, which is pretty awesome. And they compensate too. So if an engine on one side of it fails, the other engine on the other side will throttle down, and other engines might throttle up, and that's pretty cool. So we were saying the landing. So this booster is not going to be thrown away. The first stage will land, and it'll land somewhere in that little red blotch area. I don't know if you can see that. I'll definitely blow up this picture. I won't blow up a boat, but I will blow up this picture. And show you. Actually, I'll do that right now, because that's so cool. So let's take this and interact. So this is a guy called Declan Murphy. I mean, that's his actual name. I don't know why I'm saying called. But look at what he makes. So this is the flight plan on the Earth. And you can see how it goes right up the coast. So this is Cape Canaveral in Florida. Launch pad, we'll zoom right in on launch pad 39A. And let's see how good this resolution. Oh, there's some clouds, of course. But of course, the actual weather. Oh, I can't. I'm trying to zoom pan around to get under the clouds, but no, the clouds are just a picture. This is a 2D image on a 3D ball that I have in front of me. So that ball being the Earth. So I assume this red area is like the serious exclusion zone. Like obviously no boats, planes. You can't fly or drive your boat through this area, this red area, and same thing for over here. So this is where the ASDS is going to be. It's a boat called Of Course I Still Love You is the name of the boat. It's an autonomous spaceport drone ship, which is really cool. So it'll be somewhere over here because the first stage booster, as we said, will launch and land there. So this green line in the background, if you look at this green line in the background, that's 254 miles, or about 254 miles above the Earth. And that is the orbit. And the reason why it is all the way over in the middle of the US is because, actually not because of the orbit of the spacecraft, but because of the Earth spinning. So, as we know, the Earth turns east, so it actually starts out, if we're looking, you get it. I'm just going to pan the Earth around so that it's moving east. The East Coast goes east. That's just how it works. So, if you can picture the rocket launch along this line, by the time it gets all the way around the Earth, the rocket, the Earth will be over here. And then the next one will be over the Midwest. And then the next orbit, the next circle that the spacecraft makes around the Earth will be over California, and then the Pacific Ocean, and so on. And this is one of the complicated things about orbital mechanics. The spacecraft doesn't spin with the Earth. It's not. You're not standing on the Earth anymore. You're not connected to the Earth, except for that you're just in space, right outside the atmosphere. Now it looks so, like, if you look at this planet, like, it looks so close. And this is what's called low Earth orbit. This orbit looks like it's right on the planet. And this line ending here is just, they just didn't keep going with it. But the flight plan does include this line, the end of this line extending and going past Antarctica. What I want to say that is. Yes, that is. Look at me, geography, with the simplest geography you could possibly ask. I haven't been looking at the chat here. No, nobody's chatted anything new. If you're just joining, welcome. We are doing a bit of a split screen here, where I'm showing the flight plan on the top left, and we got motorcades on the right sides, and it's a 50% chance of good weather. So I'm very optimistic. Very optimistic about that. So yeah, so back to this flight plan. I just can't get over this. So Declan Murphy, it's called flightclub.io if you want to check it out yourself. And why am I showing this twice on the screen? One behind me could be the other stuff I have prepared from flightclub.io, which is, make it happen here. Just a bunch of different graphs and stuff. Like this one right above my head is the velocity. So as that graph goes up, what are they driving around? They're taking a spinny do. They're just taking a spin. You know? Sometimes you got to take a spinny do. No. So they suit up and get all prepared at a facility that is a few miles away. And this is all planned out to like the minute. So they said goodbye to their families, and now they're arriving at Launch Pad 39A. And Mission Control, which I'll put above my head again, is, I wonder if we'll see them. And I don't know how delayed these different feeds are, but oh, look at them arriving at the rocket. Should we listen to some of this?
Scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny tiny, making their way up there. And so as they make their way up to the pad, we're going to throw it over now to Hawthorne, where Jesse and Dan are watching the action. Hi, guys.
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here. And
ironically enough, I got this mug a while back, like months and months and months ago. This is a 2019 mug, and it happened to be about 2020 problems. Oh, is it reversed, actually? Oh, I just realized it's probably reversed. So maybe that helps. Let's stay home. Also, just noticed here I'm not quite in the right place on the screen. So there we go. And back to split screen. So yeah, so I'm actually going to go back to this this flight path real quick because I just love it. So yeah, this guy Declan Murphy, you can go to flightclub.io. All these graphs behind me are cool stuff. You know, you got your altitude and how it changes. And then there's two lines. Like, I think this one is altitude. I can't quite read it from here, but this one is, you know, the booster coming down in altitude. And, you know, this goes up and then down. So I don't know if this is, it might be altitude. Because once you get as high as you're going to get, you need to circularize your orbit and perform a burn going sideways. So yeah, so this graph over here, which is velocity, is really cool because you can see it goes up and then levels off at that point. And that is when the engine stops firing because it stops, the whole rocket stops accumulating speed. It just stays at the same speed. And that's the name of the game with rocket science. They call it delta V. V standing for velocity. Delta, the Greek word or symbol, I guess I would say can I say word delta? Yeah, the Greek word for change. Delta V, baby. So yeah, so delta V is, you know, in this graph, you can see right there that the graph just keeps going straight after going up when the engine stops firing, and that is how fast, that's the velocity of the rocket. And then when it starts going up again, that second time there, that is the second stage firing its vacuum Raptor, which is awesome. So yeah, so going back into this, I'm just gonna zoom around this flight plan here. Where'd I put it? There it is. So yeah, this is awesome. This is what's up right here. I wonder if I can full screen this easily, and then you can see my gigantic purple mouse. Yeah, Yash. I was saying it's you can go to a website called flightclub.io. Right? Is that what it is? Flight Club. Sorry, flightclub.io. Definitely not flight.io. That's so this is flightclub.io. You can do /live, or you can just click the demo 2 mission. You can do this yourself. You can mess around with it, and I mean it's awesome. So I have a giant purple mouse. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I think this is going to be good. So I have a giant purple mouse. I can full screen this, and now I can point at stuff. Oh no, I can't actually control it when I do that, but that's okay. I can control it, and then just reach up. So yeah, as I was saying, there's a thing called max Q, right? So the red part is, so this red here is the exclusion zone, where you're not supposed to fly your plane, or drive your boat through, right? Because something, if something goes wrong, and also throughout any of this flight path, even up to after the first stage separates and like all the way down here, they can still abort. Not exactly sure what this red zone is. That might be the last chance.
At 2 hours 57 minutes, the crew has arrived at the pad on schedule.
Crew has arrived at the pad on schedule. So that's our crew communications feed that we have. So I know that this is probably where they plan on landing an abort if they need to abort anywhere along the coast, right? So if they need to abort anywhere here, they'll try to keep the momentum going so that they land somewhere here, because I bet they have rescue teams stationed nearby. They do not want to land anywhere here. This is like no man's land. It would take hours and hours. I don't even know how long it would take. Like a fighter jet isn't going to save 2 astronauts from a capsule that's floating in the water, from a failed capsule, like a capsule that just had a failure that's floating in the water, So, you got to get rescue teams out there in boats and helicopters. I guess the helicopter would get there first. Something really went wrong if they have to land here. And if they do have to abort and they overshoot this red zone here, what they do is they actually use the Super Draco engines. I think it's the Super, or not. I think it's the Super ones. Anyway, they use the engines, the rocket motors that are on the capsule to push themselves all the way to the Shannon rescue zone. And I believe there's an airport in Ireland called Shannon Airport, which is why they call it that. So super interesting, all the things planned. If they miss that splashdown zone, if they need to abort, they'll actually just do what's called abort to orbit. I think it's called abort to orbit. If they have some acronym, if it's not abort to orbit will suffice. That's what it is. You're aborting and you're keeping the capsule in orbit, and then they'll actually make another orbit, and they'll see how much fuel is left. Depending on fuel margins, they will figure out some place to land in the ocean somewhere near land where somebody can save them. And I say save, this capsule is awesome. It's meant to splash down. So the mission originally was to have, oh, that's awesome. The mission originally was to have the 2 weeks, the guys on Bob and Doug at the space station for 2 weeks around. And Wade Tucker. The mission originally was to have Bob and Doug at for a couple weeks, and then they've extended it to a month plus, which is pretty cool. There's only 3 people on the ISS right now, and only one of them is American. So Bob and Doug will be great. It'll be a great welcome for Bob and Doug when they arrive at the ISS. And so what is space? Space is a void. It is nothing. It's cool. There's actually, I guess I shouldn't say it's cool, but there's actually, and I'll illustrate this right above my head. The atmosphere, you know, as I said before, this low Earth orbit is super close to the Earth, right? It's like super close. So 250 miles in altitude, it looks like that. That's what it looks like. There's still atmosphere there. There's a little bit, you know. There's a little bit of atmosphere, and that induces drag. So there's a lot of station keeping that goes on to keep a spacecraft in orbit. Now, there are orbits that go way beyond. You know, there are orbits that go all the way out here. You know, you got your geosynchronous orbits, you got your mid Earth orbits, your high Earth orbit. You know, forget about going to the moon. We talk about that maybe on another stream, but there is less and less drag as you get up because there's still atmosphere. So actually, you thought you were joking around saying what is space? That was a good question, because I would like to point out that there is still some atmosphere in space, and that has to be dealt with. Here's how the orbits are going to look. The first two circles around the Earth are going to look going over parts of Africa and the Middle East and Europe. So yeah, this is pretty awesome. This is pretty awesome. I love this. So big shout out to Declan Murphy. If you go to flightclub.io, check out his Patreon maybe. Think about supporting him, because he does all this on his spare time, and he makes this a thing. Which is just so cool that we can just visualize this launch from Florida. Let's say hi to New York real quick, right? To all my New York people. What's up, New York? So this is what it would look like. Whoa, that got real brown and gray real quick. So this is, if you could see it, this is what it would look like from New York. You know, the spacecraft will be way too small and light not reflecting in the right directions for you to actually see it. But yeah, so this is what it would look like. So shout out in the comments where you are on the Earth, where you are in the Earth. Shout out in the, just like birds. Yeah, right. Shout out where you are in the chat. And I'd like to see what this would look like from your perspective. So I'm in New York, and we can actually get pretty close to where I live in Manhattan. Whoop, I broke it. I broke the whole thing. Where are we? We're in Jersey? Get me out of Jersey. There's Long Island right here. So we're getting close to, so say I was in Central Park and I looked up and could actually see it. That's what it would look like. And so now you see the, this is where the booster is landing, right? And that red, oh, I guess you can't see because of the curvature of the Earth. So you see the red just starts at the end there. And all this blue is just the rocket just floating through the air, essentially, with its momentum. So, but yeah, that's cool. So it'll just go right by. So the burn, that's interesting. Okay, so the burn of the second stage. So this let me just put my mouse on there again. This red line here is the second stage burning, with the capsule pushing Bob and Doug into a velocity that matches the International Space Station. That burn lasts all the way until it gets to about New York. Now, my whoa. All right, we'll get out of split screen. This is a kind of a wonky little program. So here's somebody's home, and here's what it would look like from their home. No, I'm just let me just check the chat real quick. Who's from where? Somebody shout out where you're from. I think we only have 10 or so people, but yeah, so this is in, we're back in Jersey, or this could be Pennsylvania, and this is what the launch would look like from Pennsylvania. So you can see, and now I'm high enough in the atmosphere, in altitude, to see the whole landing burn. And when I say landing burn, I'm talking about this red part right here. There's a name for it. I don't know if they call it landing burn, because the landing burn is like right when it lands, it burns again, right as it's landing. But this just slows it down so that it can land the booster when they save the booster. But if I get lower in altitude with the curvature of the Earth, you can barely see that burn at all, and it just looks blue, 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 blue until it gets that little bit of red. So, yeah, so this is fun. Big shout out to Declan Murphy. I hope I'm saying his name right, for making this. You know, he got a map of the Earth, I guess, did the 3D visualization. He's all about the numbers, so you can see the graphs behind me. He plugs in the numbers. He's a programmer, and then the program kind of spits this out. But I mean, this is just, it blows my mind every time, and I just love looking at this. Oh, that's interesting. So is there a little bit of lateral divergence there? Oh no, I thought there was. They're pretty much right next to each other, the lines there. I'm just trying to zoom in on these two, the red and blue line. So the blue line here is, make this big so I can show you what I'm talking about. So this blue line here is the booster, just floating through space, right? Oh, actually, this is before they separate. So I don't know. There's not supposed to be a blue line there. Actually, it's supposed to just look red, I think, because they separate. They separate, and then the vacuum engine takes over. And yeah, this is just awesome. No words for like a visualization like this that you can play around with if you want to play around with it. As I've said before, go to flightclub.io. Declan Murphy is awesome. And this is cool. On the other screens, we're watching the astronauts getting suited up. Anybody still in here from Hong Kong or India? Because I would like to see if you'd be able to. No, I guess with the curvature of the Earth, you're not going to be able to see any of this. I mean, you'll see it when it flies over your side of the Earth. Kind of hard to control this map. Here we go. So let's just go right smack towards the middle of India and look around. And there's some of the orbit. You just might get a peek of it if you could see it, and if you had a really, really powerful telescope. And actually, if I go close to the ground, I bet you can't. Yeah, it doesn't fly over. Doesn't directly fly over close enough to India for you to really see it. So Japan, that's going to be a no, at least not in the first two orbits. You know, this first orbit is the one going across Europe this way. I should not say things without showing them. So this is the first orbit, and this is the second orbit. So as it goes around the Earth for the first time, this is where the Earth is, and the spacecraft does not move side to side. It just keeps going forward while the Earth spins. And of course, as we all know, the Earth spins this way. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That is wrong. I just went the wrong way. The Earth spins east. So the right side of Africa goes east, like this. And that's why this here is the second orbit. So I'm going to just reset this back to a view of the, I mean, the coolest part with a SpaceX launch is actually, to me, the secondary mission usually, which is to land the booster. The primary mission is to get these two gentlemen safely to the International Space Station. So, yeah, Google Maps isn't quite, yeah, it looks like an old version of Google Maps. Like if you look at Google Maps, I don't know if it, yeah, I guess it still does. Yeah, he just pasted Google Maps around a globe, or just this whole globe is part of a Google Maps API is more likely. So he used a Google Maps API to get this going. Imagine living in Florida, like, and being able to go. Imagine living in this house right here with that pool. Oh yeah, hang out in the pool, and then just look up. And I'm not gonna be able to quite look up enough with the way this app works, but yeah, hang out in that pool, And look at that. Wow. That's probably so awesome. I saw some footage of a plane from a plane of a space shuttle launch. Or no, it wasn't a space shuttle launch, but it was a launch that was pretty awesome. I don't remember which launch it was. Wow, so even here in Florida with the curvature of the Earth, you can't actually see I forgot you can't see my mouse in that mode. Even here in Florida with the curvature of the Earth, you can't actually see the launch pad. And I mean, you wouldn't be able to anyway with light pollution and all sorts of issues, but you'd be able to see the rocket once it got high enough, and that would be cool if there wasn't clouds and all these other issues and stuff. So I'm actually going to leave, so let's just leave this like this. We'll come back to this flight plan in a little bit if people want to. As I said, check it out yourself. Flightclub.io. I'm going to just put that in the chat. And we'll listen to some of the official SpaceX feed while I do a few things.
Some 42 minutes from now, when the launch crew officially gets on console in the firing room. All systems on Falcon 9 are currently go. The range continues to be green on the support side. The areas around the pad obviously clear except for the folks doing the entry into the capsule. Air and sea space are clear. We hear helicopter go by from time to time. The big concern is weather forecast. We are continuing right now at a 50% probability of violation of the weather constraints. The big concerns are going to be the thick clouds, precipitation, possibility of lightning. I mentioned earlier, normally you get a strong sea breeze from the ocean that pushes inland and keeps the clouds from Central Florida from building up. But today the sea breeze is fairly weak, so we expect the thunderstorms will get closer to the launch pad. We're also checking downrange conditions. If there's a contingency splashdown of Dragon, we're looking at essentially the wave heights, lightning, rain along the trajectory. Right now it's marginal, but it is still go. We do expect that to improve slightly during the day. So fingers crossed there that the downrange weather looks good. But right now at T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes as the clock continues to count down, all systems are go for launch.
All right, thanks, John I. And as we watch Bob and Doug get buckled into their seats, I'm joined once again by SpaceX's Jessica Jensen, just to kind of walk through everybody what made Dragon a 21st century spacecraft. So first off, thanks for coming in today. I know you got to come in for a launch. That's always tough.
Of course.
Walk us through again kind of Dragon's life history. I mean, we have one in a clean room pretty soon right behind us. Walk us how we got to where we are today to have Bob and Doug climbing into that spacecraft.
Sure. So SpaceX was founded to make life multiplanetary. That was why Elon started the company back in 2002. But also when he founded the company, we were a very small company for several years. And so we had to look for opportunities to, hey, how do you go from being a small company to actually putting people into orbit? So when NASA came out with the need to fly cargo to and from the International Space Station, we jumped on that because we said, hey, first, not only is carrying cargo to and from the space station cool, I bet we could actually then fly people to the International Space Station. And hey, for 8 years now, we've been flying cargo.
Yeah.
And then now we have transitioned over into flying crew and cargo together. So that's basically been the evolution of Dragon, and it's been awesome.
And I know when we see Falcon 9, we get to talk a lot about reusability. Everyone is very familiar with the first stage coming back down and how cool that looks. Dragon is also designed with some reusability. In fact, you've flown Dragon multiple times, or you've flown Dragons multiple times to the space station. How does reusability factor into Dragon's life cycle?
Yeah, so I'll actually talk a little bit about both, because one thing I think everyone always thinks about reusability and, hey, it saves money, or that's great, but reusability actually improves your reliability. So when we get Falcons back and when we get Dragons back, either after one mission or multiple mission, we can do all these detailed inspections on them. And that's super important because when you fly a vehicle, you can only have so many sensors on it. You can't put a sensor, every single inch of a rocket or a spacecraft.
And there's already way more than I think anybody realizes.
Exactly. But so, especially for rockets that wind up in the ocean, some people don't have any idea of what they actually went through. So the fact that we get all the hardware back, we were able to inspect literally every square inch of it and make small design changes that actually improve reliability for the whole fleet. So even though Bob and Doug are on a brand new rocket and a brand new spacecraft, those spacecraft are actually more reliable based on the knowledge we've learned from reusability.
We've walked people through a lot of the new systems on Dragon. What are just some of the cool things that are maybe beneath the surface that people don't know about with Dragon?
So I think one of the coolest things is the autonomous docking system. And what that is it's basically we have, GPS sensors on Dragon, but then we also have cameras and imaging sensors such as a LiDAR on basically the nose cone or the front part of Dragon as it's approaching the space station. And all these sensors are feeding data back to our flight computer to say, hey, how far away am I from the space station? What's my relative velocity to the space station? And then that feeds into the flight computer, which has algorithms written by our engineers to say, okay, based on how far away you are in your rates, here's how you fire the thrusters to most effectively get to the docking target. And I think that's just super cool.
Well, I mean, we're all waiting for our cars to drive ourselves to work, and for Bob and Doug, that's exactly what it's doing for them.
Exactly. And what I think is so cool is the computer does this just like flawlessly. It's easy. When I tried to do it, I failed miserably. I tried to dock Dragon to the ISS 3 times and I failed. Fourth time I got it.
Good morning.
And I will tell the public out there that on our website we actually have a Dragon ISS simulator, so you yourself can try and fire the thrusters and see how well you do. Maybe I'm just a bad driver, but I think the flight computer does a really good job.
I think we all had fun with it. All right, well, we are just starting to hear. They're going to start up those comm checks with Bob and Doug.
CDR, PLT, comm check, umbilical.
So let's listen in.
There goes my mic. I have mission control audio, and let's see if it is working. Mission control audio. It was working before.
And again, we're just listening in. They're doing these comm checks, these communication checks. So Bob and Doug are going to do a series of these checkouts with the teams on the ground, both the Corps here in Hawthorne and the launch director out in Florida. And they're going to be doing this over Dragon to ground. And they're also going to be doing it over the countdown net. Those are the 2 main loops or nets that you're going to hear going out. And they're going to be doing it through their different communications paths. We heard them do through the TDRS, or the tracking data and relay satellites. Those are those primary satellites that we're going to be used to talk to Bob and Doug throughout their flight and to send commands to Dragon. They'll also do it through ground stations. SpaceX has a worldwide network of ground stations that they're able to communicate with the vehicle. And that's what we'll be using to get video inside the cabin of Bob and Doug on their flight up. So if you tuned in the other day, this is one of the first things that they do once they get inside the vehicle, and this is just to make sure all the communication systems with the Dragon spacecraft, with the suits, everything are working. They're able to talk to and hear everybody on the ground.
That's an awesome shot. Look at that.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, ground stations.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
Standing by. That is such a cool shot. So yeah, they got the iPad on the left leg, left thigh, and
just a reminder, you're hearing the
umbilical
Core.
on the
That's
right.
The crew operations responsible engineer. That's, if you've followed NASA missions in the past, that's the Capcom position. That is this pretty much the singular voice that's talking to the astronauts throughout their flight. And that's a position based here in Hawthorne, California. And you'll also hear
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, TDRS.
I wonder if it's like
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check complete. Stand by with comm checks. with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
I wonder if it's more soothing.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1.
Hello.
Check.
I wonder if it's more soothing to have like a female voice.
SpaceX, Jason, loud and clear.
Copy, loud and clear. Glad to have you guys on board. Stand by for comm check on Dragon aground.
You know, just psychologically.
Dragon, MD, Dragon aground, comm check.
You know, you have these devices. Like some people, you turn on your TV. I guess my TV doesn't talk
MD,
to me.
Dragon, loud and clear.
What talk? So many devices like marketing.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
The companies
Dragon,
are like
launch director on countdown 1, comm check.
They program a female voice to say hello or whatever, you know. Or actually, oh no, I know what I'm thinking of. I have like a Bluetooth.
Loud and clear.
I have you the same, and good afternoon. Stand by for my comm check on Dragon aground.
I have a Bluetooth device that whenever I turn it on, it's, you know.
Dragon,
and then
SpaceX,
when I turn it off,
Dragon aground, comm check.
Goodbye. But this guy's voice is cool. So we're just talking about
loud and clear.
the guy's voice we were listening to
I
is
have you the same.
the soul voice that the astronauts hear in their ear.
Dragon, SpaceX, this concludes our launch configuration comm checks. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Seat rotation. That's exciting. So yeah, the seats actually
Dragon will put that in work.
move. You know what's interesting is that the helmets don't really move.
Checks were done successfully, and you could even see.
If you look in their inside if you look inside their 3D printed helmets, you can see their heads moving around. The helmets don't really move. They actually had to like bend back on their knees to look up at the Falcon 9 rocket when they were on the ground. It was pretty interesting footage I saw of that, because they could not tilt their head back in the helmet, which does not sound too fun, but that suit could save their lives. And the main thing about it, as I've said before, it's a space suit, right? It's a flight suit. It's not for a spacewalk, you know, also known as an EVA, extravehicular activity, because it doesn't have all the, you know, you've seen those thick spacesuits for the EVAs that really block out the heat from the sun, and they're heated so that, you know, you don't freeze up in the shadows, if you're in the shadow of the Earth or the shadow of your own spacecraft or whatever. So yeah, they're not meant for EVAs, but they are meant to pressurize, and that's what the umbilical is for on the right thigh that connects there. They'll feed oxygen or nitrox into the suit. And I'd like to correct myself from earlier. I said SpaceX was founded in 2011. That is wrong. There was a major milestone, I'm sure, in 2011, which is why I thought that, but I believe we just heard on stream from the SpaceX official stream that SpaceX was founded in 2002, I believe they said. So yeah, we'll continue listening in.
How does this ever get built?
I'm gonna keep going with some commentary in a little bit. We got a while for the launch. We got another hour and a half of them. Let's see. According to Tim, T-minus 215 seats rotate in. So fueling no fuel is 45 minutes before the launch. So we're supposed to go at 2:30. I have almost 1 p.m. Is my clock wrong? I don't even have any other clocks. Yeah, so seat rotation is supposed to be 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's up next. So we got a little bit of ways to go. So I'm just going to listen to some of this stuff, and then I'll come back on and we can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Blue Origin, if you guys want to learn about other stuff, or if you're curious about anything, let me know in the chat. I would love to talk about all the different things. Here comes seat rotation.
It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
All right, and confirmation the seats are in the launch position. Let's go down now to Gary in Mission Control Houston, where I know the entire JSC team is standing by and ready to see Dragon take flight today. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. Very much so. Great to see good comm checks from Bob and Doug, and that their seats have been rotated into their launch position. Here in Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville has pulled space station flight controllers, and all systems are go for launch from the space station side of things. Essentially, the station is prepared for Dragon to arrive 19 hours after launch. Chris Cassidy has completed his preparations for Bob and Doug to arrive. He's got a chance to view some of the broadcasts. It even said they were, quote, looking sharp. Flight controllers here will monitor the countdown, but really it's up to the teams in Kennedy and Hawthorne to get us to liftoff at this point. So we want to hear your comments as we continue to count down to launch. So let's go to the social desk now. Tahira.
Thanks, Gary. So glad to hear that polls are go, at least on your end, and just hoping this weather just works out good for today's launch. I mean, people online are on the edge of their seats. We just checked numbers, and we are up to 1.1 million viewers right now. That's almost double when we checked last time. And right now, we also have Columbia, South Carolina is leading the viewership, so interesting to see how that changes. Let's take a broader look at the conversation online with this heat map of the United States. Now, this shows Launch America mentions by state over the past week, and we have California leading right now with the most mentions, and I'm very surprised. I really thought the Space Coast would take it home, but let's see how this changes over the course of the broadcast. And with that, let's see what y'all are posting online right now. Guys, I mean, check out these outfits. Absolutely love it. Love to just see how people are making things creative for this launch and really making it their own, putting their personal touch on it. Let's take a look at another. Oh, we are back to the Launch America heat mentions, so let's see how that changes over the course of this broadcast. But really fun to see those photos online. Oh, we have another space pet, guys. These do not get old, so please use hashtag Launch America on social media. Right now, it looks like we have Astronaut Boris, who is ready for his launch in the Crew Dragon capsule. I love seeing the pet owners unite for this mission. So like I said, definitely use that hashtag. We will be looking for it during the show. Marie, what's the latest at Kennedy?
Thanks to Hero, we are at T-minus 2 hours, 26 minutes, 47 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, carrying NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. You see them right now aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft. It's been a very exciting day so far. The crew has been up since about 8 o'clock this morning as they prepare to head to the International Space Station as part of this DM2 mission for NASA.
And as we speak, the astronauts, as you saw, are inside Dragon and have completed their comm checks, so now they can communicate with the teams here on the ground. And their seats have rotated upright to their reclined launch positions, allowing them to see and access the display panel. And now they are about to, they initiate their own suit leak checks to make sure that their suit is in proper working condition before liftoff.
And in just a little bit, at about T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, it could happen a little bit sooner though, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, we will see the closeout team begin to close the side hatch in preparation for flight. And that's going to be one of the key visual milestones on the timeline to liftoff. Now, we want to take you to a couple of special guests we have joining us. They are with Daryl Nail at the OSB-2 viewing location, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, and also Kennedy Space Center Director Bob Cabana is there with Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Hi, Marie. That's right. We're in the fifth floor of the Operations and Support Building here at the Kennedy Space Center with a nice view of Launch Complex 39. And the two men that you mentioned are here to join me to answer a few questions. We're excited to have them both here. And they are, of course, Bob Cabana, the Director of the Kennedy Space Center, and Jim Bridenstine, Administrator for NASA. Gentlemen, thanks again for making the time to be here. Of course, the big story right now, Jim, is the weather. So let's talk a little bit about that. We can see there's some clouds building. That was forecast. You took part in a weather briefing this morning. What do you know about the weather and the decision that was made to say, hey, let's give this another shot today?
Yeah, so what got us last time was the electricity in the atmosphere, and of course today there are in fact buildups. It doesn't look like there are thunderstorms at this time, but they are expected. The question is, when do those thunderstorms go away, and when those thunderstorms materialize, where are they located? We are predicting about a 50-50 shot of going this time, but given the fact that we are in late May in Florida, we have to take every shot we can get. So It's not likely that in a couple of days it's going to be any better than it is today. So we are a go for launch right now, and we are hoping that the weather will hold up. We almost made it on Wednesday, and the trend is better today than it was on Wednesday. So we'll see.
And I saw a forecast that said the clearing is supposed to happen right around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So
that's right.
We're hoping that
launch is at 3:22,
right.
clearing, at the earliest 3 o'clock, at the latest 3:30. So depending on when that happens, we'll either be go or no go. But again, we're going to take every shot we've got.
Also watching the downrange weather for a
That's right.
potential rescue in case there were an abort.
That's right. So we have these staging areas. When we go from the first stage to the second stage, that's a higher risk evolution. We want to make sure that in the case we have to exercise the launch abort at that point, that the weather is good. And of course, that's off the coast of North Carolina. The big thing there is it's great that we have a launch abort capability. The challenge is that launch abort capability includes parachutes. And with parachutes, you've got to make sure that you've got the weather to come down. If there are thunderstorms or downbursts or high winds, that's problematic for the parachute system.
Right, and sea states as well, bouncing that
Exactly.
capsule around in the ocean. Bob, of course, you're an astronaut. You know what it's like to hit the reset button and do it all over again. Get into the spacecraft, get ready to go, only to be told, no, we're not going to go today. We're going to try it again. What's that like? And then tell me about the mindset as you have to kind of reset. Do you feel less anxious? Do you feel more comfortable the second time around?
You know, Daryl, first off, my last flight, we counted down to 18 seconds and didn't go. Man, and when you get to 18 seconds, you're ready. Yeah. The key is, it's the training that we go through, all the repetition that we do. We practice everything, including scrubs. And just because you didn't launch doesn't mean you don't have something to do. So you got to go through those back out procedures. It's all done very professionally. Then it was out of the vehicle and into the Astrovan, back to crew quarters. And we had a positive attitude. We got a good night's rest. And we went through it again. It's a matter of doing your job. And these guys are well prepared. It's all part of what we do.
Yeah, they stopped the count at 17 minutes, but you had it all the way up to just a few seconds. That's a big difference.
And the truth is, the next night, actually everything went really better. The weather was bad the first time. I was kind of glad we scrubbed. And we scrubbed for an issue with the vehicle that they later sorted out. As it turned out, we wouldn't have had enough prop to rendezvous with the Russian functional cargo block. But the next night, it was just a perfectly smooth launch count. Everything just went like clockwork, and it set the stage for an awesome mission.
I think you told the press before you walked out, I think you were over there at Astronaut Crew Quarters, we're going today. I'm wondering where's the source of that confidence coming from?
I just got a feeling, you got to have a positive attitude. I watched a lot of weather down here supporting shuttle missions, and I'm hoping that those clouds over the I-95 corridor, that the Indian River keeps them west of us, and that stuff that's building offshore is far enough off that we can stay in an open window here at the Cape.
Good. Well, we got your positive vibe going, and we appreciate that. Jim, when you were down in the astronaut crew quarters and when they were suiting up, you got a second chance to visit with the astronauts. Kind of tell us about that, and what was their demeanor, what was their mood today?
So again, they seem loose. They were loose last time, they're loose this time. They're definitely ready to go. They're excited. They've been wanting to go for a long time now. I'll tell you one thing that I thought was a little interesting is, Bob Behnken was making fun of Doug Hurley because on Doug's last flight, they scrubbed 5 times before launching on the 6th time. So Bob Behnken seems to think that Doug Hurley is the problem in this case. But to see them joking about that as they're getting suited up, ready to go, yes, they're trained, they're ready, but they're also loose, and that's good to see because they're going to have to be on their game when we launch.
These guys are pretty impressive, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. I mean, Doug Hurley, an incredible pilot. Bob Behnken, he's got a PhD in mechanical engineering.
And he's a flight test engineer himself in the Air Force. Yeah.
Well, in your assessment, why are these guys the right stuff?
Well, this is a test flight, and we have great astronauts that are chemists. We have great astronauts that are botanists. We have really talented and diverse, a very very diverse astronaut corps in general. But this is a test flight, and for a test flight, what do you want? You want test pilots. You want people that, for a living, they have made a living flying new things that have never been flown before. And Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the 2 people that you would want in a test flight, and that's exactly what this is.
Bob, you're a pilot too. You want to weigh in on Doug Hurley? He seems like he's got the right mentality
what
and
can
smooth
I say?
customer.
He's a naval aviator, a marine pilot, a test pilot. I'm all in. He's a great guy.
Yeah, yeah. And tell me a little bit about in terms of the Kennedy Space Center, right? So you've been here since 2007, right?
2008.
2008. Sorry, off by 1 year. 2011, the Atlantis came to a wheel stop. Yeah, I grew up here. My dad worked for NASA. My uncle was a contractor. When that wheel stop happened, the next day, my uncle got the layoff notice, right? And it 30, 60 days. It was depressing. We're talking about thousands of people laid off.
Super depressing. Atlantis landed on a Thursday. On Friday, 2,000 contractors got pink slips and walked out the door. Yet they worked on that vehicle. That was the best vehicle we ever flew, the cleanest. That's the dedication of the workforce here.
Right. So, and take me back to that time. You called it a depressing time. You know, the fact that the shuttle program was something that the government completely had ownership of and paid for. Now we're moving into this commercial crew, which you've overseen making that transition. And tell me about that 9 years in which we made that move.
Well, obviously, everybody was really attached to the shuttle. I mean, it was our history for 30 years and did an awesome job. The Hubble Space Telescope, all the satellites it deployed, building the International Space Station. But when I first got here, I told everybody the shuttle program's going to end. We have to start preparing for our future, and nobody wanted that to hear that. But how many times in your life do you get to define what you want your future to be? And we set out on this bold goal of trying to turn KSC into a multi-user spaceport, supporting both government and commercial operations. And I've got a very persistent team.
Jonathan.
They worked extremely hard. And through a number
Deuce
of
is in the
agreements, you know,
house.
we were able to make it happen. And this is the future. Commercial
Welcome.
spaceflight, you know, the administrator says it all the time. We want to establish a commercial environment in low Earth orbit so that we can focus on the hard job of exploring beyond our home planet.
So did I hear them say
establish that
3:30?
presence in our solar system beyond planet Earth. Establish
Actually, you know, I'll
presence
just
on the
turn it
moon,
down
get to
actually,
Mars,
for a
establish
quick
the
second while I
presence
talk
there.
to you. So I think I said 3:30 is the new time. 50-50 chance on weather, possible electrical issues as we had on Wednesday, but
quick question.
50-50. That means 50% chance of good weather.
Jim, you took him around the first time.
Yeah, so we've been talking about spaceflight. We've been talking about the trajectory.
That's right. So
is right behind me there. That bottom part of it is the booster landing, which is one of the most exciting parts for me, even though it's only a secondary mission. Primary mission is to get these gentlemen safely into orbit so they can dock with the International Space Station. You got mission control above me if you're just tuning in. To the right of me is Everyday Astronaut. He has a separate switcher, switching through different cameras. That's looking foggy now. That wasn't foggy like that before. This is inside the top of the tower, where the walkway is extended, and they're just getting Bob and Doug, our awesome astronauts, all situated inside.
And now we're going to have commercial crew.
Yeah, I got
Bob has done a wonderful job transforming this.
So we got some time here, and I got some content prepared. I wanted to talk about the explosion yesterday. I wanted to talk about the company that many people don't know about that Jeff Bezos owns, and it's not Amazon. It's called Blue Origin. And I have some video to show about that stuff, but I don't know if we'll get into that quite yet. Not a lot of people are watching yet. And I originally thought the launch was 2:30 p.m., which was what they originally announced on Wednesday. I think that's what they said, but did I hear a 3:30?
Everybody wants to see the
Let me look that up real quick. Make sure I don't want to tell you anything false. I will be right back.
And that's what we're building here.
Yeah, it's key to it all is that bipartisan support, and of course, what the work that Bob's been doing here. You can see the commercial activity all around this place. We're going to get to some questions on social media real quick that our audience wants to find out. So the first question is from James on Twitter, and he asks, "What is the hardest part of going to space?" And we're going to have to give that question to Bob.
Well, Daryl, you know, nothing's hard if you prepare for it. And what we are afraid of is stuff we don't have knowledge about. And that's what we do when we learn how to be astronauts. We train, okay? You spend a long time as an astronaut candidate learning. You spend a long time preparing for a mission. For an International Space Station mission, training around the world on all the different modules and everything, you know, it's like 2.5 years of training. before you get on orbit for that time to actually do your work. So I'd have to say the hardest part is the preparation for it. But you are so prepared when you go. You just have total confidence. You know that you are very well trained for what you're going to do. You have an outstanding team on the ground supporting you. And that is so important to have that ground support as you climb into that vehicle. You know that they've done their very best to ensure your safety and a successful mission. But after that, it's a piece of cake, except no simulator on Earth can prepare you for what those guys are going to feel. It's better than a cat shot off an aircraft carrier.
I believe it. Maybe one day I'll get to try. The commercialization effort means we want everybody to be able to fly into space. That's the goal.
That's a great point about preparation, because that's not the highly visible part. The launch is, and so it's good to know that all that preparation leads to that confidence. By the way, just an update operationally, they're getting ready to close the hatch door. You can see on your screen there, the workers there are getting ready to get that closed, and working on that right there with Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken on the inside of Crew Dragon. Our next question is from Mathis on Twitter, and he asks, what kind of operations will the astronauts do between the liftoff and docking with the International Space Station? I know you pay a lot of attention, Jim, to the operations, especially of this mission.
You bet.
What do you know about that?
So there's a number of things. The first thing that they have to do is, of course, we've got a number of burns to get in phase with the International Space Station. We've got some boost burns as well. We're talking about, operating the rocket engine to get in alignment with the space station. But I'll tell you, the biggest thing that we need the astronauts to do once they get on orbit and before they dock is rest. We need them to eat, we need them to rest, we need them to be prepared for that docking. Once they are in the range of the International Space Station, they're going to start maneuvering the spacecraft themselves. Not automatic, but they're going to do it themselves. They are in fact test pilots, and as test pilots they will test fly this vehicle to make sure that it operates as advertised. And of course then they will dock with the International Space Station. And a unique capability here is it's automatic rendezvous and automatic docking, and so we're going to be able to see that for the first time as well.
That's going to be exciting to see. Thank you for sharing that with us. Jim Bridenstine, Administrator of NASA, Bob Cabana, Director of the Kennedy Space Center, thank you both for joining us. And we're going to send it back to Marie in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl and Mr. Bridenstine and Mr. Cabana for joining us. You can see some clouds starting to gather over Launch Complex 39A. We're keeping a close eye on weather. Again, 50% chance of launching today. We just got to see what the weather's going to do. A little bit ago, we heard the crew complete their comm checks live on the air. We saw their seats rotate. That helps get them into a little bit more comfortable position for the G-forces during launch. And more importantly, it helps them be in a better position to interact with the screens in front of them. They completed their suit leak checks. We saw during the interview just a few minutes ago the hatch begin to close, and so inside the white room there, the pad closeout team is in there still doing some work. That hatch closes, it's not as simple as just closing the car door. There's a process
purple.
to seal it and check it and make sure
quite
that
purple. That's just that one camera looks purple. So yeah,
that's
3:22 p.m. is the targeted launch time here. And
leak check. What they'll do
if
is
weather is, that's one cloud going over hours before launch.
They don't have it in their hands right now, so.
But if weather ends up not being good today, we have here Sunday, tomorrow, is another chance at 3 p.m. Tuesday, they might do it 2:13 p.m. And these are obviously
essentially checking for the leak
if it doesn't work today. If the weather is no good today, they'll try Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They have slots for all of those days. So that's
with those O-rings there that are holding that pressure.
kind of right in succession, right, one after the other.
They will then do.
I hope this happens today, though, as does everybody else. It's going to be really, really, really cool.
Or side pressure equalization plug.
I am a big Everyday Astronaut fan, so I'm going to listen to what he.
Once the capsule splashes down, what you'll do
create
is
space
actually remove that.
for
and what it does
launching
is
today
pressure
is all in the air.
the hatch. So once that thing is plugged in, you know that everything is super
Yes,
tight.
Sharon.
And you shouldn't have any leaks on orbit.
Yes.
One of the other things that I think is pretty cool about Dragon, you can kind of see them on the edges there are some of the windows. And I know that Dragon started out as cargo. It was Cargo Dragon. You have your cargo version, and before you moved on to the Crew Dragon version, but you even had windows on the cargo version. Can you explain kind of why that was?
Yeah, the very first Cargo Dragon that we ever had,
Good question.
launched, had a window over the hatch, over the side hatch. And the reason we did that is we've always envisioned Dragon to ultimately be a crewed vehicle. So even in the beginning, for the very first vehicle we ever made, which didn't even really carry much cargo, we put that window there, and it to us symbolizes what Dragon's purpose has been all along. You know, taking those steps, starting off with the CRS program and resupplying the space station with experiments and food and crew provisions for the astronauts on board, to now putting our own putting NASA's astronauts in our own vehicle. It's that natural progression to what we were aiming for the whole time.
Mm-hmm. And Leland, what's your take on the touchscreen technology? We saw a little bit about that. Obviously, this is a very different kind of look than what we saw during the space shuttle.
You know, it's the future. I mean, we had our LCD displays, and we had lots of buttons to press, and valves and switches. And I think this new technology will allow us to get through procedures much more much faster, because we had paper flight data file that we're having to turn to different pages and get to things. And I think this will make it much more efficient to go through your malfunctions and your procedures with the touch screens. And I think having the gloves, being able to touch the screens and work within the gloves, everything's kind of sleek and efficient.
Super cool talking about the touch screens.
Wires and things hanging off, and their knee boards, you can see their knee boards on their left knees, and so that's for some extra little notes and things.
The hatch is closed now.
There's some commentary.
We are ready for the post-ingress briefing when you are ready to copy.
And we just heard confirmation on the loops that the hatch is closed, so that is a little bit ahead of schedule.
Yeah, once that hatch is closed, it's closed.
Motivated to go today.
They do not. They hang out in a closed capsule for 2 hours before launch, and then
on the weather, we still have some rain showers moving through the area, but we do have a reasonable opportunity today, so we are proceeding into the count. We are going to take a look at both pad and ascent track weather at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, and the next decision point will be prior to prop load.
Okay.
Okay, we copy.
And on the vehicle health front, both F9 and Dragon health remains nominal, with no items of note.
So we just heard the weather is still iffy.
Good news, thank you.
The weather is still iffy.
This concludes the post-ingress brief. Report when ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
I see they have the Falcon 9 operators.
We are ready for the F9 operators.
They operate the rocket.
Copy.
Bob and Doug
Expect that shortly.
operate the Dragon space capsule. Actual spaceship. Spacecraft.
So when we hear that chatter pick back up, we're going to quiet right down so that you can listen into that along with us.
As
but
will
we just
I.
heard them discussing the weather briefly, still keeping
let's
an
see
eye
what
on
Tim
that.
Dodd's
So
talking
the
about.
next decision point
Doug's
is going
patch
to
off
be
of him
before
and put it up on the
prop-
shuttle. And Doug actually did that most likely as a tribute to that pilot, and maybe to start a new tradition. He ended up taking the patch off of the person helping him suit up and putting it inside the spacecraft. So, man, that's
That is
really
so
sad.
cool.
But yeah,
That
yeah, that's crazy.
So these guys, Bob and Doug, Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley. Doug Hurley closest to us on the screen there, and Bob Behnken is the farther away. Are seasoned NASA astronauts. Actually, Bob Behnken, is awesome to hear about him. One of his first jobs, I should say, was to unstrap people out of the space shuttle when they arrived back home. He would go in there and help them get out of the space shuttle, disembark, if you will. I always like that word, disembark and embark, because embark really, like for an airplane, they say boarding, but when you embark, the actual definition of the word is you enter the airplane, you go inside the airplane. They're just talking about ingress, same thing. Egress is to disembark. You disembark a spacecraft. So that was one of his first jobs he was talking about. And Doug Hurley was the pilot on. I actually have it right here. If I forget the exact details, he's the spacecraft commander on this mission, and Bob Behnken is the joint operations commander for this mission. But Doug Hurley, this is formatted weird, so it's not exactly. Here we go. STS-4. I see. So the last space shuttle mission was STS-4. They always have a name. Like this is DM2, STS-4. The space shuttle stuff, I believe, is STS. Was in the Crew Dragon will also be the first two-person. Oh, that's what this is. This is the first two-person orbital spaceflight launched from the United States since STS-4 in 1982. So I guess that's not shuttle. I guess it must be, but I can't believe they had two people in the shuttle. That's very interesting. Because the shuttle, there's a big crew area in the shuttle. A number, I don't know what it was, 6 or 7 astronauts would go. But yeah, so Doug Hurley was the pilot on the space shuttle for, I think it was STS-135. Yes, in 2011, Doug Hurley was the pilot of STS-135. I can confirm, and that's really cool. So he flew the space. Now, NASA does a little trickery here, a little foolery, in the way that, and I'm gonna just make sure I have the control room unmuted, just so that if they do any communications, we can hear that. In the way that, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna just double check that they're on. Yep, audio's on. NASA messes with you a little bit, just in the sense that they named these positions what they are. So the commander of the space shuttle is actually the flyer. Controlling the space shuttle is the commander. Now, sitting next to the commander, and they also have a joystick in front of him, is not so. Normally in an airplane, you have the pilot and the co-pilot. NASA has the commander and the pilot. The pilot is not flying not actually flying the space shuttle, which is pretty damn funny. Pretty darn funny, if you ask me. So yeah. They try to they pull a fast one on you, and they say the commander and the pilot. So, on this mission, I believe Doug Hurley is the commander, and Bob Behnken. Now, you could say their full names. I love those names, Douglas Hurley and Robert Behnken. But we just say Bob and Doug. Yeah, Bob and Doug. Let me just give a little.
Bob and Doug.
Those are the guys. They're champs. I like how Scott Manley was talking about their dad bods in those spacesuits, because like when they first came out with those SpaceX spacesuits with the 3D printed helmets, everybody was like, "Oh, they look so sleek and whatever." And it was the mannequin inside was like a super skinny mannequin, and they have families, they are dads, but they actually are in great shape, Bob and Doug, great shape, and oh man, it's just so awesome that they have so many hours in space, and that they're doing this. I heard Jim Bridenstine, who is the NASA administrator, was asking them like, "Oh, if you have any second thoughts about this, if you don't want to do this, now's your chance. Like we can, you don't have to do this." And they were like, "Mission go, let's light." They didn't say let's light. That's a famous story. Let's light this candle. If you ever heard of that. His name is skipping my mind. In the Gemini program, I believe, famous astronaut, not Neil Armstrong, not John Glenn, Alan Shepard, I believe, was sitting atop of the. I gotta fact check myself there. On top of his Gemini rocket, and there was all these delays, and they couldn't figure out how to do something, and there was like a little problem with one of the things, and he just said on the comms from inside the capsule on the top of the rocket, "Let's light this candle. Let's get the show on the road," basically. And it was a famous quote that he didn't care about the small risk that was involved with the, we're talking a different time so many years ago. You just said, "Let's light this candle," and you light a huge explosive rocket underneath you to launch yourself into outer space on a trajectory kind of like this, kind of like just this red part minus the blue part. This blue part right here is so awesome where we're landing our boosters. I can't. Oh, let's hear what they're talking about. STS-1.
Many of NASA's storied missions began their daring journey from the exact same spot on Earth. Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. This massive structure of steel and concrete has cradled rockets and guided each on their fiery ascent to space for over 50 years.
Yep.
There can be no launch without a launch pad, and this hallowed ground has a history greater than any other. Having evolved and been reshaped for each new era of spaceflight, it's alive with a heartbeat as strong as the first.
See, they did vertical integration on a lot of rockets, but this Falcon 9 with the Dragon capsule is horizontal integration. So they build it sideways and then they do that they stand it up. Other rockets, they'll just put it on together vertically.
And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain?
In 1962, Earth-moving machines sculpted its massive pyramid base to a height of 40 feet. Then, concrete was poured to hold it in place. To launch the world's first moon rocket, engineers cut a flame trench nearly the length of 2 football fields down the middle of the mound. It was then lined with heat-resistant bricks to deflect 7.5 million pounds of earth-rattling thrust, first felt on Apollo 8. Less than a year later, Apollo 11 launched from Pad 39A. And hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as it landed on the moon 3 days later. Nearly a decade after this Apollo era, 39A again took center stage with a new, one-of-a-kind spacecraft, the Space Shuttle. Millions of pounds of additional steel for surface structures transformed the look, but not the purpose: human spaceflight. In all, 82 space shuttles blasted off from 39A until the
82.
very last.
Start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7.
Now, I don't know if he meant 82 space shuttles, like different space shuttles, or 82 launches. They were reusable. I think he means 82 launches. I don't. And then each one had a name, you know, Endeavour, Columbia. Hurley flew on 2 on Endeavour, and I don't know, they had one called Discovery. I wonder which
With
2
the
Hurley
fleet
flew
retired, demolition crews removed the shuttle-era hardware to clear the way for NASA's monumental decision to lease this historic launch site to the private company SpaceX.
The big boys.
Today, its sleek and modern design supports a family of rockets that
Back
has
then when they
advanced
leased it,
the
it was the
commercial age of American space.
It was the small boys back when they released it, but now SpaceX
Now,
is like
50 years after it first sent
killing
humans to the moon, this historic spaceport stands ready for the next wave of human exploration.
That's an awesome shot. Look at that. I wish I had my elbow out of the way. I planned that perfectly. This right here.
And we're looking live again at Pad 39A. We're looking at the pad closeout team. You can identify them by their numbers there, and we heard confirmation of the hatch.
Can't identify them by their face,
so
that's for sure.
Again, things a little bit ahead of schedule. And when I say ahead of schedule, I don't mean the launch time is changing. I just mean some of the specific milestones in the timeline. Those times are a little bit flexible, but that launch window remains instantaneous at 3:22 this afternoon. And Leland, you know, we just saw a piece about the history of Pad 39A.
All stations, Chief Engineer, and countdown 1 for comm check with the crew.
Pause for that comm check.
Falcon 9, guidance, navigation, and control.
Dragon GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
GNC Dragon, we have you loud and clear.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
That's awesome. You can hear it. You can see that's Hurley talking.
Prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Doug Hurley with the glasses.
Prop Dragon, loud and clear.
Am I in the way of stuff? I am.
Prop loud
Put myself
and clear,
over
stand by
here.
for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, Dragon, loud and clear.
Avionics, loud and clear, stand by for comm check by ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Put myself even more.
Ground segment, Dragon, loud and clear.
Ground segment, loud and clear, stand by for comm check by launch control.
Well, we'll see. They said it could clear up. Clear up. Still 50-50 chance, right, Ari?
Launch control, Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
I've actually prepared a center so I don't block anybody. Oh, hello. That's not exactly right, is it? Have to fix that. So yeah, I got
Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
2 copies of that audio because they're playing it on the SpaceX feed.
Chief engineer, Dragon, we've got you loud and clear, Bala.
I'll just mute the SpaceX feed.
Chief engineer, loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineer comm check.
To talk, and then I'll mute that comms check to talk. You just fix this little video problem I'm having
thumbs
here.
up from Doug Hurley. We listened to a series of comms checks there, and so everything.
Chief engineer on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear. Well, good luck, and let's see if the rain clears up.
That sentiment is shared by all here.
Do it.
Copy that.
Oh, I can just move that on the air, can't I? Ba-boom. Here we go.
So Bob and Doug, along with the launch teams and all of the rest of America, hoping the rain clears up here. But as far as comms checks go, everything sounded pretty normal, pretty nominal there. So we're just waiting on the weather to clear up. But again, there's a live look at Launch Complex 39A, the site of 82 space shuttle missions where they began. And of course, Apollo, the first mission to the moon, Apollo 11 lifted off from 39A. And Leland, you were just 5 years old when that happened. Take us back there.
Marie and Lauren, I was 5, and I was the antenna engineer during the broadcast. I was the kid standing behind the black and white Sylvania television holding the rabbit ears, and my dad said, move to the left, move to the right. And I was trying to look around the television to see what was going on, but they said, no, don't move, stay there. So I never actually saw the actual landing on the moon, Neil and Buzz walking on the moon. And the next day, all my friends in my community were like, yeah, you want to be an astronaut? We just had this momentous thing. And I said, no. I didn't see it. I want to be Arthur Ashe, because Arthur Ashe trained 5 blocks down the street from where I grew up. And my dad talked about his excellence, his perseverance, his athleticism. Yeah. And so it wasn't until I got to NASA.
So about the weather, we have some time before the launch. I don't think they updated the 50-50 chance that they were saying that we had. But in the meantime, during this time, why don't we talk about the flight plan a little more? Unless you guys are sick of the flight plan. I talked about it, but it was a while back, so not that many people were on stream. So flightclub.io is a really awesome thing that I'm going to put up here in the corner. And behind me is the graphs of the flight plan. And let's see here. I'm actually going to make this. I'm going to full screen it just for a moment to talk about the awesome flight plan this is. So Declan Murphy created this thing, flightclub.io. Feel free to check it out. You can do this yourself. You can scroll around. So this is where we're launching from. Enjoy my big purple mouse, by the way. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's the launch. The red area right in front of the launch is the exclusion zone where you're not to fly a plane. You can see it's even, encapsulating the launch pad, that red area. And then the rocket separates into two pieces here. And the bottom line is the first stage, which lands on a boat somewhere in this area. And the boat's name is, of course, I Still Love You. Gotta love that name. Gotta love the concept. Gotta love gotta love SpaceX's whole thing of just throwing things out there and saying, let's make this work and let's try it. And if it doesn't work, we're going to fix it. And that's what they do. And they've been doing such a good job with the Dragon. Now, there's going to be setbacks. There's going to be things that happen that like yesterday, there was an explosion. I don't know if many of you remember, but last year, a Dragon capsule exploded. The one that they were going to put Bob and Doug on, they were testing it, and there was an issue with it, and the actual capsule exploded, and we lost a Dragon capsule. So they built another one, and they built it better. And that set the program back like a year. So this was supposed to happen a while back, actually, this commercial crew flight. But I just love this. I love this diagram, you know. I love Florida. We were saying earlier, if anybody in the chat wants to shout out where they live, I'll see. And if you're in America somewhere or in the Caribbean, or perhaps even in South America, we can see what this would look like. Definitely Central America, you can see this launch, especially Yucatan Peninsula, right here. Anybody been to Cancun? Oh yeah, I recognize. Actually, I went to Cancun. I was all here in the city of Cancun, and then, oh no, I wasn't up there where the mouse is. I was, whoops, that's the wrong button. Kind of finicky, this program. I was out here is where all the resorts are in Cancun, right? So if you were there and you looked up, you would, I mean, it would be too small to see probably. Yeah, you might see a little light in the sky from the engines firing. Because Florida is a ways, you know, there's Cancun, there's Florida. So anyway, we got a while away to the launch. Yeah, we're assuming the worst already. Are they saying? Let's listen to what they're saying, because I don't know if I assume the worst.
After the days of the shuttle program and you flew on the Russian Soyuz, what does it mean to have this private capability to fly astronauts to the station?
Well, I think it's just a great innovation in terms of our partnerships. You know, when we started out, it was individual countries.
Yeah, they're not talking about the weather.
Space exploration. We brought in the international aspect of it, and now we're really folding in that commercial aspect, bringing the innovation of all of our American industrial power, and recognizing that the more partnerships we have, the more accessible, the more innovative space exploration can be.
I'll tell you guys what Twitter's saying.
And it brings with it so much more capability into the program as well. So it's not only how we're doing
following
it, but it's
the powers that be.
We're looking forward to having this transportation from private companies. How does it help you do your job in space?
You know, I think one concept that we have in NASA for safety and to mitigate risk is called dissimilar redundancy. And here now we're bringing up a whole second way of getting crew to the International Space Station and getting cargo, last-minute cargo. So we're increasing how much science we can do on board the space station by twofold. We're increasing how we can, you know, our options for getting items up, stowage items, supplies, provisions, science experiments. So we're really just banking on the extra redundancy to make the program that much more robust.
We're watching Bob and Doug go through the final phases of preparing for this launch. What's going through your mind so close to liftoff?
Oh, it is such a great day indeed. You know, it's interesting because I think
TFR.
it's not so much what is going through
Are you
your
getting
mind,
that,
but what's
Danny?
not going through your mind. You know, you're not thinking.
Are you getting that, Danny, on your temporary flight restriction on like an app for your avionics stuff? For your I should say aviation. Avionics is like flying equipment and computers. They got it at, you know, where the boat is. They got it right outside Cape Canaveral. I'm pretty sure that's what these red zones above my head, you know, that's where a rocket's gonna land. You can't have airplanes flying in that zone, you know, or boats even. And it's a drone ship. The actual boat, it's about, the landing pad on it is the size of a football field. And we'll see it later, especially if this launch happens. I'm still optimistic. I don't know about you guys. Call me the optimist. So yeah, I got no updates on weather. Let's just keep listening.
Excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that 2 close friends will be arriving and joining the crew. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing
That's Bob
mission.
right there, close to us.
Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly in 2 different spacecraft.
Hey, Chris.
Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Kazakhstan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching
Thank you, Danny, for
Americans
sharing that.
from the coast of
TFRs, baby.
And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Crippen launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle. With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess.
Roger roll, Atlanta.
30 years later, that same flag was flown to the International Space Station. This flag remains here today, waiting for Bob and Doug. Our flag means so many things to our country, and this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop exploring.
That's
and so
awesome.
Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next journey to the cosmos. In a few years, the first Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon.
Yes.
All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window
That's
and
awesome.
see my friends on close approach.
That's how it looks when they're docking.
Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
That's awesome. That was great. I'm so hyped to go back to the moon.
And there again is a live look at Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are T-minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 58 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket carrying Crew Dragon with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley strapped inside. We can see some raindrops on the screen there. It looks like rain coming down at the pad, but we're still monitoring weather, and it sounds like there's going to be another decision point before they start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which is scheduled to happen at about T-minus 35 minutes. So we just heard a little bit about where they're headed. If the weather cooperates today, to the International Space Station. Leland, you've been there twice, and I know just from what you've told us, it's this Leviathan in space and the site of so much important work and partnerships happening.
Leviathan.
Right. Chris Cassidy is up there floating in the Columbus laboratory
that was awesome. Chris Cassidy,
or our team of us installed,
was just talking to us
on STS-122. And I think about, using this robotic arm that was made in Canada. The European Space Agency built the
Canada
Columbus
arm.
laboratory. And my job was to use that arm and attach it to the International Space Station. And as it was getting closer and closer, the motion just stopped. And I'm like, what is going on? And there are 4 ready-to-latch indicators that have a very slight spring force that I was moving so slowly with the hand controller, the translational hand controller, that spring force stalled out the motion. And Peggy Whitson was behind me, and she said, Leland, there's some commentary.
Weather update.
Weather update, I think.
Fingers crossed.
Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, Doug. We're still waiting for a weather update expected at 18 Zulu. Therefore, the next assessment will be closer to the propellant load time. We are currently no-go on launch weather, but we are showing an expected clear of 1830 Zulu.
Okay, now explain.
Okay, copy all. Thanks for the update.
Exactly what 1830 Zulu means.
So we just heard if they were to launch right now, the weather would be no-go. However, it sounds like there may be an opportunity if the weather clears, as it sounds like they expect it may. So again, we're gonna keep listening as we continue talking. If we start to hear any kind of chatter, especially if it's about the weather, we're gonna do our best to quiet down so that we don't step on that and everyone can hear it along with us. But Leland, you were just talking about the work on station, and Peggy Whitson was getting ready to tell you something.
Well, so the Columbus laboratory is stalled out, is about to be attached, and there are 10,000 people waiting. Their job security depended on me installing this thing properly.
Right.
And Peggy said, Leland, push just a little bit harder on the hand controller, and all 4 ready-to-latch indicators went green. And I was like, yes! And that was our primary mission objective. Awesome. But that paled in comparison to what happened next. Peggy invited us over to dinner in the Russian segment, and we had this meal with people from all over the world, Russian, German, French, African American, Asian American. This diversity that we talked about earlier, were up there breaking bread at 17,500 miles per hour while listening to Sade's Smooth Operator. It blew my mind. It was Smooth Operator, right?
What an appropriate song for
Where's
that.
Where's Radek when I need him?
Wow, does she know? She knows now.
Yeah. And Dan Tani actually changed the song from Smooth Operator to Arm Operator. So you see Arm Operator.
That's funny.
Love it. And Leland, you actually, we were in another taped segment when you got a text from Drew Foystel. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, Drew Foystel, his good friend, just sent me a text saying that the families say hello to all who are watching and thank the nation and the world for their support and interest. And Chris Ferguson just actually sent me a text. He was the commander on STS-135 and one of my classmates from the 1998 class, and he says, way to go, Godspeed on Crew Dragon.
That's awesome. It's great to hear those words of support. Thank you guys for watching and everybody following along at home. I mean, the COVID-19 situation has been just a tough time for people stuck inside, homeschooling their kids, still trying to do their jobs, and so it's really cool to be able to watch this happening. And we see the pad closeout team. Looks like they are getting ready, or they've left the white room and they've already come down the crew access arm, so they are getting ready to leave the pad now. And we are going to go now to the Operations and Support Building 2, where Daryl Nail is standing by with NASA's Chief of Staff to talk to us a little bit about some of NASA's ambitions beyond the International Space Station.
So I will not be listening to that with you guys, because I'm going to talk about the explosion that happened yesterday. I think people are interested in hearing about that. Because this was quite a thing that happened yesterday. So, this is Starship serial number 4. This is a development facility, and there's a leak right there. Oh no, that's not the leak. That's the static fire. So they just tested the engines on it, and now it's venting. And so this is a development facility in Texas, and this happened yesterday. In the afternoon. I was actually testing my live stream, and I recorded it, and I made a video of my reaction to it. And so here's a little bit later, and there's that's the leak right there. So that's all methane pouring out, because this is a methane powered rocket, not a kerosene powered rocket, not a rocket fuel rocket. Well, it's rocket fuel. It's methane. It's methane. We've used a few other things, and then it just started leaking, and then somehow there was a spark somewhere. I'm just nervous watching it. Nobody got hurt in this, by the way. This is just them testing equipment. Okay, got you, Danny. Thank you. Zulu's the same as UTC time. Woo! Hope I did that far off of the mic enough that it wasn't unpleasant. Yeah, so that's the birds. The birds are out. The birds are gone. And it's just so, I don't know what the non-lucky serendipitous word is, but just not. It's because it's not that unfortunate. This is them testing a rocket. I wouldn't say this is unfortunate, because they're testing a rocket. They want this stuff to happen now. They do not want this stuff to happen when there are humans on this thing. So we'll get some slow motion looks. RUD is an awesome acronym. Stands for Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. So, Danny, what is, Danny, first of all, I hope you're not staying up too late. I know you're in Japan, and you know, I don't want you to be sleep deprived because of this. But it's hard to sleep when you're excited for a rocket launch. I will admit that I would have trouble going to sleep. Just try to think about cool ocean waves or something, I guess, buddy. But anyway, if you are still there and not sleeping, what is UTC time right now? And so what was he saying about 1640 Zulu? Is what I want to know about this weather stuff. I do have the weather update feed unmuted, by the way, so we'll be able to hear from Mission Control even while we watch this if they give a weather update. But this is cool. So this is a frame by frame right here. Yeah, well, I mean, the birds, I don't know if they heard. So the sound happens a little bit after when you listen to the audio recording. I'm not going to play any audio recordings of it right now. But yeah, this is a frame by frame. You can see where the leak was coming from, and that's where the flame, the first spark happened, and then boom, and woof. So they're testing a new future rocket. This is going to be the most amazing rocket ever. By the way, behind my face is tanks of the black ones closest to us are water, I believe, and there's methane tanks and there's oxygen tanks. And none of them got really hurt. Apparently, there might be some water that spit out of one of the black tanks. As you can see, some debris there, flying away at, very high speed, shrapnel, if you will. Yeah, this was quite an energetic event, and the rocket was not full. They don't fill the rocket up full of fuel for this type of static fire test, and the static fire just means that they clamp it down to the Earth, and the rocket provides a lot of thrust, so they really have to clamp it down good. And the static fire test was successful, so it's kind of the saddest thing that they were getting ready to take the remaining fuel out of the rocket after a successful test when this plumbing issue happened, and there was a methane leak. Keep your jokes to yourself about that, I guess. So right now it is 17:50, which is 5:50 p.m. Zulu time, a.k.a. UTC. And, oh, look at that. Close-up of the water tanks. And the water is there for deluge. So they said 1840, so they're going to update us again in like half an hour is what I get from that. And I have the updates unmuted, so they'll just jump in and interrupt me if there's a weather update, by the way, guys. So yeah, so this if you don't know about Starship is just going to be, it's just going to knock everything else out of the park, aside from the New Glenn stuff, which I will show you. So New Glenn is Blue Origin's big spaceship. Starship is a big spaceship. Will be a big spaceship, because that was one of the fourth, basically serial number 4, fourth prototype. They already have 5 and 6 building, by the way. They're like trucking ahead, building these things. And when it is built, like, it's so weird. We're in like kind of the, and I kind of love saying it like this, like the preteen developmental stage of spaceflight right now is what it really feels like, because this thing, and now that thing on the top, by the way, of Starship is a mass simulator. It's just a heavy weight to simulate what the mass would feel like if there was an actual payload and a nose cone on there during the static fire test. And that thing gets sent. Like, it's gone. I mean, not gone, but you'll be able to see. That's it right there. Oh, my hand doesn't go that high, but that's these views are so cool. Oh man, you can just see it, and then you're gonna see it land as well. That's coming down, and there's a secondary explosion. It's been speculated by Scott Manley that big shout out to Scott Manley, by the way. If you don't know, he has a great YouTube channel. He gets really deep into the math of rocket science and stuff like that, so it's sometimes can be hard to follow. He does astronomy stuff. He talks about the brightness of stars. It's really cool. He has a really cool channel. He puts really good footage, and he's like he has degrees in physics and stuff like that. So he really gets into the science of stuff. And he speculated that maybe when that mass simulator, the weight, fell at the ground, which there it goes right there again. It may have either landed on a piece of the fuel tank, the bottom part of the rocket is basically a fuel tank, or if there was liquid on the ground, it splashed some liquid up that exploded even more. So yeah, that's the Starship prototype going bye-bye, serial number 4. When this thing gets finished, when there's like, so they, they've been working on what we're looking at today. This rocket right here is what we're looking at today. And they've been working on this for years and years, and I love this word, fine. It has a high degree of fineness, this rocket, which just means like a pencil. It is very long and not that thick. And they have to be extra careful with strong winds with such a fine rocket, actually, because it can bend in half. And there was talk about extending the nose of it to fit more stuff. Not on this version, but in the cargo version where there's an actual fairing instead of a spaceship on the top. And let's go back to the Starship stuff. So the Starship is huge. It's 9 meters in diameter. And we do meters. We do meters around here on the Small Stars channel and in most of the world. This is Everyday Astronaut's footage, but Scott Manley's playing it, and then I'm playing his footage. So it's a big ring around the rosy. But Everyday Astronaut got really cool 4K slow-mo footage. And oh, look at that! Look at that vent. So look at that. It's spewing the methane up, which of course catches on fire very quickly and pushes that's the mass simulator there floating there. Let's watch that one more time. Super slow. Wow, the venting. Wow. Oh, it's just brightness. I guess that's just brightness. And now those lines there, I believe, are the shockwave, visible shockwave coming off of the explosion, which is something else. It's pretty cool. Fast forward this a little bit. So, as I was saying, we're in like kind of the baby steps, in our human evolution of spaceflight. This is I wouldn't
quite say baby steps.
I guess I was saying before, preteen stuff. Like we're in such a developmental stage that once this rocket gets finished and is standing on a launch pad like this rocket, it's going to be such a game changer. Everything's going to be different. We're going to be able to cheaply get so much more weight or mass, if you will, into orbit. And it's going to be so mind-blowing when we have hundreds of people in space as opposed to just 3 right now. We have 3 on the International Space Station. And the International Space Station holds 6. And we normally have 6 people on the International Space Station, but right now 3 of those 6 went back to Earth, and now they're waiting for the 2 more that are on this here spacecraft. Right on the tip, they're there right now. Tippy tip of that rocket is the Dragon capsule with Bob and Doug in it. So I'm gonna listen to SpaceX's feed for just a minute here, while I get a drink of water, and I will be right back with more Small Stars commentary.
And Jupiter's moon, Europa. So I believe that there is a liquid water ocean underneath the ice, and that it has the potential to be habitable. And so I'm super excited to get up close and personal to maybe some space fish. Leland, what about you? Where would you go?
Wow, that's a pretty interesting destination. I think I would like to go to Mars. We've studied Mars so much and looked at it, and I think maybe having a Martian base that is dog friendly, bring the pup SpaceX is going to be flying, non-government people, non-military people, but people that have a desire to explore and do new things and traditions off planet, as we say sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, all this time since we've had the International Space Station, it's been government astronauts performing the research because you're the only ones we've been able to send, right? But
we've had some tourists, though. We've had people that paid their way on a Soyuz rocket.
Sure.
Go. But it's really the billionaire boys club. That's what Pharrell talks about with, it costs so much money to go to space, and I think that price point will come down as we make this more amenable for everyday people.
Absolutely.
And then eventually being able to fly artists and musicians and poets. People can tell the story of what they've seen out there in a way that really connects to the soul of people down on Earth, so they feel inspired to go.
Exactly.
Now, following today's mission, we will be one step closer to a future where we can all have that opportunity to gain the orbital perspective and explore new worlds. In just over an hour from now, Bob and Doug will be the first people to launch on an American vehicle in almost a decade. And for the SpaceX team, if I can try to speak for all of us, which is impossible, but I will say it has been an absolute honor to have the opportunity today to have this stage to show the world what we've poured our hearts into over the years with our partners at NASA. And it's just deeply humbling to know that the agency and that Bob and Doug have entrusted us with this critical mission. The responsibility that's on our shoulders is huge, and we're just so grateful to be here today.
Absolutely, and I know that our NASA teams really share in that sentiment. We heard from just a handful of them earlier when Bob and Doug were riding out to the launch pad, but there's so many people that we're probably never going to see or hear from on the public stage, but that have poured their hearts and souls, as you said, into this mission. All the engineers up late hours checking, double checking, triple checking everything to troubleshoot and solve problems and get us to this point. So it's just really awesome that we've made it to this point.
When you think about legacy, Katherine Johnson, who helped get John Glenn to space, her daughters are watching right now. And that legacy going forward to the future of space travel is powerful.
Wow.
And we heard from two icons of science and exploration on Wednesday, and we couldn't resist sharing these shout outs with you one more time.
Wow, we're making history again. The NASA program. I am there with you guys in spirit. Bob, Doug, good luck. I know you'll be fine. I'll be watching and got everything crossed, arms, legs. I'm tied in a knot. Can't wait for you to get back safely.
This is the first time a U.S.-built rocket has taken people into space in 9 years. It's quite an accomplishment. So for us at the Planetary Society, more rockets means more exploration. More people in space means more exploration. More countries involved in the endeavor of spaceflight means more exploration. This is how we know the cosmos and our place within it. So congratulations, SpaceX. Here's wishing your team, and the crew especially, a safe journey and the joy of discovery. Let's go.
So great to hear from William Shatner and Bill Nye, two very recognizable faces following along on the mission.
Yeah.
And we want to go over to Dan and Jesse in Hawthorne, where we are now just 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch. Dan, Jesse?
Hey, thanks, Marie. Yeah, 1 hour, 18 minutes. I think we're tying ourselves in knots, just like Captain Kirk. We're really hoping the weather cooperates. In about 20 minutes or so, we might clear. So we're getting hopeful. We're getting our hopes up.
Yes. Very excited. Again, we're T-minus 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch, and the anticipation is real over here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communications link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them.
Thanks, Dan. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. We're also very hopeful about that weather. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Chris Cassidy is wrapping up his workday, and we'll be watching Bob and Doug launch here in just under an hour. So station power and communication systems are normal. Computers and networks used for monitoring Dragon's approach have been checked out, and the cabins and the station cabin's atmosphere and pressure are as expected and ready to welcome 2 new crew members aboard. Mission Control will be closely monitoring Bob and Doug's flight and checking off milestones for most of the flight.
Okay. So, yeah, my audio interface is giving me lots of different problems today, one after the other. I was trying to address this awesome question that we had in the chat from Eric D. Why are the 2 astronauts sitting so close? They could put a seat in between them. The Dragon capsule actually has 4 seats in it. So there's a seat where the camera is, and there's a seat on the other side of Bob Behnken. So they're in the 2 middle seats, the 4-seater, and it's really awesome. We have the next mission already slated and scheduled with the next Dragon capsule. I think they have another capsule for it, and this is supposed to be reusable, this capsule, but it's going to be a different, they have more than one. It's called Crew 1. So this mission is DM2, Demonstration Mission 2. And they're just doing some demonstrating. Thank you guys for helping me. Thank you for your patience on the audio. My interface is just going crazy today. So Crew 1 is going to be fairly soon. They can do it in about a month. And it's going to have 4 astronauts on it. One of those astronauts is going to be a JAXA astronaut. So JAXA is the Japan Space Agency, and that is really cool. So USVC-1, one of them is Russian. One of them is, so let's see who they are here. I'll tell you about them. It's awesome that Japan is, let me make sure I have these weather updates on. Okay, I do. So as soon as there's a weather update, we'll hear it. They'll interrupt me. The only audio issue I've been having problems with all day is with my mic going into an interface. As I haven't been having issues with the feed audios, which is good because it's complicated to do a split screen and get all the different audios. But we will be getting the weather updates. They were tested and they worked, and they're just very silent on the control room channel. And I actually have a control room. That's how I'm listening to it, is up here. It's really nice of NASA to include this as like a separate thing so that we can just listen to the communications that they're having with Bob and Doug and the weather stuff. Because that's what we're hearing on these streams, is them telling Bob and Doug about the weather. So I'm just going to keep that up there actually for now. I'll put the flight plan behind me. Flight path. So it's going to be awesome. Michael S. Hopkins and Victor J. Glover were announced first, and we're like, all right, so we got our 2 American astronauts, NASA astronauts. I believe that's what they are. And then Japanese astronaut Soichi Noguchi, Danny, and I'm speaking to you because you're in Japan right now, is going to be the 3rd astronaut, and then Shannon Walker was added as well. So no Russians. Shannon Walker is American. So this is all what's called Expedition 64 to the International Space Station. So it's going to be Victor Glover's first space flight, Michael Hopkins' second, and Soichi Noguchi, the JAXA astronaut, has been up there in space 2 times already. So it's his 3rd, and Shannon Walker, it'll be her 2nd. But that's really cool that Japan paid, I think they paid, I don't remember that. I hate when I don't remember the numbers, $90 million for a seat on the Dragon capsule. So that's a great question, Eric D. Why isn't there a seat in between them? Well, they are in the middle seats. So that's really cool. I love that shot of Tim Dodd's Tesla Model Y with the rocket in the background. That's really cool. So yeah, I got mission control. So when mission control makes a weather announcement, we will hear it. I'm trying to see how much they paid. Doesn't say right here on the Wikipedia, but Glover, the astronaut, will become his first flight will become the first rookie to fly into orbit on an American spacecraft since STS-131. Over a decade prior, he will also become the first African-American astronaut to fly on and in space since Alvin Drew launched on STS-133. STS-1s are just the space shuttle missions, which, as we know, none of them have happened since 2011. He will be the first African-American astronaut to live aboard the International Space Station. About time, I say. This honor was originally set to go to NASA astronaut Jeanette Epps, who was scheduled to launch on a Soyuz, which is the Russian capsule we've been using, the Russian rocket we've been using to get to the International Space Station until today, basically. In June, and she was removed from the flight with no official reason given before launch. And there's a little thing where I can click and, sorry for smacking the mic there. I can click and dive deeper into that, but I'm going to focus on today's mission here. Let's listen to what the commentary is from SpaceX.
The weather is go for launch.
What?
Thanks, John, for that
Let's
detailed update.
go.
We've got an extensive history now of flying Falcon 9 from the Florida coast, and just last year completed a test run of the mission. We're less than an hour from beginning here today.
The purpose of that mission was
DM1?
to demonstrate Dragon's capability to safely and reliably fly to and from the International Space Station. The success of Demo 1 was a really exciting moment, paved the way for today's mission to where we are today. And right now we're getting ready to fly U.S. astronauts from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. As I mentioned earlier, SpaceX has successfully completed 21 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 20 trips to the International Space Station. Not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
Much of what was learned with the Cargo Dragon was leveraged in the design of this new vehicle. It's fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but also features that full manual override capability just in case of emergency.
Many of the other enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment time between missions. So let's take a closer look at these advancements.
Standing at almost 27 feet tall from the very bottom of the trunk to the very top of the nose cone, Crew Dragon's comprised of two main elements. You have the capsule, which is designed to hold crew and pressurized cargo, and then you have the trunk, which holds unpressurized cargo as well as having a solar array and radiator.
And the nose cone at the top of the capsule protects the docking system as well as the guidance navigation control system, or what we call GNC. The nose cone opens for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and that's unlike the previous version of Dragon, and that helps towards our reusability efforts.
Completely opposite the nose cone is that trunk. It has attachment points for Falcon 9, the Dragon capsule, and it can hold cargo. On the very outside of the trunk, one half of it contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system into space. That's the white part, and that uses SpaceX's new picotiling technology. The other half contains the solar cells used to charge the spacecraft's batteries.
And though we only have 2 astronauts on board today, the spacecraft is actually designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo. The seats are made of carbon fiber and are custom sized for any crew member flying on board.
The control panel centered right between the pilot and the commander seats and has those 3 touchscreen displays that gives the crew insight into Dragon and even the ability to operate the vehicle and fly it manually.
And finally, our Super Draco launch escape system is a key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from the time of launch all the way to orbit.
And as we look to the future beyond this test flight later this year, the first operational crewed mission for NASA will take place. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins.
Try to review your launch commit criteria and indicate readiness at the appropriate time. Step 5469 for propellant load and launch.
That's a good sign. That was the launch director. We're getting ready to pull the teams as we move towards that go, no go for propellant loading, which happens at about 45 minutes before launch. But back to our Crew 1 mission, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shanna Walker, and Suichi Noguchi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, were chosen to support this mission. Again, it's called Crew 1.
But today, Doug Hurley is the spacecraft commander for this mission. He previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and STS-135, which was the final space shuttle flight. Here's a closer look at Doug Hurley.
Excited?
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
You feel ready? Still pumped?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX DM2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final space shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the DM2 mission to the International Space Station. This will be the first time the Dragon had a crew on board, and so there's a myriad of objectives we want to achieve for this mission. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work. To be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station, it was really neat being part of it. You know, we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many other people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, I mean, through his entire life, to get to where we are right now. As a test pilot, this would be the dream, to fly a new vehicle. So it makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission.
Doug Hurley's wife is also an awesome astronaut, by the way.
To see his hard work and his dream come true for that.
It's been a long road in a lot of ways for not only us, but certainly for all the folks that work in the commercial crew program, as well as SpaceX in our case, just working to get to this point.
That was awesome.
We're a little over 1 hour, 3.5 minutes away from launch. Now let's learn a little bit more about the man sitting next to Doug Hurley inside Dragon, NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the space shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, you know, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing, or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is going to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. Really, my role on the DM2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team, helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this. Now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. I want to thank the entire Commercial Crew Program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles in the launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
That's awesome. Doug's awesome. Bob's awesome.
If we look even
cool.
further into the not-so-distant future, flying on a mission to space will be an option for more people as SpaceX plans to also fly private astronauts on board Dragon. Earlier this year, SpaceX signed an agreement with the space tourism company Space Adventures to fly up to 4 passengers on an orbital trip aboard Dragon as early as next year. And of course, it's NASA that is making private astronaut missions to the space station a possibility. We are looking forward to these missions, and we hope that you guys are all too.
All right, we are just 20
right
seconds away from T-minus 1 hour. This is going to be a really big moment that everyone's going to want to listen to. We're expecting a weather update, obviously hoping that the weather is improving, and so we should find out in the next 10 seconds or so. So we're going to stand by for a moment and wait for the Corps to give Bob and Doug a call, and then we'll all hear
Dragon,
the latest.
SpaceX, we're at T-minus 1 hour. You are go for Section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
Yes. Small stars reports go.
We'll put it in work.
We're listening. We're waiting for their response from the capsule. Getting some
And
noise.
that right there was a call for the crew to refer to some of their procedures. They do some final checks. You can see them checking harnesses, checking helmets, just making sure that they're strapped in and ready to go. And once they're done with that, the crew will report their readiness for launch.
Waiting to hear their response once they...
SpaceX Dragon in 6.4. Bob and I are go for launch.
Nice. That was
Copy,
Doug
go
closest
for
to us
launch,
saying that.
And next up will be go no go pull at T-minus 45.
So the go no go poll is interesting and cool. Where they just poll around, they ask all the different departments whether they're ready to go.
Launch. So we are inside of 1 hour, still waiting for the weather update. But I mean, this day is one for the history books. We're returning crewed launches to station from American soil on American rockets. It's been almost 9 long years since we retired the space shuttle program. I remember that day. I'm going to remember this day. It's been a long road to get here, countless hours by thousands of dedicated professionals from NASA and SpaceX.
It's been an exciting week, but this last final hour is just so exciting right now. Today's mission will be Crew Dragon's second test flight and its first test with humans on board. It's been an awesome countdown so far. Weather, we're still waiting for that update, so it's still a watch item, but the crew is go for launch, so at T-minus 45 minutes, hopefully we'll get an update on that weather.
We've had a really clean countdown so far. It started with suit up just over 3 hours ago. The SpaceX team helping Bob and Doug put on their suits, conducting initial checkouts, including an initial pressure and leak check before they got to the actual walkout. And all of that done in that operations and checkout facility. The crew walkout was where Bob and Doug gave their final goodbyes to friends and family gathered outside the operations and checkout building before they began that roughly 20-minute ride to pad 39A. Really touching moment, saying goodbye to their family, both their wives and sons right in front of them.
Yeah, very touching moment.
It's incredible to be able to watch these moments.
And as they got into their Teslas, we got to watch them ride all the way to the pad, and we got some great footage there. And as you can see on your screen, this is some playback from earlier of them getting into those Teslas, about to make that drive down to the pad. And once they got to the pad, they did take a minute to take in the sights, and they headed up the fixed service structure to begin the process called crew ingress, where Bob and Doug.
All right, so I'm just going to mute them talking about what happened earlier. If you're just joining us now, we're inside of T-minus 1 hour, so we should have liftoff in less than an hour. In less than 15 minutes, they're going to do the go, no-go poll and see if we're going to begin fueling. On Wednesday, we got to the point where we fueled up, and then they did a weather cancellation, a scrub, if you will, where they say, no, we're not going to launch today. And that was because of the electrical field buildup in the clouds and risk of lightning. So right behind me, you can see the flight path, which if you've been watching for a while, I guess I started streaming 3 hours ago. I've already said this a couple times, but for people that are new and just coming in, because right now it's going to be the time when a lot of people start coming in to the stream, I'm just going to quickly show this awesome visualization provided by Declan Murphy at flightclub.io. That is really cool. So this is Florida, obviously. They're going to launch from the beginning of this red line, and I can zoom right in to pad 39A, and you can see the red TFR, right? The temporary flight restriction, or as the space people sometimes call it, the exclusion zone, because I don't believe boats are not allowed to boat their way through that red area. And the next red area down the line is where the first stage booster lands. So this is just an awesome app. And it's so cool. So I'm actually going to pull up some footage of the Dragon capsule just so we can talk about it. Let's see here. And I do have, let me just remind myself to, all right, I'm unmuting the mission control audio so that we can hear. So it's awesome.
Countdown 1 technical poll is complete. No constraints to proceed into launch escape system arming and propellant load.
That's awesome. So it's awesome that NASA, it's a great thing, NASA provides this control room audio feed. And I can just play it for you behind me. They want people like me to make content and give you content. So we're going to talk a little bit about how NASA keeps their astronauts safe during launches like this on the Dragon capsule. And, it's a NASA and SpaceX joint team operation. That's like the album came out. It's a NASA and SpaceX joint. So I'm just going to pull up some footage of the Dragon capsule real quick. This is not right now, by the way. This is not happening right now. This is just some footage of... this could be from Wednesday. I'm not exactly sure when this footage was taken. This is probably from Wednesday, and this is when they were going to... either putting them in or they're taking them out. It's either an ingress or an egress. Awesome 3D printed helmets in front of you. And let's see here. I'll fast forward a little bit. So this is interesting here. I'm actually going to remove myself really quickly as we look at the do not launch criteria that we were talking about. If the sustained wind, if there's too much wind, basically, upper level conditions, wind shear. I talked about the fineness of the rocket already. Do not launch for 30 minutes after lightning is observed within 10 nautical miles. And then there's actually... Oh, I actually paused it. Oops, didn't mean to pause it. On the bottom right, there is stuff about the that last one, the downrange stuff, is added for human spaceflight, because they're doing extra. They're adding extra precautions because cargo can be replaced. If if a capsule gets lost that has cargo in it, it can be replaced. This is actually, I'm not sure what that is. That's not what I thought it was. There's actually a cool shot of a rocket getting struck by lightning. There it is. Yeah. See, this is not what we want. And, I'm sure they have lightning rods and this thing would be safe, but this was from a launch that they did launch, and the launch was a failure. Space is hard. Space is hard. So that's why we're being extra careful with humans on board. And... Oh, this is cool. All of that vapor coming off of the rocket, because it's cryogenic, super, super cool fuel in the rocket. So if you're just joining us now, we are around T minus 45 minutes or so. That's Jim and Elon talking to the astronaut. So that's a Dragon abort test. And so this is when they tested the abort motors. So it has its own motors on it, rocket motors, rocket engines. You can call it either one. And this is when they were testing. So this is what happens if they have to abort. They'll do this. And if you're just tuning in, I also have the control room audio.
Yeah,
so
transitioning to helium.
Transitioning to helium. So helium is used in the rocket engines. I'm not sure if this is the helium he's referring to, but they use helium in the rocket engines to actually push gases through tubes to get them started and stuff like that. So if you're just joining us, this is some footage from launch escape test now, where they actually made a Falcon 9 first stage explode. Just cause I'm going to remove my face for a moment. And this is when they wanted to make sure they would be able to pull Bob and Doug to safety on the Dragon capsule if something like that happened. And then there's all these different abort modes here. So, if they have to abort before it starts, obviously it's stage 1A. Here's the abort motors firing, which is awesome. It's awesome to get to show you guys this footage. Footage courtesy of SpaceX, and everything here courtesy of SpaceX and NASA. So thank you all. So this is more footage of the actual capsule getting aborted. So these are original Draco engines, not the Super Draco. It's called the Dragon capsule. The engines are called Draco engines. They're having fun when they're naming stuff. And why not? You're flying things, call it a Falcon, call it a Dragon. If somebody else has better names, let me know. And I will tweet at Elon Musk. So yeah, if the abort happens within the first minute and 15 seconds, it's a different kind. This is what it's a rendering, of the stage separation. It won't really be looking like it's that high, I don't think, when it really happens. And so this goes back to my original, this what you see here behind me. That stage separation happens right where these two lines diverge. And the first stage is the blue line because it keeps floating in that direction, but it ends up landing on a boat.
And as a reminder, here in the control room, we'll be closing doors here once we start with propellant load. Any last-minute bio breaks, please go ahead and accomplish those in the next few minutes.
All right, well, that's not for you guys because you're not working on this. But for all the people that are working on, that's the control room comm systems. He's saying use the bathroom right now because you will not have a chance after this because we're going to get into propellant load at T-minus. I'm not sure if it's T-minus 45 or 35 because the SpaceX feed, they said 35, so I'm pretty sure that's correct. But on the Everyday Astronauts feed, he has a go, no-go. Oh, I see. So it's the go, no-go pull to fuel is at minus 45. T-minus 45 there. And then they'll start fueling shortly after that. And that's so this is awesome. So the rocket has no fuel in it right now. And Wednesday was actually a really good rehearsal to have people on a capsule on top of a rocket, a Falcon 9 rocket, which has only flown, 85 times, and put fuel in it, and then also take fuel out of it while the people were on it. And everybody did a great job. So this is the down Atlantic. I can't remember what the D and A stands for, but the EZ is exclusion zone, and it just means they don't want to land in the middle of the Atlantic if they have to abort. So this is all what I'm looking at right now is if they have to abort.
Countdown. Hole is complete. We're go for propellant load.
Go for propellant load. That's what we like to hear. Let's just look at Bob and Doug real quick.
Control clear to retract the access arm on time.
Arm retraction.
Arming access arm retract at T-minus 45 minutes.
That's awesome. All right, so we'll make sure to watch that in a minute. I'll stop showing stuff about. So right now I'm just showing abort stuff. So this is the actual second stage firing, just the engine of the second stage firing. This is not happening right now. Video seems to have paused. There we go. And when they separate, they can actually abort. So this is from the test flight. That's a mannequin. Another Starman in there. They can actually keep going so that they land in the right place, basically. And that's the original mannequin that looks so thin in the spacesuits. And, you know, it's not fair to say Bob and Doug have dad bods. They're dads, but they are super fit for humans. They are very, very fit humans, Bob and Doug. And that's Bob on the left, Doug on the right. They're such awesome astronauts. And if you're just tuning in now, this will be new to you, but I've said it a few times. Doug was the pilot on the last space shuttle mission in 2011, STS-135, I believe.
45 minutes and counting. Reminder on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting launch auto-sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will immediately abort the launch auto-sequence and proceed to the launch abort auto-sequence. Operators shall also advise the launch director whether structural break or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. A reminder on fire alarm instructions. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators previously briefed will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. At this time, weather is go for launch.
Sorry, I'm just eating some papaya. I haven't eaten in a while. I've been streaming.
Access arm retract has begun.
I put a little agave syrup on it, so it's not like straight papaya with no sweetener. I don't know. Tell me how if you guys eat any. A lot of people don't like papaya, so that's why I include that little tidbit. That was awesome, seeing the arm start to move back. We're still watching it move back, actually. From a camera inside the arm, we're saying bye-bye to the Dragon capsule. And this is great. So weather seems to have cleared up. There's still a chance it could be scrubbed, but you know, to the couple of people who came up into the chat, yeah, 3:22 is the launch time, liftoff schedule. There is still a chance of a scrub, but to those couple of people who came into the chat on YouTube, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can chat, and if it says like make a channel, it's not really a channel. All it wants you to do is put a name in. So you can click that make a channel thing, and then you can ask me questions if you're curious about anything. I'd love to field some questions. That's what this is really all about, is for us to hang out. This is awesome. That camera just changed, but so yeah, the arm is away, and they're gonna start fueling.
For flight.
And we're listening to mission control audio behind me, behind my voice. And this is really cool. I'm getting really excited. A couple of people came in the chat. What's up, Mac Inspires? Good to see your name. What an awesome awesome thing Mac Inspires is, by the way. They teach technology that's mostly kids, right? You teach to kids, and they do a lot of 3D printing in Connecticut. They are awesome. Mac Inspires in the chat. Welcome, welcome. So
Fuel bleed is complete.
I wish I heard what he said was complete right there. So the arm is retracted, and we are looking really good for weather being good and for this to actually be a launch today, an actual liftoff of humans from American soil on an American-made rocket with 3D printed helmets on the SpaceX spacesuits, that Bob and Doug are wearing right there, on an American-made rocket, American-made spacecraft, did I say, and from American soil for the first time since 2011. And, it's crazy because the space shuttle cost
Launch escape system is verified armed.
The space shuttle costs so much money.
Service section switch into nitrogen.
As you can see behind me on the flight path, this is where the boat is going to be in the ocean, where the Falcon 9 first stage lands off the coast of Florida. They're going to save this first stage, and they're going to reuse it. And that's and now you might be saying the space shuttle was reusable, right? Well, the space shuttle needed so much refurbishment that it was so expensive, and it had the tiles for the heat plating for heat resistance for re-entry for the space shuttle was just so costly and so many man hours. Like, an actual person had to inspect each little tiny tile on the space shuttle. And I have some cool space shuttle footage, but we're so close to launch, I'm not even going to go to anything else right now. We're going to focus on this launch because this is awesome. What we just heard that I couldn't hear was complete was fuel bleed, which is awesome. Thank you, Danny. Danny, don't stay up too late in Japan now. Karen, hi. Mac Inspires, hi. What's up? Welcome to Small Stars Livestream, Small Stars Commentary. So we're T-minus 39 minutes, and this is so cool. This is like weather starting to really look good. So let's listen in a little bit and see if they're saying stuff about the weather.
Dragon deploying parachutes, splashing down safely in the ocean. But since a launch escape can happen while the vehicle's on the pad or anywhere in flight up through orbit, it could be splashing down right off the coast of Cape Canaveral. It could be splashing down thousands of miles away in the North Atlantic. If that happens, to make sure we can get to Bob and Doug as quickly as possible, the Space Force's 45th Space Wing, Task Force 45, has pararescue teams staged and ready all around the world, ready to drop in and rescue Bob and Doug as soon as possible.
And you mentioned that the launch escape system will keep them safe all the way up to orbit. What other options are there after Dragon is in orbit?
Sure. So
Abort
for any
to
reason
orbit.
we're unable to dock to the International Space Station, we have several pre-planned return trajectories, which will bring the capsule down to a splashdown point close to shore, where NASA and SpaceX recovery forces will be waiting to recover them. It'll look like an otherwise totally normal recovery operation, except for the early end of mission. This operation is something we're doing with one of two identical crew recovery ships. We do that because the landing sites, we want to maintain as much flexibility as possible. There could be changing weather conditions that bring down one site and leave the other one up. So we have those two identical ships, one in the Atlantic, one in the Gulf of Mexico. And our space operations team can redirect the spacecraft to go to whichever site is the safest option for the crew at that time.
And with the vehicle, in almost any scenario, it sounds like the vehicle will land into the ocean. And it may look like a gentle landing into the ocean, but it's a pretty dynamic event happening. And you mentioned there are teams that are ready to go and rescue the vehicle and the astronauts on board. How do you prepare for something like that, especially with so many different scenarios that could happen?
Sure. So we're lucky to have had about a decade of recovery experience with Cargo Dragon 1 in our previous trips to the International Space Station. That, along with our booster recovery missions, we've got a great team of recovery operators here who have a lot of offshore experience with our spacecraft. The system, though, that we took that experience, we built up a new crew recovery ship, 2 identical crew recovery ships, I should say, which have a lot of those lessons learned baked into the design of that ship and the operations. These new ships have complete medical facilities, an operational helipad, and redundant communications, power, and propulsion to make sure they're robust and ready for anything we encounter offshore. We've also done tons of training exercises with SpaceX team, the NASA team, and the rescue forces I mentioned earlier, practicing capsule recovery, emergency scenarios where we have to get the crew out of the capsule while they're still in the water, as well as those helicopter evacuations, taking off and landing from the pad many times so that we make sure the team is ready to do that. They're all staged and ready. They feel ready to support, and will be ready to call on us if anything goes wrong today.
Awesome. It sounds like Bob and Doug are in some really good hands and will be safe no matter what occurs on the vehicle. So thank you, Nick, for joining us again, for walking us through all of those details. I hope you're just as excited as we are for a launch coming up here very, very shortly now. So we're going to send it over to KSC to Lauren.
And I'm going to send it over to me so that I can say hi to Alexandru. Thank you for the compliment. Glad you're here. You're awesome. I'm going to say, I'm going to talk a little bit about the space suits now that they're wearing. As I said, 3D printed helmet. It's actually really cool how, they have the umbilical and everything. So a regular, an EVA spacesuit, ones where you would leave the spacecraft, looks like that. And it protects you from the sun's heat and everything. It's basically its own spaceship around your body. And it has that type of, I'll actually go back so you can just see. It has that type of, look at this. She's moving her arms all the way around in a circle. It has like mobility. And now the head doesn't move, but it gives you enough space. Now, the heads don't actually move in Bob and Doug's spacesuit. And don't listen to that. Don't look at this T-. That's not, I should just put myself in something about that. So that was mission control chatter. So look at how they have to look up at the Falcon 9. They have to bend backwards at the knees because there's no neck mobility on the spacesuit. Now, that's not to rag on the spacesuit. The spacesuit is awesome. SpaceX made an awesome spacesuit. And it's a flight suit, really, because it's meant to be not in, like, it's meant for space flight in the capsule. If the capsule depressurizes, and let's hear what Lauren is saying here about the capsule.
Nick Behnken was talking about earlier are Super Draco engines. We have 2 in each quad of the vehicle, so 8 total. And those are bigger engines with a high flow propellant system, and those are what lift Dragon off of Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of emergency that requires us to get off of Falcon.
If you guys have
you probably remember
questions about any of this, please drop them in the chat.
Soyuz, they have that big pointy tower on top. That's the launch escape system for those vehicles. It's actually just another rocket on top of the spaceship that lifts the vehicle off. In the case of Dragon, our escape system is integrated into the vehicle completely. And so that's just better from one less thing you have to jettison every single flight. But it also allows us to have escape capability from the pad before T0 all the way through to orbit. And so even if the very last minute, if we needed to get off of stage 2 while we're in space, we could actually escape to orbit. So yeah, that's the escape system for little baby Dragon here.
Thanks, Lauren, and thanks for walking us through that, because I think it's really important that people understand that critical safety capability, and that's the whole point when we hear that launch escape system is armed. What that means is that in an instant, they can separate from Falcon 9, shoot up into the air, and they can splash down safely in the Atlantic Ocean under Dragon's parachutes. And it was designed to do that. So now that fueling is underway, it's been going on for about 2 minutes now. So they have that safety capability ready to go on standby in an instant if they need it. And so we want to go over to Hawthorne now for an operational update from John Innsbrucker.
Locks in fuel and stage 2 fuel, all flow rates tracking nominally.
So what she's talking about there with the Soyuz and its launch abort system, and this is kind of a low-res image, but this little spiny thing up here, which we don't have for this mission, this is a Soyuz. The U.S. has been paying Russia to put our astronauts into space on the Soyuz since the last space shuttle mission in 2011. This is a launch abort tower, and it's basically a rocket engine that fires from the top, and it shoots hot gas on out on the sides, and when it separates, and if in case something goes wrong with the rocket, it can separate that way. The Dragon capsule has instead these little indents here, this gray part, that's where the Draco engines are, which we saw firing earlier when I showed you that footage of the abort system working. So it's kind of a different approach. I do have mission control audio unmuted, so if there's any updates, we'll hear them. Right now, weather's looking good. We're coming up on T-minus 30 minutes, and this is starting to look really, really good. So that philosophy of not having a tower is really cool because you have to ditch the tower once you get into space, and it's only for aborting. But the engines they have on this capsule, the Dragon capsule, which you can barely see on screen at the top of the rocket there, can be used for other purposes too. They stay with the capsule. So they're not just like only for abort and then we throw them away if we don't need to abort right away. And they use a hypergolic fuel system. So I'm not going to get too deep into this here, into the weeds, as every astronaut likes to say, but you know, the rocket that you're looking at right now has RP-1, which is like standard rocket propellant, basically. It's made from kerosene, highly refined kerosene, and liquid oxygen. And when you put those two together, you also need to light them on fire with a spark for the rocket to actually work. The Super Draco engines that are in the tip top of the rocket, inside the spaceship, the Dragon capsule, have the hypergolic fuels. Now, hypergolic is an awesome word, and it means fuel. It's two different types of, so it's an oxidizer and a fuel, right? So it's two different chemicals, but when they touch each other, they do what is called a spontaneous combustion. I know we all love that. So that's a nice shot right there of exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, you can't see them, but they're in these little indents, and so it's just two nozzles.
Stage 1 cryo-helium load started.
Cryo-helium load started. They use helium as a gas to push things around and or to maintain pressure. Sometimes they'll refill a fuel tank that had rocket propellant or liquid oxygen in it with helium, just so that it maintains the same pressure and that it pushes down all of the actual fuel towards the engine so that the fuel doesn't just go in the vacuum of space all over the place or slosh around. You know, there's a lot of sloshing and stuff like that. There's cool videos of the inside of fuel tanks of fuel sloshing around everywhere. So that's why they're talking about helium. But yeah, hypergolic fuels are so cool because they burn when they touch each other, the two chemicals that make up a hypergolic system. And that's what spurts out of the Dragon capsule. So one of the big advantages of this is that you don't have to worry about an ignition problem like a you know, it not sparking, or, you know, you ever try to start your car and it doesn't start? Yeah, that's not what you want to happen when your life depends on it because your rocket needs to fire. So it just spurts these two chemicals out, and as they mix, they explode and push the rocket. The downside of hypergolic is that they're very not healthy to be around. So that's why after a lot of rocket landings, you see people with full protective gear going up to the rocket. Oh, I love this animation here.
With the space station, as you can see in this animation. And just after putting Dragon into the same orbital plane as the station, the teams will get ready for Dragon's approach and docking
That was
maneuvers.
coming at me.
The next Dragon will make its approach and actually dock with the space station. And this is a very different process from what we've seen with Dragon cargo deliveries in the past, which use a process called berthing. Berthing requires a spacecraft to approach the station and then stop so a crew member can maneuver the station's robotic arm to capture the spacecraft. Docking on this version of Dragon can be done autonomously with no crew on board the station. It's typically a faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it does still require pinpoint accuracy to approach safely.
Once captured, a spacecraft then gets attached to a common berthing mechanism, the same type of port that we use to connect each of the modules on the station together. It's a little bit slower of a process, but the hatches are significantly larger.
I forgot to unmute my mic. I'm just talking about the next crew mission, which Alexandru asked about in the chat, which will have 4 astronauts on it. When is it? It is late 2020. Is expected to launch on August 30th, 2020, actually. The exact launch date being determined by the success of this mission right here today.
So pumped right now because things
So
have cleared
pumped.
up, and it looks like we might actually do this today. If you're just
This
joining
is
us, we are
awesome.
now 25 minutes, 46 seconds, and counting from the first launch of astronauts to
Stage
the
2,
International
Crowley,
Space
load to start.
Station from U.S. soil in 9 years. This will mark the beginning of a
That's
new
old.
era where more people will be able to fly to space than ever before. And we want to share with you the results of a poll we asked a little earlier. If you could go to the moon, now it's not where the astronauts are going today, they're going to the space station, but if you could go to the moon, would you rather visit the South Pole where no one has been before or the Apollo 11 landing site? And it
Ooh,
was
South
a pretty
Pole.
even split. We had 46% of you say you would go to the moon's South Pole, and 54% of you would go to the Apollo 11 landing site. I kind of
South
side
Pole-
with the Apollo 11 landing site because I'm a
Really?
history buff and I want to see where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin set foot. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Lauren, which place would you go?
I'm with you on that one, and I would love to go see that flag there and those footsteps, those footprints there. Still be there, right? There's
They
no
should still
wind.
be
That's
there.
all that's there.
Leland, how about you?
I think I'm with both of you because it's just like, the meatball, the classic.
Yeah.
Going to the classic spot, and that's where all of it started. That's where all that inspiration came, even though I was an antenna engineer not seeing it. But besides that, that's history.
And hopefully, maybe it wouldn't have to be one or the other.
That's true.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Go to so many different places on the moon. I say South Pole easy. Definitely South Pole. Jokingly, because there's no poop on the South Pole. Did you know that there's 79 bags of human poop on the moon? Fun fact. We are animals, and new worlds that we land on, we got to poop on them, I just find that pretty funny. And you know how they used the Apollo lander is that, I assume audio's good now, by the way. Sorry about that, guys. I muted my mic to eat some papaya. I didn't want to be like crunching, and I was getting a little faint, being lunchtime and all. But this is gonna kick. Beep. Oh, I have a beep button that is not ready. But this is gonna be awesome. This launch is. I'm getting so hyped for it. I need nothing. I need no papaya. I could. Doesn't matter how much I slept last night. This launch is about to be so awesome. They're talking about tweets and stuff on the official NASA feed. I'm really liking the split screen action. If you're just joining us, right behind me, I have the actual flight path, which is really cool. The Falcon 9 first stage booster is going to land in the ocean on a boat that has a landing pad. Like it's a drone ship, so there's no people there. Safety again. It's funny, the only 2 people that are going to be really close to this rocket at any time until like recovery is Bob and Doug. the astronauts that are inside the capsule at the tip of the rocket. So this is awesome. You can see on the bottom right, the arm is, and now also on the top right, the arm is like kind of swung away because they moved it away from the capsule for launch. Bob and Doug are in there. They've been in there for almost 2 hours now, I think. After they seal the door, it's sealed. And then so they're loading propellant. The liquid oxygen and RP1, cryo RP1. So both of these are super, super cold and in the negative hundreds of degrees. And that is the best way to get the most energy out of every molecule of propellant, is to super, super, super cool them. Also, more of it fits into a volume if things are cold, right? Except for water, obviously. Water is the fun, outlier there, where ice is actually larger than liquid water in terms of volume, density. But yeah, they got liquid oxygen. It's so cold that you're gonna see the engine actually sweating, basically, just like when you have a cold, glass of iced lemonade on a hot summer's day. That you see that condensation around the outside of it. This is going to be even more so, where there's going to be actual vapor. You're going to see the gas from the air. The water in the air is going to condense, and you're going to be able to see it. So yeah, this is really awesome. So what are we? We're T-minus 20 minutes or so? We're less than that. So I'm going to start listening to some of this.
That's it from us here in Mission Control Houston. I'll send it back over to the team in Hawthorne for the
Perfect
latest
timing.
happening there. John.
T-minus 20 minutes,
Strong
30
back chill
seconds.
started.
We're
Strong back
continuing
chill
to
started.
count down. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. 22 minutes, 45 seconds after the hour.
Stage
right
2
now on the
RP1
right-hand
load is
side,
complete.
you can see a large white cloud coming off of the strongback. That is normal. As we get ready to load the second stage with liquid oxygen, we have to chill in the plumbing lines going up that strongback. And so as we relieve pressure, the moist, humid Florida air condenses around it, and that gives you the cloud. So that tells us that things are actually on schedule. We did begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Fuel loading on the second stage, I believe we just heard the call out that it is complete. First stage fuel load is continuing, and right now that's a little more than, that's about 60% of the way full. So things are looking good. Second stage is getting ready to begin the liquid oxygen loading. After they finish chilling in the lines that you see on the monitor, they'll begin the load at T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds. The range right now is go, ready to support.
Yes.
Weather continues to be go.
Yes.
So as we inch our way closer, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're waiting to hear if anybody calls out an issue, but for the moment, as you can see on the screen, it looks good. Now on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and the team there are reporting no issues. They've done their communications checkouts. The crew access arm, as you can see, is retracted away from the spacecraft. The crew is strapped in and they are ready to go. Now final instructions will be going to the crew at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. We've already heard the crew give their go, close their visors, and get ready for launch. For Dragon, it'll enter terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes. When it transitions to internal power, we'll hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we get close to zero and to liftoff. But right now, at T-minus 18 minutes, 15 seconds, everything continues to be go for an on-time launch.
This
so
is awesome.
Dan, Jesse,
This is
things
great.
are looking pretty good. How are they doing over at your stand?
Things are great from about 15 feet away from you, John, and honestly, things are looking pretty great down at the pad there. We're seeing a lot more blue in the sky. Green is the color we want when we're talking about weather, and that's where we're sitting right now.
So that's my cue to say hi to Noah. Mac Inspires, I got that papaya content for you. If anybody in the chat hates papaya, now's your time to say it. We want to know. If you hate papaya, this is papaya content. Noah, cat in the box, I know. I'm like I feel a little bit the same way, but I got to host this live stream, so I'm out here.
About a 9-minute ride up to orbit for the Falcon 9 and Bob and Doug on board Dragon. It'll be a 2-stage flight, so we'll see the first stage fly until we hear MECO, or main engine cutoff, about 2.5 minutes into flight. After that, the second stage will take over and continue to power them the rest of the way. Second engine cutoff comes in just under 9 minutes at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Following that second
That's
stage,
all the way down here.
completing its job.
Second engine cutoff.
It'll continue to coast for about 3 minutes. It'll do a slight attitude adjustment and null out any rates, so make sure it's not in any kind of a spin before they do separation. So that's when the Dragon spacecraft will physically separate from the Falcon 9 vehicle, and Bob and Doug will be flying free.
So this event right here, the end of this red line, is when there's less thrust, and then of course they'll stop the first stage engine completely.
Stage 2 locks load started.
All right, so they're starting to load liquid oxygen onto the second stage. I don't have a good view of the second stage right now on screen, but it'll come in a second. We'll talk about the second stage and the first stage. This is a 2-stage rocket with the Dragon capsule on top, and you're seeing just the tip of, on this view, you're just seeing the Dragon capsule. And that black part next to my face is the solar panel array on the service module of the Dragon capsule. So there's unpressurized cargo in the service module, and then inside the top part are our awesome astronauts, Bob and Doug. So going back really quick to the flight plan right next to me. I hope this is big enough for you to see. So the first stage, which, oh, actually, this is a good shot of the first stage. So you can see where the rocket, 2/3 of the way up starts to become black. Or, I mean, there's that black part of it. That's the stage connection. So there's 2 sections of the rocket. The first stage uses all of its fuel, or almost all, because it saves some to land, which is the cool thing I was just talking about. And it actually lands on this boat, and that's the flight path for the first stage. The second stage is this red line above it. And he was just talking about engine cut. So main engine cutoff is a really awesome event right around here, and that's where you'll hear them cheering. And then the
Stage 2 locks is on the DPs and flow rate striking nominally.
Okay, that was good call outs about the liquid oxygen on stage 2. They're loading the fuel in still. Weather's looking good. This is looking great. This is so exciting. I'm like yes. What was I saying? So the second stage, the red line is how long its engine burns, basically, or the flight path of when its engine is burning. And then it cuts off around here. And above my head, you can see mission control, and that's what we're listening to their comms feed. And then to my right is Everyday Astronaut, because he has different camera angles. He also has awesome content. I'm not mad if you go watch him. He inspired me a lot to do this. I said, if he can do it, I can do it. I have interesting things to say about this stuff too. And I learned a lot of what I know from him, actually. But he is not cutting back and forth and listening to Gwynne Shotwell, for instance. Gwynne Shotwell works for SpaceX, and we're going to go to her right now.
Launch today.
Thanks, Jesse, and Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
And they're saying goodbye to her. So...
Well, we are so excited. We are just a few minutes away from countdown. So we are going to turn it over to Dan and John for the final minutes in terminal count. Take it away, John.
T-minus 13 minutes, 30 seconds, continuing to count down. We're continuing to load fuel onto the first stage. That should finish up in just about 6 minutes. Fuel is completely loaded on the second stage. That's closed out. And we are continuing to load liquid oxygen on both the first and second stage. The liquid oxygen load beginning on the second stage just about 3.5 minutes ago. We are also loading cryogenic helium into the storage vessels on the first and second stage, getting in the last little bits of helium when we keep it cryogenic, cold and liquefied. That gets us, just like we do with liquid oxygen, the maximum amount into the storage volume so that we can get the most performance out of the vehicle. Right now, we are in a fairly quiet state on the vehicle. Ground pumps continuing to put the propellant in to first and second stages. Next significant issue callouts that we're going to hear will probably be inside the T-minus 10 minutes when they talk to the crew. We'll listen for that. But at the moment, everything continuing to look good at T-minus 12 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Alexandru. And please let me know if I'm saying your name right.
Real close now, John. It's only a little over 12 minutes away. Just a reminder for everybody, it's about a 9-minute ride uphill. We'll have some dueling boxes going on as that first stage is going to be coming home while the second stage is carrying Bob and Doug into orbit.
Dueling
Obviously,
boxes?
we'll be keeping an eye on our astronauts the whole way uphill. Some of the calls that you'll be hearing, as there will be what we call performance calls over the Dragon to ground the entire way uphill. And you'll just hear some of the SpaceX engineers calling out trajectories and booster performance. So we're always looking for that word nominal. I know that's one of John's favorite words. That's one of mine too.
And
we
if you
wanna
look
hear
at
nominal as much as possible up on the way uphill.
Everyday
You might
Astronaut's
also
hat,
hear some number
his hat
and
says
letter combinations.
nominal
And those
as kind of a
correspond
joke.
to the different abort zones that Bob and Doug
And
are
it's-
in during their flight uphill. There's 1A and 1B, which signify that they're on the first stage. Those carry them from there in the Cape all the way up to about the very top of North Carolina. And then we'll have 2A through 2E or 2 Echo, and that will be on the second stage, and that goes from North Carolina all the way up to about the tip of Newfoundland, so in the northern Atlantic. And then there is a zone of the northern Atlantic that we're going to avoid, and so you should hear the call out be something similar to forward to Shannon, and that just refers to Shannon, Ireland, which they'll be going off the coast of Ireland at the later stages of the second stage if they have to abort. So just prepping you now for some of those calls. You're hopefully going to hear that word nominal a whole lot on the way uphill. 10.5 minutes. Things are pretty quiet. As John I said, it'll pick up right at about 10 minutes. We'll wait for the crew just to confirm that their displays are in order. The crew is already strapped in and reported that they are go for launch. And we'll continue to watch the fuel gauges tick up on the Falcon 9 vehicle until fueling cuts off at just about 2 minutes prior to launch.
Dragon.
So we're coming up on 10 minutes. Hey, Bobby F. Good to see you. Alexandru, thank you. I do plan on making many more videos about spaceflight and space exploration. It just excites me so much, and I have a new setup now with this, so it'll be actually easier than how I was doing it before. It was very film style, and took so long to make each video. It took like months. So now hopefully I'll come out with a more regular pace of videos. We're coming up, so we just passed 10 minutes. We're almost T-minus 9.5 minutes. This is getting really exciting. And oh my God, I have so much to say, and now I'm just like, this is going to be great. Weather's looking good.
That voice that's going to be talking to Bob and Doug throughout their mission from right here in Hawthorne, just offering a...
Arthur, this is a split screen of 4K. Split screen is in 4K. Each feed is what you can just normally get. Some of them are not 4K, but I do full screen them, and then they look pretty good upscaled. From when I did my feed on Wednesday, I was getting a lot of compliments on how the resolution looked. But if you can find it 4K elsewhere, native, please send me a link, first of all, but also feel free to watch that and not hear my commentary.
Open the pre-valves.
And I wasn't trying to be rude saying that. I want you to have the best experience possible, and that's just me being not selfish. So this is what I figured. The best of the best is seeing all these different feeds. So above me, you have mission control. Right behind my face is me looking at Flight.io, flightclub.io's 3D visualizer of the flight plan, which is really, really awesome, and I'll follow it along while we do this. And then on the right side is Everyday Astronaut. Hydraulic. I wish I caught that. Everyday Astronaut talking to his chat room. Thank you, Joe. On the top right is the actual official SpaceX feed, which I have maxed out on resolution. And so it's fitting nicely in that box. When I full screen it, I hope it looks good for you. And assuming you're watching on a huge TV, it will probably look pretty good. And if you're on a phone or something small or small TV, it'll look great. Absolutely, with whatever resolution you're in. So this is getting crazy at 7 minutes, T-minus 7 minutes. I'm getting the nerd chills, everybody. I'm getting the nerd chills. So I'm going to listen in to SpaceX's feed. It's just noise right there now on it. Go back to the split screen while we're counting down here.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 engine chill has started.
All right, so engine chill is when they start chilling the actual rocket engines at the bottom of the rocket, because
You heard the call out. Stage 1 engine chill has started. That's gone up to the crew so that they've got situational awareness. As I mentioned, the pre-valves are open, and now we are topping off first stage fuel, getting ready to finish the fuel load. Liquid oxygen load on first and second
Engine
stage
hydraulics at pressure.
will continue until the last 3 to 2 minutes of the countdown.
We should hear that call out, RP1 load complete, coming up in about 6 minutes. Again, RP1 is just that densified kerosene, or that rocket fuel that Falcon 9 is going to be used to power Bob and Doug to orbit today.
All right, so I just made myself a little bit less red. That looks better. I'm wearing a red shirt, but my face was looking a little bit red before that.
Stage 1 fuel is closed out.
So yeah, I'll be full screening
Right
things.
on time. That call out indicates that the fuel loading on the first stage is complete. Draining
Look at
back
that.
the lines now. So first stage and second stage fuel are complete. Liquid oxygen loading is continuing on both stages. You can see on the view on the left side of the monitor, the condensation, the cold gas wrapped around the stages as the tank skins are chilled by the densified liquid oxygen, picking up the humidity
Falcon
from
9
the
is in
Florida
top
air.
line.
It looks like at this moment we're a little more than 90% full on the oxidizer on the first stage, ticking up towards that 80% mark on the second stage. We'll be counting down all the way till about 2 or 3 minutes, as John and I just said, until everything is loaded
Falcon
in
9
Falcon
heaters
9.
closing out.
Look at that.
And we will be go for launch.
So the propellant inside.
Transition to configure for terminal count. Vehicle tanks pressing for strong back retract.
Oh, Trump's there with no mask. Yeah. What does he need a mask for, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bobby F. The rocket is completely filled, just about completely filled now, with cryogenic fuel. Just there's liquid oxygen. Now you have to cool oxygen a lot to make it a liquid.
RP1 bleed.
They're doing a bleed. You have to cool oxygen a whole lot to just have it be not a gas. And then there's the kerosene, RP1. It's highly refined kerosene in there. And that's why it's so cold is the reason why, as you probably got it already, but the humidity in the air, and even if it wasn't in Florida, there would still be this type of effect. Just like when you put a cold glass of ice water on your coffee table, you see that liquid that's on the outside of it is from the air. The water that's in the air getting cold when it gets to it. It gets so cold, the water that's in the air goes from being a gas to being a liquid. It sounds elementary, and
final setup started.
I'm sure many people are like, "Oh, I knew that." Good question, Karen. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in 2020 that you might say this is a bad year to do something, but there's a few factors. We have, in my answer for this at least, we have, first of all, 3 people orbiting the Earth on the International Space Station. They need buddies. They need friends.
MVAC igniter purges.
So we got to give them friends. And also, this spacecraft serves as an egress in case anybody has to evacuate from the International Space Station. That's not a reason to send it up because they have their own. I'm pumped
Dragon
too.
has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power.
All right,
Stage
terminal
1,
count.
LOX load closed out.
LOX load closed up. they have their own Soyuz Russian spacecrafts there, attached to the space station they can come down in. But this is good. This is actually, so the Department of Defense, I'm not sure if they're who's in charge of this, but this SpaceX's company operations is considered.
Vehicle is transitioning to internal power.
SpaceX is considered essential. So it moved through, they kept working on everything through the pandemic. Looks like Everyday Astronaut's having a little trouble with his feed there. He is awesome. He is so hardworking, Everyday Astronaut. He is out there. He drove down to Florida. He is live streaming from 3 miles away. This is getting really exciting.
Lock float is closed out.
What is
Propellant
that?
bills are complete.
I'll full screen that right there. That camera was showing some wildness.
Auto idle.
So for those of you who are just joining in, weather's looking good. We're T-minus a minute and a half. This is super, super exciting. We have
as it's starting.
We have the launch from Florida. I'm showing you the coast of Florida right behind my head right here. This is where they are, and I'll be following along on this flight path. The red indicates when an engine is firing, when an engine is burning, at least on the first stage for the beginning, and then this little landing part, that little red right here, is the when it's getting ready to land, it's slowing down burn. I forget what
Falcon
exactly
9
the
is
name,
in startup.
the name of that burn is. So T-minus,
FPS is armed for launch.
we're within 1 minute. At 3 seconds, they fire the engines at T-minus 3 seconds. And then at 0, we should have a liftoff. And
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
We're go for launch. We are go for launch, ladies and gentlemen. That's an awesome shot of Tim standing outside of his car with the rocket in the background.
T-minus 30 seconds.
I'll full screen that real quick. And we'll get out of there real quick. 17,
Stage 1 tanks
16,
pressing for flight.
15,
T-minus 15 seconds.
14.
10, 9, 8.
About 9 minutes till they get into orbit.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Yes,
so
pitching downrange.
they're pitching downrange as.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
No, I'm not even going to go split screen. This is too good. This is great footage on a nice, clear day. So the rocket is turning to go sideways, as we've talked about in the flight plan. Let me get my little bug out of there so we can look at this telemetry. And so, yeah, there's 2 humans on there, Bob and Doug. They're out of here.
Telemetry nominal.
Yeah, no, this is...
M1D throttle down.
So M1D is the name of a speaker, actually, but also the name of the Merlin engines. And so there's 9 engines on the bottom of that rocket, all firing at once, and they're throttling down for maximum for the aerodynamic pressure, max Q.
The vehicle is supersonic.
All right, so the vehicle just broke the speed of sound, and it continues to accelerate, and it continues to
throttle up,
and it continues to turn from going straight up towards northeast. And they just hit max Q, so now they can throttle back up because it's safer because of the Let's see how these other. Let's see. Oh, that's a good. Well, no, it's not. Let's just go here for safety for now. So we are. If you look behind my head, somewhere in the middle of the arc.
Start of MVAC engine chill.
And the next thing we're going to get that's a cool event, is MECO, main engine cutoff. So main engine cutoff is where it separates, and we're going to get the first stage on its way towards landing. So it doesn't turn around the way that they want this trajectory to go. And that's because, this plume here is because the atmosphere is less dense up that high. It's the same engines firing the same amount of thrust, but they are so far away that the atmosphere is that much less dense, if I can say that much less dense.
M1D throttle down.
So they're throttling down, just because I guess that's the plan. They're taking a trajectory that is kind of shallow to the Earth. It doesn't go like straight up, as straight up as it could, so that they can abort more easily. If they go straight up and they have to abort, the capsule will take such a
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
A steep dive that the it'll burn up if it goes straight up. So the first stage just detached, and now on the left side, right above my head, you're looking at the camera on the first stage. Well, now you're looking at the inside of the capsule. Bob and Doug, they're looking good. There they go. I don't have the audio with the cheering and stuff. I guess we want that, right?
Acquisition of signal walls.
It's just hard for me to talk over that.
Nominal.
But I'll do it. Turn on the old audio with the cheering.
Second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 40
because the landing is going to be awesome.
A little over 5 minutes to go.
So we're looking at a camera on the right side on that's the vacuum engine. So there's a single vacuum engine on the top. So there's 9 engines on the bottom. Yes, hi Jen, welcome. Awesome. Hi boys. What's up? Jen's watching with the boys.
On that second stage, Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Bob and Doug continue. So it takes about 9 minutes for them to really get into a good orbit. So we're T plus 4 minutes.
Nominal trajectory.
Right now they have a nominal trajectory. That's what we want to hear. Nominal means
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
As we've said before, nominal is good. Tim Dodd's wearing the nominal hat.
Nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill.
One of the SpaceX commentators once said nominal by mistake years ago, and that's like a thing. Nominal. So yeah, Bob and Doug looking good in there. Look at that sunlight pouring in. The sun is whoo. As I was saying before, you don't want to be outside of a spaceship in those spacesuits. They're purely flight suits, but you can see on his right thigh, right above my head, that's a connection for the umbilical, and the spacecraft is pressurized inside, so there's good air in there. Their helmets are closed, and the spacesuits the spacecraft can pressurize the spacesuits if needed.
Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles
Dragon
per hour.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
All right, they keep saying nominal trajectory. That's good.
Downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing.
Let's see here. I'm going to put my my little map here next to us, because
and while they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
That doesn't look that good, does it?
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You Today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn.
I'm just going to talk over this and turn it down a little bit.
Merlin engines do ignite to help slow
the right above my head, that camera is looking, it looks kind of funny, but that's a camera on the tip top of the first stage. Karen, their plan was for 2 weeks originally, but they extended it to more than a month of time on the International Space Station. So there will be 5 humans on the International Space Station. There's supposed to be 6 at all times. They're going to move it now to 7 with this capsule because it has 4 seats, so they can actually have 7 at a time able to evacuate. I agree, Mac Inspires. Travis. So the view right above my head is very interesting because it's you have to realize this is like a GoPro, so it's a very fisheye lens. And really, the distance between the camera and those grid fins that you're looking at, those waffle-looking things, those are to steer without using any, with just using electricity. They're to steer in the atmosphere as the first stage starts to land on the boat, like we talked about. So the first stage is looking good. So we're looking downward. So the camera is, I know we're looking at the Earth, but if you imagine the first stage is a thing, and then the Dragon capsule and second stage was on top of it, the camera is right at the tip of the first stage, and you're looking downward. So it doesn't look. It looks like the grid fins are far away, but really they're very close. They're kind of at the top of the first stage, And then because it's a fisheye lens, it's hard for you to tell how far away the bottom of the first stage is. Now, the bottom of the first stage has the 9 Merlin engines that all just started lighting.
This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
They all just engaged
FTS is saved.
to slow down the velocity of the first stage. So the first stage is going to try to land. I'll bring up the map. The map again. I love that map. What can I say? I'm just going to be switching quickly back and forth from that because I love this full screen here. So this is when things start getting really exciting, when we get close to the landing burn here.
Cool view on your left screen, seeing Bob and Doug on Dragon. Right now you can see the
Yeah, so you can,
they are
I don't know if you can hear this. I have this turned down kind of behind me so that I'm not like really talking over someone, but that's the actual controls on the control panel in front of them. That's really cool.
We are coming up 25 seconds or so away from SECO, or second engine cutoff.
This is also the point where Bob and Doug are experiencing their highest G-force. We're seeing the counter tick up to right about 1.8.
Copy, Shannon.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to
So they're in the final abort zone. If they had to abort here, they would need to be rescued in Ireland. So they launch from here from Florida. Don't worry, we're not going to miss anything. I'm just going to show real quick. They are about to hear where the end of the red line there. And they just hit SECO. This is where the drone, this is the shot of the drone ship where the
SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
The rocket was going to land. We might get a video cut out, and that's because of the rocket engines produce a lot of plasma, so it's hard to do wireless transmission of video. Oh, see, look, and that's what's going to happen if that happens. But all we can do is keep watching. So the drone ship is off the coast of America. So this is America right here. The drone ship is in this red zone, and this line is the.
On your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
So this is Tim's feed.
So exciting today.
And
that was the official call out right there when they said good orbital insertion. So now we're just waiting to hear. I haven't heard anything about it first.
Seems very delayed and loud and windy. I don't know why he's streaming in the wind and he has a car there. Oh, he got the same thing I did, which is just a shot of the booster landing, because that's just such an exciting. That's my favorite part, is watching the booster land. And so when the video cuts out for the booster landing, they have it recorded, so it'll come out. And I'm not exactly sure if that was on my end or if they caught it, because I was trying to switch back from the map view. So the booster is on the boat. The boat is like a football field-sized landing pad. ASDS, an autonomous spaceport drone ship, is the full name. The actual name of that particular boat is, of course, I Still Love You, which is awesome. And I didn't hear much cheering on the SpaceX audio feed.
Wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate.
And so now they're talking about separating the capsule from the second stage. And the image
right screen inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Just changed, of course. Yeah, but what you saw with that little engine bell.
Over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles.
Oh no, don't worry, Karen. Nobody's judging. This is a place to ask questions. So they didn't come down. The rocket comes in pieces, basically, so that you can use all of the fuel in the first part of it, and then not have the mass of that in space with you, weighing you down, stopping you from being able to change your velocity as efficiently as you would like to when you're in space. So they just disconnect the first part. Rockets come in. They call them stages, and the first stage landed on a boat. And the boat has like a football field-sized landing pad. It's really cool when you see. I actually have a cool video. It's called the Mothership video. By the way, if you want to subscribe, just click on the bottom right of your screen if you're on a computer. I'm not sure if it works on a phone like that, but there's buttons to subscribe on phones. I've been making a lot of videos about space, and I continue. I plan on making more to continue making more. So this is the separation
making its way to the International Space Station today.
Of Dragon from so they're calling it deploy.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call.
From the second stage. So as it comes in pieces, there's really 3 to keep in mind here.
Chief engineer on Dragon to ground.
The first stage, the second stage.
On behalf of the entire launch team, thanks
Let's
for
listen to
flying
this.
with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
So we're now 13 minutes in.
Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy
all. And like, proud of you guys and the rest of the team.
That was Bob or Doug talking right there. That was the astronaut actually talking live.
America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast. Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
This is amazing. This is really cool because when we launched Apollo to the moon,
And Dragon SpaceX, we confirm nominal Eclipse activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploys in progress.
that's a cool shot of the. So that's the. So
Copy all. We're
all of this is all right. So let me say one thing at a time. First of all, in the 60s, we didn't have a live feed of any of this, right? I mean, I wasn't alive, but for those of you who were, this is like, this is crazy, right?
Cone is going to open up a little bit more than 90 degrees, goes up to about
from 1980 to 2011, we had the space shuttle program. You weren't watching people, and they had pretty good coverage of the space shuttle program. If anybody was ever watching any of that stuff, props to you. I've seen it at, like, I literally went to a space museum and watched space shuttle videos, and I watched them on YouTube a little bit. But we just heard from the astronauts in the capsule in real time. Like, that is amazing. They are traveling at 17,000 miles per hour. So there's the camera I wanted to talk about. That's on the rear of the second stage. That is also traveling at 17,000 miles, and that's not going to circularize its orbit.
Crew Dragon's job is not
so
done.
just going back to
Bob and Doug are still inside Crew Dragon,
the split screen here, or actually going back, I'm just gonna, because nothing's really happening, I feel safe enough to go to the map real quick. The orbit, once you follow this line, and don't worry about that other line, that's when it goes around the Earth the second time, and it's different because the Earth has spun. It takes that long for the spacecraft to go around the Earth, that the Earth spins that much. But we're following this line right here. When it gets to the other side of the Earth, that's when it makes another burn to circularize its orbit. Normally, this is what a spacecraft does. And then the orbit becomes a circle. Now, if it doesn't do that, which is what the second stage is not going to do that. So what are we looking at here? So that's just cloudy Earth. Good thing that weather wasn't over the launch pad. So this part right here, this is the second stage. The first stage landed. If the second stage doesn't circularize, which it won't, it goes back into the atmosphere and actually burns up. And this is one of the few parts of this whole rocket that goes bye-bye.
Smooth ride uphill.
Wasted.
But SpaceX, that's why SpaceX is so awesome. Now, you may be saying, hey, the space shuttle was reusable, right? And I said this before. Forgive me for repeating myself, but the space shuttle was so expensive. The way that SpaceX is doing things, they are putting, the launches are going to get to this double-digit millions, basically. And that might seem like a lot if you don't know about spaceflight, but spaceflight is so expensive and so hard. America pays in the about $90 million for one seat on a Soyuz capsule, where 3 people go in this cramped Russian capsule, which is very reliable. I'm not hating on it, but it's cramped and it's scary for me. I mean, this is obviously scary for anybody, including me, but this is way less scary for me. And this is not me being like patriotism or saying America's the best or anything, but it's not because it's an American rocket. But just if you just look at it, the Soyuz does not look fun to me, and this looks slightly more safe and more fun.
And inside,
if I may
the
just
lights were
tiptoe
flickering,
around
the
that right
cameras were
there.
shaking. Lauren came back in with tears
So
in
America
her
spends
eyes.
$90 million
This
per
is
seat
really
on a Soyuz capsule to put an American astronaut. We fly an American astronaut to Russia
with my own eyes. This is
to go up up to the space station.
Just so great.
And as I've said before, there's normally 6 people on a space station, on the International Space Station, I should say.
Happy they're safe right now.
And
I'm just so happy.
Yeah. Leland,
right
you're
now,
talking about
there's
it's
only
amazing
3
what we
because
can do when we work
3 of the
together.
people had their
Yes,
mission
American astronauts
end,
on an American rocket from American
and they came back to
soil,
Earth.
showing you what America
And so
can do
this
when
is
we come together as a team and blast
awesome.
and
Thank you,
bomb
Arthur.
the cosmos.
Don't forget to subscribe if you want to see more of my videos.
And their
Bottom right, if you're on a
families,
computer on the video, you can
everyone
just click
working
that
together
subscribe
to
text.
take them up to space.
If you're on a
So,
phone, there's
I don't know what
there's
to
a
say.
button right below the
I
video,
can feel
probably.
it still in my veins, and I want to go get on the
So this
rocket.
is really cool for a couple of reasons. I'm going to just talk about it for a little bit, and then they're not showing any more video of it, so we can get into some other stuff. If you guys want to ask questions in the chat, that's what I'm here for. I love answering questions. So I'm just going to talk really quick about the difference now. Now that we have this capability to launch from America, thank you, Peter Lawrence. This was awesome. Now that we have this capability, it means a couple of new things because there's 3 people on the space station right now. Bob and Doug are going to make that 5. Normally we have 6 because we do 3 at a time on a Soyuz capsule. Or in this case of the space shuttle, there was 3 crew members being ferried up and down. Now we have a 4-seater, and as I said, it fits 7, but it's like safe for 4. It's like comfortable for 4. You know what I mean? You know how you buy a tent, like a 4-person tent, and it's like 2 people fit in it? Yeah, that's what this is. 4 in a pinch, 7 in a pinch, but it fits 4. And so we tested with two veterans, and in August we have slated a new mission. You know what? Let's hear Jim. He's probably going to talk about it. So this is NASA Administrator Jim Bredenstein.
Today was just just an amazing day. You know, one of the things the president did right out of the gate when he became president is he created what's called the National Space Council.
I'd rather stay behind him.
Vice President as chairman of the National Space Council. And on that National Space
Creep
Council,
up on him.
You've got the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Education, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, all of these different amazing individuals that deal with space day in and day out. A lot of people don't realize how many parts of the federal government deal with space. And the Vice President invited those members of the National Space Council here as well. So we just had, and then we had members of Congress, bipartisan members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, who have been involved in supporting this program, for a long time now. So I'll just tell you, I'm breathing a sigh of relief, but I will also tell you I am not going to celebrate until Bob and Doug are home safely. Tomorrow they're going to dock to the International Space Station. Tonight I'm heading to Houston to be at the Johnson Space Center when that happens. So it's a bit of a relief. The nose cone is now open. It's now deployed, which means that
awesome.
Now we're going to go into some burns. We're going to have some phasing burns. We're going to have some boosting burns, and we're going to get as much as we can in alignment with the International Space Station as early as possible here. But also, I know it's hard, but the big thing that we need to do now is we got to get Bob and Doug, who have now gone through this exercise twice. They need to get some rest. But I can guarantee you there will be no rest for a good amount of time while they're up there in orbit.
And they are certainly on their way, and a lot of people joining us for this entire celebration.
Sleepy time for Bob and Doug. Oh, I should just turn that down instead of completely muting it, right? Because I just want to talk more about
and President Donald Trump becoming the third
this awesome thing. So Mike Pence is here. Space Force in the house.
I think he's the only sitting
He's just wearing a NASA pin, I think.
To watch American astronauts launch on a brand new rocket that has never launched before.
Yeah,
that's a big.
He's got a NASA pin. That's the meatball logo. There's all this stuff about logos. I'm not really.
He's putting himself at risk to say, look, I'm going to be accountable. Potentially, I'm going to be accountable to the initiatives that I put forward.
I'm not really a logo Nazi. Like some of these people are like, oh, it's got to be this logo or that logo. So that's called the meatball logo.
We're so grateful for it.
And then there's the worm logo that's actually sported. They sport that on the actual Falcon 9.
It's obviously something that is near and dear to him. He said it a year and a half ago.
That's
he put it in the State of the Union speech.
This is actually kind of cool.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. And
Right above me, you're seeing here. Oh, now I'm flipped around. This is the arm that has umbilicals going to the actual rocket that fueled up the rocket.
To make it happen.
And hook the rocket up. That falls backwards, I should say, this way.
We're
Wow.
knocking on wood.
It's weird with mirror action.
So far, so
I'm
good.
better like this, so it goes this way.
That rocket was lifting off, you felt that rumble.
Yeah.
To allow the rocket to clear it
praying.
and
I'm not
no
gonna lie to you, I
bonking
was
happens.
praying.
That's
I
one of
was
my
praying for
favorite
Bob and Doug. I was
space
praying for their
jargons.
families. I was praying for their
We don't want any
safe return,
bonking.
even though they're just going. But man, I'll tell you, it was. I've heard that rumble before, but it's a whole different feeling when you've got your own team on that rocket, and they are our team. They are America's team. This is Launch America. This is everything that America has to offer in its purest form. And times are tough right now. There is no doubt. We've got the coronavirus pandemic. We have other challenges as a country. But I hope this moment in time is an opportunity for everybody to reflect on humanity and what we can do when we work together, when we strive, and when we achieve. And if this can inspire a young child to become the next Elon Musk or the next Jeff Bezos or the next Sir Richard Branson, then that's what this is all about.
Or the next Jim Bridenstine.
Yeah.
Or the next Jim
I wouldn't
Bridenstine.
put me in that category, but.
Well, we appreciate your leadership for
That's
the
awesome.
Space Agency at this time.
Sir Richard
And
Branson
congratulations
is
on an amazing
the
day
Virgin
and
Galactic guy.
Thank
They
you.
just
It's been a
had
great ride.
All right, very good. Marie,
a
we'll send it
launch
back to you in
go
the studio.
poorly, actually, and they were doing an air launch. I might even pull that up because it's really cool. They have this jet plane that has a rocket on the bottom of it that detaches from the rocket and fires its engine, so it's already up into the atmosphere. Now you might be saying, why don't we just do this all the time? Aren't air launches the best? They have their drawbacks, you know. How much can you put on a plane? How much do you gain by not having the rocket just start from the ground is really the question, and you don't gain that much. There is some gain, but then you have other constraints. Mission control, all the think about the umbilicals and the tilt back of the tower, and all of those other things are on a plane now. And everything that you're going to bring with you to space have to now go on a plane, and including the weight of the rocket, and it adds a lot more. So it's not a terrible way to do things, but it is definitely tough to do those things. So we're going to watch some highlights now.
Remember this day. You'll have this memory forever.
I'll full screen the highlights. What a day. What a historic event. Just music. I'll turn this up. Talk over it.
Wow, we're making history again.
Let's go.
Nice. This is awesome. They threw this together quickly. Saying goodbye to their family on their way from the suit-up facility to the pad. That's so cool. That's such a cool shot. See, look, they have to lean back to look up because no head motion on the
4, 3,
on those spacesuits.
1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream.
Speechless. That was awesome. Oh, I wish they had footage of the first stage landing. So when that video cut out of the first stage was probably when it was actually landing, because the plasma from the engine makes the wireless transmissions. And they're not going to try, let's make sure we can watch this live and put extra stuff into that. They get the recording. All they really care about is saving the rocket, this millions and millions and millions of dollars first stage booster, and they care about the telemetry from it and getting data from it so that next time they can do it better. And if anything goes wrong, that's next time. So, wow, this has been quite a stream. So it's going to take them about 12 hours to get to the docking part of this mission. You know, they're in a spaceship going around the Earth right now. They're flying it themselves. They're actually going to take a nap, as we said. Sleepy time, you know, they got to rest. They've had quite the day of suiting up yesterday. That was Wednesday, actually. I would keep thinking because tomorrow is Sunday and there was a launch window tomorrow. I'll just put on some. I'll just put on this here so we can look at mission control above my head and a map of the Earth. If anybody has any questions, I would love to field them before we start wrapping this up. That was something else. That was really awesome, and I'm just speechless about from all of it. I was saying I'm really excited to get some footage of that landing. I guess we've seen so many landings. I can show footage of a rocket landing, of a SpaceX Falcon 9 landing, if you guys want. Yeah, this really was something else. And everybody's tired. Look, all of the live streams have stopped. His has stopped. Launch America's stopped. There's just people in the... You know what's cool? One thing I was going to mention before is that... So this was Launchpad 39A above us. That's the control room, actually, the control room. They flipped it around for space, or SpaceX came in and flipped it around. So those TV screens above my head were not by the window. They were on the other side of the room, and all the desks faced that way. And that was what they did for the Apollo launches and the Space Shuttle launches. And then SpaceX came in and said, wait a minute, why can't we all look out the window while we do this? Boom. So that's interesting. The next action for the capsule is Bob and Doug are going to take a little nappy nap. And, you know, the nose cone is open so the docking port is actually exposed, but that's not why they open the nose cone. They open it to expose the equipment that does the navigation equipment. So they're just going to be flying around the Earth a number of times because I don't remember how long it takes to go around the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour. 20 minutes? No, not 20 minutes. It's in the minutes. And they're going to do this for 12 hours as they get closer and closer and closer to the International Space Station. And that's why we had to launch at a specific time today at 3:22 was to match up these orbits because this ship has to get into the same... I know, right? I can't imagine sleeping after doing that. I mean, I didn't even do it, and I can't even sleep right now. I hope, Danny, you're going to bed. If you're still in the chat, say something, Danny, because my friend in Japan is it's a late night for him right now. So the next action in 12 hours is to dock with the ISS. Really, they're going to be slowly approaching it during this time. And the Dragon, of course, as we've talked about, is autonomous. It flies itself. They can override. If something goes wrong, they can fly it. But who flies better than a computer? A spaceship. Who flies a spaceship better than a computer?
No humans that I know.
So mission control is... They have masks on, right? I don't know. I think they're psyched. I think they're really psyched. I don't have a... Yeah, I can do it. We can make this work. Why not? It might look a little... what's the word? The resolution might be a little bit weird. But let's just go big on mission control real quick. And, yeah, they're wearing masks. I guess... I don't know. Yeah, they should be wearing some masks, shouldn't they? They're all probably so... Oh, Danny. What, would you have to wake up for anything tomorrow? That's... Have a good night. Thanks for coming. Yeah, mission control is lacking a little bit of stuff. I don't know. These people might all have quarantined with each other, the ones not wearing masks, being as they work for SpaceX. I'm pretty sure. Is that Musk? I think that's Elon Musk in the black shirt right here. That could be Elon Musk. Nope, it's not. He turned around.
Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below station and just about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up.
This is live, by the way. This is happening right now.
Meters directly below the station, and this maneuver will also move Dragon inside one of those 2 safety zones around the station that requires a set of go-no-go pulls with the different control teams. The first zone is called the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary shape measuring about 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, which is essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside the ellipsoid, referred to by the teams as the AE, it is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control...
Dragon, SpaceX for update.
If Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its
Go ahead, Jake.
trajectory would move inside the approach ellipsoid.
Okay, for suit doffing, we're still waiting for cabin to be below 25C and trending down. It looks like it's on the way there, but not quite. And the second item is during the burn, we may have intermittent comm and due to pointing, and this is expected.
Due to pointing. The antennas are pointing the wrong way for comms to be.
Okay, copy the cabin temp and suit doffing and intermittent comm during the burn.
Suit doffing.
Good readback, and we are go for the phase burn. Looks like it's in about 12 minutes.
So if you guys didn't know, when you put on a spacesuit, you're donning. You take a spacesuit off, you're doffing the spacesuit. I love that. So I wouldn't really care too much about this row here with those loop-de-loops. It's variable altitude. The up and down on this graph is altitude. Left and right is like nothing. I guess it's how far it is away from how far the capsule on the right, which is on the right side, is away from the International Space Station, which is in the top middle-ish of your screen. Approach ellipsoid, they're saying, is keep out sphere, is like they don't want you to get too close to the International Space Station until you're like, you got to be real careful because there's humans on board and things. These are 2 different spacecraft, each traveling at around 17,000 miles per hour. So they get really, really close to it, basically, is what this graph is all about with these different burns. These burns are important, because they're going in a circle around the Earth. So you have to face the rocket. And when I say rocket now, I'm just talking about the Dragon capsule, but it has rockets on it. You have to face them in the right direction to get your circularization right, and then to get your trajectory right, and then do the station keeping and everything like that. Then when you get close enough, you go to this waypoint, which is 220 meters away, and then you make sure everything's good from there, and then you slowly approach, because now you're just traveling alongside the International Space Station, and you have to match the orientation of the International Space Station and face your docking adapter towards it. So if you look at that, I don't know if you can see that, it's very small. The Dragon capsule, the tip of it, you can see its nose is open, and that's where the docking adapter is right where the, I should say the docking port is right where that white line is coming out of it. So it's going to have to face the docking port into where it's supposed to go. I don't think they're going to use an arm because, for cargo vessels, they actually grab an arm. They use the Canada arm, or the robotic arm that's on the space station, and reach out and grab a cargo vessel and pick, once the arm, that's basically the docking right there. Then the arm can do whatever it wants. Of course, using energy and moving stuff around in space does affect your vessel, but not as much as obviously something crashing into it too fast when it's trying to dock or something like that. This will actually be docked by the computer. They can do it by hand, Bob and Doug, if they need to. As we said, it's an autonomous vehicle with overrides. But they're going to just slowly go from waypoint 1 to waypoint 2, which is 20 meters away, and then they're going to stop there, and then they're going to go super slowly into the actual dock, and eventually make sure the pressure is the same on the air in the airlock as is in the capsule, and or it might not even be an airlock. They might just dock right in into an adapter that kind of makes the pressure all the same, and then pop open that port, and then they hug the so that's why they really quarantined, is because these guys are about to hug people that are on a space vessel just orbiting the Earth for months at a time. So this mission is going to last a month, around. They said a month plus, and then the capsule will come back to Earth and splash down. If you missed it, this is 12 hours from now, about 12 hours from now, I believe, that they're going to actually dock.
You both did a great job of describing some of those. From the International Space Station side of things, we're really in a monitor mode for much of the flight. Once it gets closer to some of the docking portion of the flight that you were going through, that's when we'll start really kicking into gear for joint operations. Just when the Dragon is just about 80 kilometers away, we'll start doing our checkouts of a system called C2V2. That's the communication system. Dragon, through the most of its flight, will be talking or communicating with the TDRS satellites, the geosynchronous satellites around the Earth. Right about the 80-kilometer part, we'll be turning on the C2V2. That is the common communication for visiting vehicles and establishes a link between the International Space Station and Dragon. It'll be turned on for some...
So to answer your question, Tony Hearn, the astronauts will detach from their seat and they actually take their spacesuit off. Doffing. They don't have to sleep in that spacesuit. It's really a flight suit. It's like a launch suit. And it will be doffed.
Control side of things to really prepare the station for docking, switching some of the thrusters over to the Russian side and really relying on those control moment gyros and the angular momentum there to keep the International Space Station nice and steady. Once it makes its approach, it'll really be up to Bob and Doug to perform those final maneuvers and into docking. Chris Cassidy, though, will be monitoring from the inside. He's got a tool called the RPOP, and he'll be monitoring the approach from the inside of the International Space Station. Chris Cassidy, through the past couple days, has been preparing the International Space Station for Bob and Doug, getting some of the beds that they'll be sleeping in on the International Space Station ready,
nice.
Really preparing some of the tools that he'll use for the monitoring, and then when Doug and Bob are nice and close to the International Space Station, opening up the hatch and getting some air right between the hatch where Bob and Doug will enter the International Space Station. Everything's still looking good from the space station side of things. We should be exiting a loss of communication now and going back and getting some views from station. Still having great views from Bob and Doug incrementally. We'll be following right along through the duration of this flight until it docks just 19 hours from now. That's it from us in here in Mission Control Houston. Dan, I'll send it back to you over in Hawthorne.
All right. Thank you, Gary. Now joining me here in Hawthorne, though, we'll get her a second to get mic'd up and everything, but SpaceX's Kate Tice, who was with us for Demo 1, we got to do the splashdown together. Yeah. Now we're going to do kind of that initial flight on orbit with Bob and Doug. So, Kate, thanks for jumping in.
Yeah,
obviously,
absolutely.
Demo 2, he's talking about Demo 1.
I'm Kate Tice. I'm a senior engineer here at SpaceX. Really excited to be joining you for the Demo 2 webcast here with Dan, like you said, in front of mission headquarters here in Hawthorne. So, like he was saying before, Dragon is going to be performing a couple of different things going on in the next few hours. We're going to have 5 major burns, but at the moment, we are coming up to the first burn, which is the phase burn.
And that's going to be, again, the first firing of those thrusters, those Draco thrusters. It'll be using both the forward bulkhead, the ones that were uncovered by that.
Sorry for being corny. I just couldn't resist.
The ones around the service section or around
gonna hit you with that.
And we've been looking at our timeline, and it's expected to last about 492 seconds is what they have it in there. So it's going to be a fairly long firing. And again, these are done just to gradually raise up the orbit. So essentially what we're doing is we're waiting until we're at the highest point of our orbit over the Earth. We're firing the thrusters, and that raises up the lowest point of our orbit. And then we just circle everything out with what we call a co-elliptic burn once we get back to that other side of the orbit. So they're going to just gradually do that over the coming hours until they're at the International Space Station. And then it's time for docking.
Yeah. So, like Dan said, we have a total of 12 a total of 12 Draco thrusters on board of Dragon. In addition to the 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters, which we'll be using upcoming, there are 12 more Dracos in the service section, which is the area along the lower part of the Dragon capsule. These will be used in every burn and are primarily there to help maintain Dragon's attitude, which is especially important when doing the finely tuned approach into docking. Now, they can also be used for smaller translational maneuvers, but right now we're approaching the phase burn, and that should be about 3 minutes.
Yep, so we're just going to continue to stand by, wait for that phase burn. That'll be the first major on-orbit event since they've done all of their checkouts and the nose cone is open. And then we'll be standing by. We should be having the first manual flight test coming up in just about 50 minutes from now, if everything goes well. So that'll be our first chance to watch Bob and Doug actually fly Dragon. And so
that's awesome.
That's going to be really cool. Again, it's designed to fly itself the entire time, but it's the crew has the ability to step in should they need it, and they'll actually be stepping in and taking control. So they'll be flying a brand new spacecraft for the very first time.
Yeah, something that I like to remind my friends and family, as we've been leading up to this launch for the last several days, this is a demonstration mission. And so like that far-field manual flight test that we'll have coming up a little bit later, Bob and Doug, they're test pilots. This kind of mission is what they live for. If I remember correctly, it was 1981.
That's better, right?
Shuttle Columbia was the last time that we tested a completely new vehicle. So it's been a long time since anybody has had the opportunity.
I have a friend who's a YouTuber, and he was telling me even as this size, he was saying my face is I have a big face cam. He's like, you got to put the face cam smaller. I was like, I do? I kind of like, I mean, first of all, right at this second, there's nothing going on behind me,
For some reason that they need, that is one of the testing objectives.
Yeah, we're right now, cabin environments are stable. Our plan is to give you the go for suit doffing after the phase burn.
Suit doffing.
And we are seeing Draco Orbit 2, Draco 4 is a little bit a low temperature out of family. We're not tracking any immediate concerns, but just wanted to make you aware that we are looking into that.
I like being called Manu. That's fine. Noah, thanks for coming. You're probably already gone, but thank you for coming by, Noah. Thank you, Sammy. Yo, E, what up? Get some astronaut ice cream. That's awesome. I was just talking with a friend of mine who does Chinese medicine, and he was talking about how with this coronavirus going around, one of the worst things you can do is eat ice cream. And I was like, what? And he was saying it's because, it's sugar, dairy, things that cause inflammation, but also it's cold. And the coldness makes your, your blood vessels and cells near your stomach and stuff contract and it constricts them. So he was saying no ice cream. And why did I just... Oh, because you said let's get some astronaut. Now, astronaut ice cream is probably okay. Astronaut ice cream is probably fine. You can just go ahead and have as much astronaut ice cream as you want, and I bet you won't get inflamed from, or, at least it's not cold. Sugary, I'm sure. Freeze-dried, sugary dairy, I guess. Is it really dairy? I guess it is. I don't know, but I know all of you out there love astronaut ice cream. Probably more than you like papaya. Am I right? So yeah, so this is, we're just looking at mission control right now in SpaceX. Yeah, so this is, I believe,
confirmation the first burn is in progress. Again, this is the first of the 5 major maneuvers. This one's called the phase burn.
I don't know what they're showing
those
here.
Forward bulkhead thrusters. So just those 4 Dracos at the very top underneath the nose cone to do these, what we call Delta V maneuvers. So just big changes in velocity that we're going to do to gradually raise this orbit up over the coming hours.
That
so
wasn't
we're watching some of the screens. We're able to see the burn is in progress. It's expected to last for several minutes, so we'll just keep an ear out, make sure that everything goes well, and then we'll get a report pretty much the same time the crew does on how the burn goes. So we're really just
I know,
looking
Tony
towards
Hearn.
good burn
Yeah.
After it's complete.
Yeah,
Like we said,
compared to the
this is the
Soyuz
first,
cramped
5
to
major
with
burns that
3 people
we'll
in
be
such a tiny.
performing over
Sorry for
the
talking
coming
over here.
hours. So this is basically
3
the
people in such a
first
tiny
step, first major
spacecraft, the
step
Soyuz.
in the
Oh my
free
God.
fall of, Demo 2.
Yeah, this is nice that they can float freely with no suit on, move their heads around, sleep in low. It's hard to sleep, but when you're getting used, they're veterans. They're veterans, so they're probably sleeping in low gravity. I make videos about artificial gravity, by the way. If you guys want to hit the subscribe button, you'll get notifications when I come out with a new one. Yeah, it's really awesome how we're America just did it today. America. And not that I'm like a huge America patriot fan. You know, I live in America, but I want other countries to do well too. I'm just a spaceflight fan. So let's get that straight. But America has been such a leader for so long, and then after the space shuttle disasters and us getting rid of the space shuttle program in 2011, that's it's just been sad. That's how I'll put it. It's been sad.
We're about 2 minutes into our phase burn. Everything looking good.
Because we haven't done anything since. So now we've been investing in this at the commercial crew program and such, but it's nothing. This is like the day that we're back in business.
SpaceX for awareness, burn is nominal so far.
Burn is nominal.
So confirmation that burn is nominal thus far.
So these thrusters are very weak compared to like the Falcon 9 thrusters. Real small stars. Just REALSMALLSTARS. Real small stars is my Instagram. This burn is, what do they say, 9 minutes? It's a long burn, and it's it barely moves the just put this on screen real quick. The circularization of that's what they're going for here. They're calling it a phase burn, but they're trying to circularize. I can't really control this. There we go. Now we got the Earth kind of in the middle. So yeah, when the rocket gets to, what is this, Africa? So we launched from around here, this area here. You can see my gigantic purple mouse behind me. And we went to, we launched and we went. Bob and Doug got accelerated to a speed of 17,000 miles an hour and 254 miles in altitude, right? So they're going this way, right? And when they, thank you for coming, Karen. When they get to parts that curve like this, the Earth's gravity keeps them in orbit, right? They don't have to do anything. However, because of how a launch works and how they sped up on this side just to get, the more you speed up on this side of the Earth, the more when you get to this side of the Earth, you are going to get farther and farther away from the Earth. You kind of slingshot around it, right? You can picture that. When you get to this side of the Earth, you actually have to burn again because you're just gonna. And I gotta move this.
Got a little under 3 minutes to go, I think. Everything's looking good so far.
Dan, I remember during the demo 1 splashdown,
when you get to
basically leaving the
this part of the circle, you're gonna crash back into the Earth if you don't burn when you're over here.
It's the same deal going.
So you got to burn the engine, and you got to burn it. The engine facing in the direction that the mouse is facing. Right, the engine's going upwards on the screen right here, so that the Dragon gets more momentum in this, on its it's called circularizing the orbit. Hey, what's up, Martin? Good to see you. So when I hope you like my big purple mouse.
I just got sick and tired of the baby mouse.
So yeah, so that's what they're doing right now. But so it's not even that much delta V in terms of how much. So when you're completely still, you have to use a lot of energy to move the rocket to accelerate the rocket to the right speed to orbit the Earth. Right now, their circularization burn doesn't need as much power, but those engines are actually way weaker in terms of thrust. They have efficiency. They're efficient. You know, there's not a lot of fuel on that cap. This is the capsule is you saw the capsule on the top of the rocket. The whole rocket's detached and gone. You know, first stage is on the boat, probably on its way back already to port to be, you know, refitted for the next launch. And second stage is doing this without burning, and it's going to burn up in the atmosphere, going at the same speed, pretty much. Basically the same. It's like close enough to the same speed as the Dragon capsule. The Dragon capsule is doing a 9-minute burn with its weaker, less thrust engines. And then we'll listen more to what they're saying about
all through the duration of the mission. Bob and Doug have, you know, they are super familiar with what's going to happen and what they're expected to do.
And we should be coming up near the end of the phase burn. Again, this is the first in 5. The next major one's going to be the boost burn. That's going to raise their orbit up to just about 10 kilometers below the station itself. And so they're just going to get closer and closer in these incremental steps. And you'll see in this graphic that when they do these burns, it looks like they're kind of doing a little bit of a loop-de-loop. This graph is in relation to the space station itself. So on one axis, the Y, you have how far below you are, and on the X, how far behind the station you still are. It's not perfectly to scale.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal burn.
Nominal's good, baby. That's what we want.
Baby?
Sorry, I just like remind myself that I say baby too much.
And we just heard the 2 words we were hoping for, nominal burn. So
what should I replace?
1 burn out of 5 checked.
In my vocabulary with baby.
So that was the first one. The next one coming up is going to be the boost burn in about 1 hour and 24 minutes. Before they get to that, though, we are going to be looking forward to that manual flight test where they're going to be taking the reins and they're going to be taking control of Dragon itself.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I mean, I'm just hanging out. Feel free to.
For that moment,
if you're here to support me as a friend, you did. I really appreciate.
It's
mute this right here. I really, really appreciate you. Oh, that's awesome, awesome graphics. They're just quickly going through it. What's on their website? You know what? I'll probably show some of this in a few minutes. But thank you so much for your support, everybody. I'm gonna keep streaming a little bit, but we're just hanging out, just having fun. I won't be mad if you sign off.
Currently configured.
I'm gonna take. Let's walk everybody through this website because that's awesome. I've actually been to the website before.
Yeah, so as I was.
Okay, Dragon copy, suit doffing in work. We see that the cameras are off, and we can do on-orbit activation.
Copy all.
Problem is I can't really see my
and Dragon,
screen.
also at your convenience, if you can confirm the gas detectors are off, location 14.
I'm actually lower my whole desk. Ooh-wee. Camera.
Welcome.
Okay, so what's going on at this point is Bob and Doug now have the opportunity to take their suits off. This is referred to as doffing.
Doffing.
As donning
I love
is
that.
actually putting the suits on. They'll actually be able to remove those suits at this time, get a little bit more comfortable in the cabin, and they'll be putting those suits back on when they get closer to the International Space Station. And like I was saying before, I highly encourage you all to check out the simulation that we have online where you can test out your skills at steering Dragon and docking it to the International Space Station. That website is iss.sim.spacex.com. And like I said, you can test your own skills at flying Dragon.
I'm actually going to take a look at the actual SpaceX website right now. First of all, the Dragon capsule is spinning almost the same speed as my star logo. I just want to set it off. Set it off right there. So yeah, we're looking at Dragon. I'll just put my big old mouse on there. Crew Dragon interior. Right, there's the 4 seats. Bob and Doug were in the middle too. Seat rotation is so cool. That's such a cool thing. Is this? Oh no, I forgot his name. but I have his name right here, who that is. That could be Victor Glover. Let's see here. I just want to double check. Yep. I believe so. First rookie to fly. So in August, this gentleman, if that's Victor Glover, you know, I should just double check by looking at a picture of him and make sure that's him before I say weird stuff. Yeah, the logo wasn't exactly the same. Same speed. Victor Glover. Yep, that's him. That's Victor Glover. So he's going to be the first African American in space from the U.S. at least for a long time. I guess forget from in the world. For it's been at least a decade. Something like that. I could be having that a little bit wrong. You know, why would I say things that I'm not sure is factually correct? So let me just say this correctly. He's going to be the first rookie to fly into orbit on an American spacecraft since the space shuttle over a decade prior. So that's what I'm talking about. And the first African-American astronaut to fly in space since Alvin Drew launched on STS-133. Now, that's a space shuttle mission that was... Yeah, I get these facts. 2011. Right? 133rd mission in the space shuttle program. STS-133. Yeah. It launched on February 24th, 2011. So... yeah, almost. It's a little over 9 years since we've had an African American in space. About time. So this gentleman is going to be on the next Dragon capsule to go up, which is going to be in August. These are this is what it looks like. Look at that tiny little engine and the big bell. So the bell is so big because of the vacuum of space, as we talked about before, because there's no air pressure to stop things from expanding. Thrust in vacuum, 400 newtons, or 90 pounds force. 90 pounds force right there. So imagine pushing 90 pounds. That's how fast this pushes. I don't know what it is, 1 meter or something like that. That's how, or wait, no. It pushes with the force of 90 pounds. That 90 pounds would be equivalent of weighing down upon you. If I had to hold 90 pounds in my arm, that's how much force this one single engine pushes with, which is equal to 400 newtons. Dragon parachute system, which was awesome. We didn't have to use it now, but we will be using it when these people come back. Bob and Doug come back in a little over a month. This is a picture of the cargo dragon, the old dragon, right? But that is awesome, and you can see the solar panels extended. It's got radiators, it's got solar panels. This is the cargo, but it's this. They call it the service module with unpressurized cargo and this pressurized area in here. Let's turn back on some audio.
Check it out for yourself.
Yeah, definitely get a chance to go pilot Dragon. We're going to be seeing that
Let's
tomorrow
see.
morning.
I'm going to do a little
It's
ISS
surreal
Dragon
when we got
docking.
to see it on Demo 1 with Dragon coming in. We've got some great cameras right on that docking port where Dragon's going to be pointed. It's going to be really exciting to see them come in for that final approach.
Dragon SpaceX, no response required, but we are going to be enabling branch 2 of the helium system. This is expected to be done on orbit to protect for a scrub.
Try to full screen this bad boy real quick. Thanks for sticking with me. If you're still here,
And
I'm
Dragon
just
SpaceX, this is just clarification. This will get us back into the expected on-orbit config.
I'm just here having fun still. I'm gonna mess around with the docking simulator.
Dragon copies.
Bring that up on the show. Nice full screen. This doesn't just take me right into it, I hope. I wanted to get some cool graph. Oh, okay, so we're docking. We're docking. So I'll put myself in the center of the screen so that I can look at these controls. Whoa. I didn't really get a too much of a rundown. So I don't want to have to click. I want to know what keyboard button presses this, but I'm going to just hit this right here so I can. So this is firing. Oh yeah. So now I have to cancel that motion. So I went with some upward motion. Right now I'm going to go with some. I need to roll. I need to get this roll going on here for sure. But I need to not give it too much roll. So I'll start slowing that down. And oh, that's awesome. This gauge here tells me how much momentum I have going in that direction. That is awesome. Okay, so that's going to make it kind of easy. So now I'm going to face the nose towards the ISS. All right, we're going to go up a little bit. Guess my head is blocking important stuff. And I'll just get rid of my little bug there. So now I'm getting rid of some momentum in that direction. Now I'm going to use some forward momentum. Translation. All right, we're kind of locked on there. And then I'm going to go upwards.
Dragon SpaceX prop reconfiguration is complete and expected.
This is awesome listening to their comms while I'm doing this. Tony Hearn duff time. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Doffing and duff. So I'm holding down the forward translation button now. And I don't see where I can see my... Oh, I see X, Y, and Z over here is where I can see my speed, and there's my range. So we're moving forward. The range is going downwards. You know, you're not supposed to approach too fast, but I think, you know, the ones and zeros inside the simulator will forgive me if I crash, right? I'm going to eat some papaya real quick. I still have the SpaceX feed unmuted. Oh, we're getting a little off course here. I got to fix that. This is so helpful to me. I can fly this so easily with these. See this little blue here? That's showing me my momentum with pitch and yaw. Because you know, when you use the thruster, it gives you momentum in that direction. You have to end up canceling that momentum when you end up orienting yourself the way you want to, or when your orientation gets to where you want it to be. That's when you have to thrust in the opposite direction to stop. And the same thing as I get closer here. I'm just going to hold this button down a little bit more. My range is still at 182 meters. I'm going to hit the down button. Now the nose is tilting down. I wonder if you run out of fuel in this. I don't see where it says speed. Oh, half? Does that say half? Oh, rate. Ah. Just look up at my high resolution screen of the same thing. So range 179.9, rate minus, and we want a nice minus number because we're going for the rate of range change, I guess. And the range is going down because we're getting closer. So the rate of my distance getting smaller is what we're looking at here. So minus, I was being so ginger with this forward button, but I don't remember what there's like a guideline for how fast you're supposed to approach the International Space Station. And I don't remember what it is. Oh, I was like, what is that purple thing by my head? It's my giant purple mouse. So I'm just still holding this button down. We're getting... Oh, I'm holding the wrong thing down. I'm holding the wrong thing down. So I'm translating upwards with that button. All right. Well, this is what happens when you don't know the controls. So to go forward... So this is... Yeah, so this is translation. Oh, it's the plus. Which should be E. No? Is it not E? Oh, I'm clicking in the wrong place. That's why. Okay. I've now learned how to play this game. So plus is forward. Of course, my translation. So this just use the mouse to highlight this area here. I thought this was like a oriented where this is forward, back, left, and right. No, this is up, down, left, and right in terms of my z-axis to translate upward. So that's why I'm way off course now. But I'll still go forward and try to correct that. And it doesn't give me any... And, of course, I'm in relation to the station. So what can the instruments tell me, you know, in terms of how... I want to know how fast I'm going upwards, because I held that button down for so long. I got so much momentum pushing me upwards that...
And if you're just now tuning in, you missed the launch, so you might want to head online and make sure you go back and check that out. But Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley,
I'm gonna
two
reload.
NASA astronauts, are flying through outer space right now.
I'm going to reload and
after
do
that
this right.
successful launch just a little while ago. We're going to be bringing you
All right.
this ground track that you're looking at.
This is the
You're
start.
You're going to be able to see exactly where Dragon
We
is
got
over
this.
planet Earth, and you're going to see a number of different lines, so usually 3 at a time. And so what that is showing is each of those orbits around planet Earth for the Dragon spacecraft. And it looks like it's wavy, but that's because you're taking a globe and then stretching it out flat. And so that's why it looks like, so it is a straight line if you were actually looking at it around the globe. So with that on-time launch, they've already traveled well away from the Kennedy Space Center. They're already downrange, way in excess of 600 miles.
On the right here,
But
so you can see
they're
these
going to
controls,
continue to fly
these,
around planet Earth. They're going to continue to
instruments.
raise their orbit over the next 19 hours. They were successful in doing so with their first burn, the phase burn. That was done.
And SpaceX Dragon for suit doffing. We started a timer for the drying of both suits about 4.5 minutes ago, if you guys want to back us up.
I'm going to go real quick to this map of the
Copy.
orbits.
Timer started for suit drying 4.5 minutes ago.
When you...
Back you up.
And that was
That's somebody's mic on that broadcast, by the way. When you flatten out the Earth into a flat map, an orbit looks like that. That's a circle around the Earth, but it's just a wavy line, because a sphere was flattened into a two-dimensional thing. So, how is my docking doing? So I'm actually going to do the right thing. So we're getting some forward delta V here. I'm going forward, as they say in Germany, right? I'm just kidding. Don't listen to me. Get my roll right. So I'm hitting this plus button now, and it's good. I don't know why that was lit up. I was not hitting down. So, all right, now we're 91 point, okay. Oh, I have to click. Holding it doesn't do anything. Clicking it is, okay. I'm learning as I go, but this doesn't look so bad anymore. Right, so we're going to give a little bit of leftwards nose action. I'm going to point the nose to the port side, I guess I would say. I'm going to point the nose up a little bit now. And, got to fix this roll. Okay, we're rolling good. We're pitching up too much. Okay, now we're going straight, and we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. I'm actually going to go a little bit faster because I feel very confident with this. Using WASD on the keyboard now, I'm just getting some translation momentum in, downwards and to my left. And now I'm going to cancel that out. I don't really need to cancel out the left because I want to go more left. And I'm going to start slowing down soon because my range is getting... Well, we've traveled about half the distance, right? We started at around 200 meters, as I recall. And now we're at... I don't have SpaceX muted. Are they talking? Oh, I do. I just have them very low on the volume fader.
So they get scheduled 8 hours, if I remember correctly.
Ooh, I gotta start slowing down.
I mean, you can see whenever we had the views inside of Dragon earlier, you can see that
SpaceX Dragon 4.300 is complete.
Copy, 4.300 complete.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I slowed down enough. That was scary. I went back to the screen.
A little bit more comfortable, and then hopefully we'll be getting to that manual flight test in just a little while. Yeah, they'll have about 8 hours of sleep scheduled. I don't know how.
This is an approach right here.
Like today.
An approach and a half.
I also don't know how they were as calm and collected as they were. So again, you're dealing with some special people.
Yeah, no, those astronauts are amazing. Now, Bob and Doug don't have to do this because the Dragon's going to do this automatically, right? But if they need to, they can. Something goes wrong, they can override the controls. They see something going. They're going to monitor very closely what the computer is doing. Now, we're close enough to the Earth that you could even control this from the ground because the distance for the transmission of like wireless control transmission isn't that great. It's not that far away. But like things on Mars, on the moon, it takes seconds for transmissions to get to the moon and minutes, I believe, to get to Mars. For like actually controlling a spacecraft. I'm a little bit too high, aren't I? For actually controlling a spacecraft, and I'm going to pitch up a little bit here. So just imagine having something on Mars that you're trying to control from here, like a robot or something. You have to send a command and then wait minutes for to receive a response and see what happened if whatever was. This is very responsive, by the way. I'm hitting buttons and it's working. So this is what it looks like to dock to the International Space Station on the Dragon capsule. Whoops, I hit down instead of slow down. I meant slow down here. How fast am I going? Oh, I might have just canceled all of my forward momentum. It says 0.3. Oh, it's not negative, so I need negative forward momentum. Okay, here we go. Now we're going slow enough. I guess I'll try to aim for this little black dot now that I'm this close. Oh, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Boom. Fail. Rotation. Ooh, I wasn't even paying attention to any of that. Anyway, this is probably pretty boring for you guys to watch.
They're going to be joining the Expedition 63 crew already in progress. There's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy's the current commander. He's on the right there of that photo. And then he was joined right now by two Russian cosmonauts, Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner. They've been on board since they launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just several weeks ago. Right now, only a 3-person crew on board. That's one of the major reasons we wanted to get this commercial crew capability online, because we're no longer flying 4 Soyuz spacecraft a year. We're only doing 2 a year. And so we need these commercial spacecraft, Dragon now in orbit, and eventually the Boeing Starliner to begin carrying larger crews up to orbit. So they're going to be joining them. Chris Cassidy, the current commander of the space station, is going to welcome Doug and Bob on board. They'll be residing inside what we call the USOS segment. It's kind of the half of the station.
Dragon SpaceX for suit drawing, low priority.
Suit drawing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we just wanted confirmation that you are drawing suit 1 or suit 2 and seat 1. Just because we're not seeing.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, that's affirmative. Suit, my suit from seat 2 is in seat 1, and it's hooked up, and we've verified airflow.
Copy. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben.
At this point, the crew is out of their suits and they're drying them, so they're actually reconnecting them to the umbilicals of the seats that they're not using. You heard them refer to seats 2 and 1.
Interesting.
If you were looking inside the Dragon capsule, it goes seats 1 through 4 from right to left, so it's a little backwards. Doug Hurley is in seat number 2. That's the commander seat.
Ben, do you know what the key commands are for the keyboard to roll?
But they are getting their suits connected to the umbilicals, which can provide communications when the astronauts are actually in the suit, but you can actually flow air into the suit through that umbilical, and they're just using that to dry it out now that the crew's not wearing them and they're comfortable on orbit.
Yeah, I can imagine that despite that airflow going through the suits throughout the entire time of leading up to launch and launch itself, I can imagine it's still, you know, with the adrenaline and their hearts pumping, I imagine it might have gotten a little sweaty in there anyway.
Yeah, doing a little bit kind of like hanging your laundry in space almost, but they're going to be out of these suits for the next several hours. They'll be able to get a little bit more comfortable in the Dragon capsule. They will be wearing them again when it's time to dock, though. We typically have astronauts suit up anytime they're in a dynamic operation, so that's obviously a launch, anytime you're docking or undocking from a spacecraft, and then definitely on that re-entry and landing.
Yeah, so as you've heard us say before about these suits, they are custom made for Bob and Doug, so there's really no chance that they might be able to put the other ones on, like their name is stitched on it for obvious
I don't
reasons,
like the mouse stuff.
These suits are highly intelligent and highly functional, so even though they naturally will be more comfortable out of the suit, they have said that the suits themselves are pretty nice to sit in, and as you can see from today's events, and
we're getting to negative
the launches that we
145.
had before, they do spend
And
quite a
there
bit
it
of
is.
time in
I haven't
those
actually
suits.
done this, but I heard about it.
Yeah, they are custom made for each individual
Awesome.
astronaut, made here on site in Hawthorne, California.
Dark.
Same building that we build the rocket, and same building that we
Do I
build
have
the
unlimited
spacecraft.
fuel?
So, pretty cool to see of that piece of hardware
By the way,
itself,
because that's kind of important to know. I
now
think.
in action, finally in Dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about how the suit is almost like a mini spacecraft itself, and we always say that when we talk about when crew members go out for spacewalks, because that suit is kind of self-contained to have all of the breathing air, things like that, just in case they need it. Specifically for these flight suits on Dragon, they're going to be most needed if you have a depressurization, so just a loss of cabin pressure inside of Dragon. They're able to be in their suits. They can get pressurized nitrox or even pure oxygen if they are depressurized.
Oh, there's
then
precision.
It will be at
That's
a lower
awesome.
pressure, because if you put the suit up all the way to 14 psi, it'd be kind of what we look at when you talk about wearing the large EMU, the great big white suit that we wear for spacewalks. Pressurizing that all the way up to atmospheric pressure would be you in a giant balloon where you probably wouldn't be able to move your arms very easily. So when you're in a suit and it's pressurized, you're typically at a much lower PSI. I'm not sure what the SpaceX suits are at, but our EMUs are at about 4, and then you have to up the oxygen content in what you're breathing just to make sure you're still getting enough. So they'll be able to flow pure oxygen into those suits if required.
Yeah,
Look
so
at
just
mission
as a
control
quick
real
update,
quick.
in case if you are just joining us, we have obviously lifted off. Bob and Doug are now on their way to the International Space Station, probably about an hour and a half into what will be a 19-hour journey in chasing down the space station. And we are approaching what is known as the Far Field Manual Flight Test. And this is basically the opportunity that they'll have to take back control of the Dragon capsule and just perform the ability to pilot it manually. Dragon is a fully autonomous spacecraft, meaning that it drives itself. It is highly intelligent. The flight computer makes all the calls using all the inputs from the sensors and the data that it receives. And so realistically, this is meant to be a fairly hands-off flight to the International Space Station. But in the event that for some reason Bob and Doug need to, or whichever astronaut is on board Crew Dragon might need to take manual control, the Far Field Manual Flight Test, which we have coming up in just a few minutes actually, is what we will be doing to basically complete the test objective for this mission, saying, yeah, that is absolutely possible to do.
Yeah, it's right there in the name. It's a demonstration mission 2, which on demonstration mission 1, we didn't have crew members, but did a lot of tests of Dragon's maneuverability, even testing an abort when we were on that final approach and docking. And so Bob and Doug are really just on board to really put it through the ringer, to put all the systems through and check them out that would require a crew being on board, because this will be that final test before NASA looks to certify SpaceX to begin those regular crewed flights to the space station. So we're talking about those 6-month to year-long missions with crew members living and working in space.
This
and we're
Cam
looking at
Karen,
doing that
this
later
is
this year, as soon as we're wrapped up with demo.
the International Space Station docking. Well, in the meantime, we're listening to SpaceX's feed in the background, which is this is all they've been showing. And I also have a control room feed that I've been switching to a little bit. They have a little bit of an event going on in the corner. I can see over there.
the next.
So I'm just doing what Bob and Doug are gonna. They're not gonna actually do it because the Dragon capsule is autonomous, so it'll do it. It'll do it on its own. But they'll be in the capsule while it's doing this.
So I have been inside
Left
of
pad,
capsule that's now in space.
0
I've
out.
been inside
Gotcha.
the capsule that, as Jessica Jensen mentioned
Y and Z.
earlier,
I think one of my big problems is that I'm not really looking at this in a good resolution. Okay. I just full screened it for me, so I'll have to be. Oh wow, I'm doing terrible. You're right. Didn't even know how badly. That's salvageable. If I have unlimited fuel, it's definitely salvageable.
It is so surreal to now be performing the parts of testing, of demonstrating with the
So X, Y, and Z need to be 0, huh?
The comms check on
Well, I guess Z. I need X and Y to be 0, and then make Z be 0. That makes sense. I couldn't even see what everything was. So we're going up to bring, I guess, Y to 0. Oh no, we're bringing Z to 0. Okay, so I need Y and Z to be good, and then X is actually the translation forward, isn't it?
So doing this flight test. So we're going to continue to follow along. Again, we're here for the duration.
Dragon, SpaceX for timeline.
Hopefully we get a call on how quickly we get that test right
This
here.
makes sense. All right, so I'm going to slow down now. And get everything to be 0. See? Thank you. I didn't even think of looking at that stuff.
We have the manual flight demonstration here in about 10 minutes.
All right, so I'm going extremely slow forward. I'm really close to 0, 0 on the Y and Z, which is my up, down, and left, right. And I believe X is going towards the space station. I'm 55 meters away. Yeah, exactly. My range is 55 meters away from the space station.
Thanks for the,
Cool. From the docking port, I should say.
Looking at that, I think we're just about changed, so we'll give you a go to come back on board here in about maybe 5 minutes or so.
All right, so Z is close.
We'll be standing by. And also, at your discretion, you can also de-stow the floater camera. And this is just
Do this
prior
for
to
Z.
2238.
Now for Y, I'm assuming positive is to my right. Moving a little bit to the right.
All right, so there you heard it.
Copy that.
Should be joining Bob and Doug back inside the Dragon capsule in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay, I'm doing better.
And we should be seeing that manual flight test in a little less than 10 minutes from
Doing
now.
a little bit better this time.
The International Space Station
Almost
right
ready to
now
start going forward.
Flying. Let's get a quick look at the ground track. It's flying over the Pacific Ocean just to the southwest of
To get a 0,
Mexico,
yeah,
about to
yeah.
swing
Oh,
out
I gotta fully. Am I not fully stopped? I guess I can't even fully stop. But that's okay. I'll do 0.0003 meters per second.
the Cape minutes before flight.
Great
We
advice.
were
Thank
able to
you.
get a couple of images down from the current
I want to go to the right a little bit more. I want to go down slightly. Oh, and I can also put it on the sensitive controls, can't I?
Space Center with Bob and Doug still on the launch pad. The rocket's still there, taken 2 minutes before the launch.
That is
and he was able to send a couple.
Now I'm on sensitive controls. Not less sensitive controls, I should say.
To snap these, we literally just got these down, so we wanted to share them with everybody. But the space station was flying directly over at the time of launch. We're almost at an hour and a half since launch, and it's already almost gone around the entire planet. Again, it's about to cross over the United States in the next couple of minutes. So that's what they're chasing down, and that's where you can kind of start to appreciate why this might take so long. When something is moving that quickly around planet Earth, it's not as easy as just kind of getting your car and going a couple miles. It takes a lot of energy, which means a lot of fuel, which can mean a lot of time to catch up to another spacecraft.
Facing my nose
in orbit.
up too much.
And
that.
and the fact that it is in orbit, the International Space Station in orbit around Earth, is really critical to understand there, because in reality, Bob and Doug are only.
Oh my! I let my Z get out of control there, going upwards. Didn't even realize I was doing that.
That's basically the
I love the pitch and yaw indicators.
So when you think about, even though it does take them a long time to catch up to the International Space Station, it's because it's going so fast.
I wish I had similar indicators for translation.
In order to chase it down, but in reality, they are not. They are above Earth only about 250 miles, which I believe is a pretty relatable distance for everyone in terms of understanding just how far up they go.
Looking pretty good. Go down a little bit on the Z.
All right. Well, we are just
Use
about
blue.
6
Oh,
minutes away
this is
from
what blue
starting
is?
that
Wait.
manual flight test. We'll hang out for a couple of
Oh,
minutes.
I didn't realize blue. I see.
Inside the capsule again
So,
shortly, and then we'll be joining
thank you.
Bob and Doug as they take the reins of
Clutch.
Dragon for the very first time.
Clutch. I want to turn this up real quick. So that's not what I want. I want this.
SpaceX Dragon for suit drying.
There we go.
Dragon, go ahead.
And then full screen.
Jay, our timer shows about 23 minutes for suit drying, and we're holding in 5 Bravo decimal 7 if you're happy with us shutting off
Y
the
needs to go to
fan.
the right. Z is looking
We
good.
concur on the timer, and we are go for you to shut off the suit fan.
Z is looking up. Y is looking almost good. So I'm going to slow down here my forward momentum so I can get Y just right. Oh, I didn't realize I was moving the nose. And this is looking good.
Should be just about 5 minutes or so from that manual flight test. Again, we're just standing by and hopefully getting those views back inside Dragon with Bob and Doug shortly. If you are just now joining us, we did launch successfully 3:22 p.m. Eastern time.
This
so
is such a
it was
cool
flawless
simulator.
Ride uphill. We got them right into their initial orbit. We've already done the first of our 5 major burns to get to the International Space Station. That phase burn being done successfully on time. We're standing by for the manual flight test coming up in the next couple of minutes.
SpaceX Dragon, you guys are
Ooh, I
welcome
hit
back
the wrong
on board
button.
anytime.
Copy all. Yeah, we'll be setting up for the manual piloting demo shortly.
Okay, so that was Bob and Doug giving the okay for us to turn the cameras back on inside of Crew Dragon. And
Nice.
I did hear in one of the previous
I can't
commands
pause this.
earlier that
But I can crash into the space station while we watch actual Bob and Doug.
All confirmed off OFF.
Copy, confirmed off.
0.2Z. Okay.
I did hear earlier that they got the okay to unstow.
I'm gonna
the
fly by
forward
eye for the
cam.
nose.
So maybe if
I'm
we're
actually gonna
lucky,
slow down
we
as
might
much as I
get
can
a
right
little
here.
bit of a hello from Bob and Doug. Fingers crossed.
It's
Bob
gonna
and
be
Doug need a
incredible
nap,
to see this
you
flight
know?
test, though, because I mean, imagine if you were sitting in the
Whoops.
cockpit of like an
Looked away for 1
F-18 the
second.
first time somebody flew it or something. I mean, these are test pilots test piloting a spacecraft, and we're going to be looking right over their shoulder, and that's just it's an
Okay.
incredible feel. Like, I'm really excited to see this and to just really
So I'm
be with them.
0.3 on Y. Oh no, Y is getting better.
Space. They'll have this, and then we'll have another burn coming up in a little less than 50 minutes from now.
Blue-
That'll be the second one. Would be a boost burn to really raise up that orbit.
Is
as they
blue
begin to chase down the International Space
more
Station.
thrust,
Then
or
for the rest of the
or
day,
is
the
the
crew
orange more
doesn't
thrust?
have a whole lot.
I guess
They'll
blue
have
should
their
be.
evening meal, which we'll go through in a little while.
Go
and
forward
it'll
here
be
now that
time
we're
for
locked.
bed. They'll
We're
have
looking
about
pretty
8
good.
hours scheduled for
Oh, but do I
sleep,
need my pitch and I need to worry
they'll
about? Oh,
wake
I
up
hit the wrong button
tomorrow
there.
and do that final approach and
So
docking
I'm
to
gonna
the
worry about
International
pitch
Space
and
Station.
roll
So
here as well,
it's
aren't
already
I?
been a long day for them. They've only got a few more things, and then they'll
All
be
right,
able to
roll,
kind of kick
y'all.
back and enjoy outer space for a little bit.
Yeah. And like we said
Like my
before,
pitch needs
this
to be
Farfield
0,
annual
right?
flight test that's coming up
Yeah,
is the opportunity
exactly.
for them to is the opportunity for Bob and Doug to take manual control of the Dragon spacecraft, just to demonstrate that it is possible.
I feel
to
like
do
it's
so
moving
in
it so
the
much. That's
event
because I'm
that
so
they need
close
to
to
steer
it.
themselves.
That's so cool
This
that how they
is a
rendered the
demonstration
job.
Mission, so this Farfield manual flight test is actually
So I'm
one of our
perfect
big
on Z. Oh, I'm still
test
rolling the wrong
objectives
way.
for
I
this
don't know the
mission. So
key for
that'll be
that,
really
and
exciting
plain
to
as the
see.
keyboard is
But touching on the point that
my preference.
Dan said, which by the way, that test should be coming up in a.
And Dragon SpaceX for awareness, we're back on board.
So how come it says yaw?
Dragon copies. Welcome
Hmm.
aboard.
All right, so that was the
I don't
confirmation.
like the
that,
yaw stuff
we
here.
should be getting
I'm gonna
camera
get the
views from
yaw.
inside the
Oh, it's because of
cabin
my
once
roll.
again. And
Everything
we
is
got 'em.
dependent on the
So
other
we can
things. I
see
understand that.
They're looking at their touch screens, preparing for this manual test that will be coming
Do
up
roll
in about 30
first.
seconds.
And now my yaw is getting better. Switch back to the SpaceX feed in just a moment, especially if Bob and Doug start talking. I
What a
will.
sight. I love that we can see right over their shoulders. We can see the screens.
Yeah, it's just incredible. If you keep your eye on the displays, the one on the far left will look very familiar to you if you've done that automated, or not, if you've done the manual docking demo that we were talking
Which
about
is
a
what we're
little bit
doing right
earlier
now.
on the SpaceX website. Doug
We're not
Hurley's
showing
going to
it,
be
but
at the physical controls, so he's going to be the one flying today.
Dragon SpaceX, if you are ready, we're going to command far field pointing.
Here we
I would be fired so fast if I like went right up close to the dock and then was trying to zero it out. This was my actual job.
Copy. I'll give you the go.
Well, we're getting into where we need to be here.
Again, they're going to put Dragon into a far field pointing, so they're going to put it into a special configuration just to let the flight computer know that, hey, this manual
All right, zero
flight
pitch,
test is
zero roll,
happening, and then the flight computer
-3
won't be
yaw.
trying to fight it.
Let's get that
or
yaw
adjust the
up.
attitude at any point during this. And again, all of the inputs that Doug is going to make as he's doing the manual flying, they're not going to send those final commands to the flight computer. So when they're done, flight computer takes back control of the spacecraft, continues flying on its way to the station.
There we go.
Yeah, so I would imagine that
Degrees
right now,
per second. That's good.
they must be really excited to conduct this test. Bob and Doug are test pilots. This is what they live for, and for them to have the opportunity to test out.
All right, line everything up.
Vehicle, this upcoming
Start moving
test
forward a
is
little
certainly
bit.
something that I'm sure they've been looking forward to.
So we're just going to continue to stand by. We'll get this test started. We'll be hopefully over their shoulder the whole time.
So it's really the green dot I got to aim for,
results
isn't
after
it?
it's
That
concluded.
black hole behind it doesn't matter. I'm going to slow down here as I'm like about to dock. And
Dragon
docking with the
SpaceX, you see
International
far
Space
field pointing?
Station.
You are go to perform manual piloting test per 4.042, far field manual piloting. The test must be completed by 21:26.
Oh no. Okay, I think we did it. Oh.
Okay, we copy. We've got to go for 4.042. We'll put that in work and understand the test needs to be completed by 21:26 Zulu.
Count it.
Good read.
No. Count it. Count it. Count it. Thank you, Ben Sand. That was awesome. Let's take a look at what they're looking at here. Okay. Blue is the fine thrust. Yeah. That was a close one, right? That was a close one. Here's the see who's talking here. Oh, that's cool. We can see on the screen. Oh, they're done. Cancel that. So that got finished. This is just SpaceX's feed that I don't know if they're done or not. Tim Dodd is showing he's waiting for a press conference. And here's some B-roll for you. Dragon capsule being all the landing. I'm not going to stay on for the press conference. That was fun. Successfully docking the Dragon to the ISS. I wasn't actually planning on doing that on the stream, but I was like, hey, why not? Ben Sand, thank you so much. Tony Hearn, thank you so much. Everybody else, thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to keep trucking, keep trying to come out with awesome. This is a Starlink mission, by the way. We're not going to watch this. I'm just going to keep coming out with what I think is awesome content about space, science, reality content. Subscribe if you haven't. I appreciate everybody. And I am out of here. What's my slogan? I'm like so shot from streaming for I've never done this. How many? It's been 5 hours of me not on camera the whole time, but open your mind and reach for the stars. And
that is my slogan.